Chapter 843. In retrospect, it had been 10 years since Ling Xiao had left the southern wasteland with Feng Xianyun. For a cultivator, 10 years was but a blink of an eye. But for Feng Xianyun, who rarely left her family, 10 years was a long time. She missed her grandfather and her son. As a considerate woman, Feng Xianyun rarely told Ling Xiao about her own mental state. She must have known that Ling Xiao was a man who did great things, and had many things to take care of, so how could she distract Ling Xiao? Furthermore, she had many sisters by her side, which was why she was able to persevere for these 10 years. Now, Ling Xiao's reputation had shaken the central region, and he had developed the proud smiling palace. Even if the Black Demon sect came to attack, they could make them retreat. She believed that the proud smiling palace would be stable for a short period of time. Therefore, Feng Xianyun couldn't help but ask Ling Xiao to go home and have a look. Looking at Feng Xianyun's pleading expression, Ling Xiao's expression darkened. He knew that he had neglected his wife's feelings for all these years. Ling Xiao gently held Feng Xianyun in his arms and caressed her hair. Well, it's time to go back and have a look. I miss them too. Husband, you promised me? Feng Xianyun was surprised and then said, if you don't have time, I can go back alone. Silly, how can I let you go back alone? I miss my parents too. This time I'll go back and bring them here. Let's not be separated from each other. Moreover, letting them live in the central region will be good for them. Ling Xiao gently scratched Feng Xianyun's nose as he said. Ling Xiao could be considered to have thoroughly established himself in the central region. It was time to bring his family and live together. Who didn't miss home? Who didn't miss home? Ling Xiao was not a person who forgot his roots. He also had the 7 emotions and 6 desires of a normal person. Now that Feng Xianyun had suggested going back to take a look, Ling Xiao also felt that it was time to prepare for the next step. At the same time, he hoped that Yun Mingqi had escaped from the evil clutches of Yin He and returned to the northwest. Although he knew that this idea was unrealistic, Ling Xiao felt that it was necessary for him to go back. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Feng Xianyun was naturally overjoyed. Then Feng Xianyun told the news to her sisters. These women had followed Ling Xiao to the central region, and they all had the intention to return with Ling Xiao. When they heard the news, they were naturally overjoyed. The happiest one was Bayushi. She couldn't help but shout, we can go back and see godparents now. She had been taken in by the Ling family in the early years and treated Ling Xiao's parents as her own. Ling Xiao's parents also treated Bayushi as their daughter. Their relationship was extremely good. Yushi Xiao said that he would bring Master and Madam to the central region this time so that they can see each other every day, Feng Xianyun said. Yes, we should have done that a long time ago, Bayushi replied happily. With Master and Madam here, we as daughters-in-law must be filial to them, Kai Shiyue chimed in from the side. She had become Ling Xiao's woman, but she had never seen Ling Xiao's family. According to the customs of the commoners, it was a bit improper for her to be a daughter-in-law. Yu Laiyin and Wu Meinyang were also quite happy. They wanted to go back to the charm sect, and at the same time, they planned to bring their master to the central region to be filial to him. Seeing how happy all the women were, Ling Xiao felt extremely guilty. He had so many confidants in this life, what else could he not be satisfied with? Ling Xiao's heart changed unconsciously. All of a sudden he cast aside all the fighting and cultivation matters. He just wanted to enjoy the happiness of returning to his hometown. He wanted to enjoy the contentment of ordinary people. Ling Xiao's state of mind suddenly became clear and his temperament suddenly changed. If one looked at Ling Xiao before, they would think that he was a sharp and domineering hero. But now, he was like an ordinary handsome young man who gave off an amiable and approachable feeling. In this aspect, he actually gave off a similar feeling to Wu Bufan of the Spirit Martial Court. If Han Kai was here, he would definitely be able to see that Ling Xiao had actually returned to his natural state. All of his temperament and aura had been restrained. This state was not concealed by some kind of cultivation technique. It was a very natural state. This was very beneficial to one's cultivation. Before leaving, Ling Xiao called Xianyao over for a chat. Naturally, Xianyao couldn't go back with Ling Xiao. He definitely had to stay and guard the proud smiling palace. Ling Xiao talked to Xianyao because he wanted to hear what Xianyao had to say. After all, he knew that this trickster had a heavenly secret that others couldn't understand. Xianyao was sure that nothing major would happen in the proud smiling palace in a short period of time, so Ling Xiao was relieved. Ling Xiao brought his women Feng Xianyun, Kai Shiyue, Ji Beixin, Bayushi, Bing Ruoxue, Yu Laiyin and Wunyang Mei back. Wei Dai, and Yao Qingmin didn't go with them. Wei Dai's only relative was Leng Shi, and she didn't have any relatives in the northwest. In addition, she had a good relationship with Lone Eagle, Li Kuanghu, Poison Scorpion and 8 generals in the 10,000 Broken Mountain range a few years ago. They wanted to stay in the palace to recruit a new generation of disciples, so she took the initiative to stay and help them with this matter. As for Yao Qingmin, she had followed her master Li Shui since she was young. Although she really wanted to accompany Ling Xiao and the others to the northwest and the southern wasteland, she didn't want to leave her master alone in the palace. Furthermore, she still had to preside over the auction in Wind Cloud City. After thinking about it, she finally decided to stay. "Oh right, shouldn't you guys dress up before going back?" Ling Xiao said as he looked at his beautiful wives and concubines in front of him. The few women looked at Ling Xiao in confusion, but Yu Laiyan knew what Ling Xiao was thinking and said with a smile, "He's laughing because he's afraid that we, the femme fatale, will bring him trouble. I just don't want too many insensible flies to come over and buzz around." Ling Xiao laughed. Yu Laiyan was right, every single one of them was as beautiful as a fairy, with a myriad of temperaments. Which man wouldn't be moved by them, especially Yu Laiyan and Wu Meinyang, these two women who had a seductive body. After they cultivated a set of high-level seduction techniques, their temperaments had undergone a huge change, as if they could make a man feel a great desire with just a raise of their hand. Ling Xiao's temperament could be considered to be especially firm, but when the two of them joined hands to use seduction techniques on him, he found it difficult to control them. It was also because of this that Ling Xiao's strong physique was ruthlessly tortured by the two of them to the point of weakening him several times. Ling Xiao couldn't help but curse the two women in his heart for being so bewitching. It wasn't that the two women were more beautiful than the other women, but that they were born with a bewitching bone and cultivated seduction techniques. The temptation they emitted was much stronger than the other women. "Then let's change into some commoner clothes," Feng Xianyun suggested. Of course, the women wouldn't object, and immediately got someone to bring some commoner clothes to change into. The women's beauty was outstanding, so how could it be covered up by a few sets of clothes? After they changed, not only did it not cover up their beauty, but it also made them exude the pure aura of a village girl, making them even more seductive and seductive. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and said, "You should all change back to your original clothes. With your current appearance, there will be even more flies looking for trouble." Their original appearance exuded an elegant and cold aura. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to casually look for trouble with them, but after they changed their clothes, they became as pure and lovely as the mountain girls. When other people saw them, they might think that they were weak commoner women, and would definitely have the guts to look for trouble with them. In that case, it was better to let them maintain their original appearance, and only hope that the flies would be a little more tactful. When Yi Yunfeng and Cruel Leopard heard that Ling Xiao wanted to return to the northwest, they hurried over. "Boss, let me follow you back," Yi Yunfeng pleaded as soon as he saw Ling Xiao. "Young master, this servant is also willing to follow you back," Cruel Leopard said. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "This time I'll go back to pick up my family. It won't take long, so you guys don't need to follow me." "Boss, how can this be? There will definitely be a lot of things to do along the way. It will be easier for me to help," Yi Yunfeng said. "What could possibly happen? Stay in the palace and keep watch. If anything happens, I'll hold you responsible," Ling Xiao shouted as he brought out the authority of the palace lord. Yi Yunfeng and Cruel Leopard didn't dare to disobey Ling Xiao's words, so they could only shut up. However, this didn't mean that no one would follow Ling Xiao back. Other than his women, there were also many people who followed him. He was now a palace master, and his every move represented the movements of the palace. His safety was no longer a matter of one person. Ling Xiao actually didn't want to make a big fuss, but after experiencing Xian Yao's pain, he thought of the women by his side and his enemies. If he didn't have some people to protect him, he was really afraid that something would happen. If he couldn't split himself, then it would be a sin. Thus, Ling Xiao brought Gung Hong, Fang Qin and Luo Yu, the three emperors, along with a dozen or so empyreans. Such a force was no longer something an ordinary force could contend against. Unless it was a large force that attacked with all their might, it would be possible to cause them harm. Although he had these people following him, Ling Xiao didn't plan to make a big fuss. He made them dress like commoners and restrain their auras. They definitely couldn't attract too much attention so that they could avoid a lot of trouble. Before leaving, Ling Xiao found Mad Tooth. After the battle with Shuri Dao, Mad Tooth's protective spirit beast was already dead, so he didn't have another protective spirit beast for the time being. Ling Xiao handed the four-horned demon cow he had subdued to Mad Tooth and let him sign a master-servant contract with it. Mad Tooth knew that this was a peak mid-8th rank dark attribute spirit beast, so he naturally agreed happily. With Han Kai, Mad Tooth, and this peak mid-8th rank spirit beast in the sect, Ling Xiao felt much more at ease. After doing this, Ling Xiao led the group from Wind Cloud City back to his hometown. Chapter 844. There was a boundless barren mountain land, and the forest was lush and lush. Occasionally there were flying spirit beasts circling in the sky. From the other side of the sky, there was a group of people riding on spirit beasts. They were approaching at an extremely fast speed. This group of people had an imposing aura, and the spirit beasts they were riding were all tier 6 and above. They looked very majestic. Among these spirit beasts, there were a few that were tier 7 and above. They looked especially strong and eye-catching. However, the most eye-catching were not these tier 7 spirit beasts, but the 7 women who were sitting on 7 different spirit beasts. Although these 7 women were all wearing cloaks, their figures were outstanding and their auras were extraordinary. They were like the kings of 100 flowers, and each of them was emitting a bright color. In the middle of these 7 women, there was a handsome young man who was dressed elegantly. He was sitting on a golden 3-eyed wolf. There was a faint smile on the young man's face, and his expression was somewhat languid. He seemed to be carefree, unrestrained, and casual. His aura was not as imposing as the people beside him, but he had a great affinity with the heaven and earth around him. It was as if he was separated from the heaven and earth. He gave people a feeling that the more they looked at him, the more comfortable they felt. It was as if he had a natural charm that attracted everyone. This group of people was Ling Xiao and the others who had just come out from Wind Cloud City. They had already left Wind Cloud City for more than 2 months. They had gone through dozens of big cities and were on their way to the next city. They were going to use the teleportation formation to reach the next place. There were teleportation formations in most places in the central region. However, the teleportation formation between each city was to a different place. Not every city had a corresponding teleportation formation eye. Thus, they still had to fly for quite some distance. Young master, we will reach Wu Clan City in another day. From there, we can use the teleportation formation to reach Red Moon City. In no time we will reach the border of the central region. Gung Hong, who was not far from Ling Xiao, said. The reason why Ling Xiao brought Gung Hong out was because the women around him needed a female expert to take care of them at all times. Gung Hong was a high-level mystic the Arch. Her strength was enough to shock many people. Furthermore, she was also under a high-level spiritual curse. There was no problem with her loyalty. Furthermore, she knew the terrain of the central region like the back of her hand. As an assassin, one had to have a more detailed understanding of the various places. Gung Hong was higher than Fang Chen and Luo Yu in Sha Tian's organization. Naturally, she knew the terrain better than the two of them. And let's go to Wu Clan City first. After resting for a day, we will continue at full speed and try to reach the Blood Demon region as soon as possible. Ling Xiao said. Once he thought about returning to the Blood Demon region, Ling Xiao's emotions surged. It was the same for the women around him. Back then, Ling Xiao had spent more than half a year traveling from the border of the central region to the Blackwater sect in the North Water domain. Wind Cloud City was much further away from the border of the central region. Based on his strength back then, it would probably take him close to a year to reach the border. Now, they had only spent slightly more than 2 months and had already traveled more than half the distance. They believed that they would reach the border in another month and a half. This was because Ling Xiao and company's strength was no longer the same as before. Naturally, their flying speed was several times faster than before. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao accompanying the women to various big cities and scenic spots along the way, their speed would be much faster than it was now. Wu Clan City was directly under the control of the Wu Clan. The Wu Clan belonged to the category of 5th grade strength and was the strongest clan in the vicinity. The construction of their directly under the city was naturally not any worse than that of ordinary big cities. The reason why Ling Xiao and the others chose to rest in Wu Clan City for a day was that Wu Clan City was rich in a refining material called indigo firestone. Indigo firestone was a rare mineral material and was one of the essential main materials for forging fire attribute spiritual weapons. Any kind of fire attribute spiritual weapon with indigo firestone would have a greater increase in grade and power. With this material, there were more craftsmen coming and going in Wu Clan City. With craftsmen coming and going, it would naturally increase the mobility of warriors. This also made Wu Clan City seem much more lively than other cities. Every place has its own people, but here, a mineral vein has its own people. Ling Xiao could not help but sigh as he looked at the craftsmen walking around in the city. No matter which sect or clan it was, they all needed a large source of income. Some relied on hunting spirit beasts, searching for spirit herbs, and obtaining glazed crystals through trading. Some relied on various taxes in the city to increase their income, and some relied on the characteristics of their own place to create income. Wu Clan City was undoubtedly helping them in their geographical location and increasing their income a lot. Palace Master is right. Indigo Firestone is extremely rare. The Wu family has occupied a large vein of indigo firestone, and every year they mine a lot of indigo firestone. However, they usually don't sell it and basically put it up for auction. A peak celestial master who was not far from Ling Xiao stood up and said. This peak celestial master was called Li Mu. He was a martial artist of the wood attribute. He was an inner elder of the Smiling Palace. He had been selected after many rounds of selection. In the battle against the Black Demon sect, he had also displayed astonishing combat strength. He had killed many Black Demon sect's Wolf Eagle secret guards. He was also one of the talents that Ling Xiao had specially named to focus on training. Things are precious when they are rare. There's nothing wrong with them doing this, Ling Xiao replied softly. Then he said, we're only staying here for a day. I need 30,000 indigo firestones in a day. I'll leave this matter to you. Can you do it? Li Mu looked a little embarrassed at first, but he immediately promised, this subordinate can do it. He thought to himself, Palace Master needs such a large amount. I don't know if Wu Clan is willing to sell. However, with the reputation of our proud Smiling Palace, if they don't sell, don't blame us for being angry. Ling Xiao also knew that it was not easy for Li Mu. While handing over the mystic crystals, he also asked Luo Yu to bring a few people to accompany him. With Luo Yu around, presumably Wu Clan would not dare to refuse this matter. Ling Xiao was not a blacksmith. Normally he would not have the slightest interest in indigo firestone, but now he desperately needed this material. Because he cultivated the 9 sun burning heaven technique, the 3rd meridian's indigo flame extreme yang, he needed the indigo fire of the indigo fire from the indigo fire of the 3rd meridian of his 9 yang meridians. Only then could he cultivate the 3rd meridian well. This was the reason why Ling Xiao stayed in Wu Clan City. Li Mu was overjoyed. With a mid-level mystic emperor accompanying him, there was nothing he could not do. Li Mu brought Luo Yu and the others to Wu Clan in advance. Ling Xiao and the others were strolling leisurely on the official road, attracting the attention of the people around them. Most of the people's gazes fell on the 7 voluptuous women. Looking at the perverted looks of their big brother Pig, they all had dirty thoughts in their hearts. It was only when they saw the entourage of the 7 women that they lost the courage to act. Oh my God, these women's figures are so good. Brother's body is on fire just looking at them. Isn't that so? Look at the 2 in red and pink clothes. Their breasts are perky enough, their waists are slender enough, and their butts are fat enough. They are the best of the best. They are not bad, but the others are not bad either. Especially the one in purple clothes, her figure is full enough. It would be great to roll on the bed with her. I think the girl in green clothes is even better. She looks like the little sister next door. I really want to dote on her. Don't just talk and don't act. If you have the ability, go and snatch them. Many warriors were pointing at them in a low voice, looking like thieves who had lustful hearts but no guts. If it was before, Ling Xiao would definitely teach these people a lesson. However, he had encountered too many such things along the way. It was not worthwhile for him to lower himself to their level. They were just a group of people who were jealous of his luck with women. When Ling Xiao and the others walked in front of a restaurant, there was some commotion inside the restaurant. *CK, you stinking beggar. You dare to come to our restaurant to eat and drink without Shen crystals? I'll beat you to death. A rough voice rang out. Another weak voice sounded, No, my Shen crystals were stolen by them. I'll get them back right now. Humph, how could 3rd young master lay his hands on a stinking beggar like you? Since you don't know what's good for you, kick his legs and throw him out. Let him know that our Delong restaurant is not a place where anyone can come and eat for free. The rough voice rang out again. Then there was a burst of noise inside the restaurant. It seemed that someone had started fighting. After a while there was a scream. Kacha kacha. Oh. It seemed that the freeloader's legs had been broken by the people in the restaurant. Then a figure was ruthlessly thrown out of the restaurant. The people in the restaurant obviously would not let it go so easily. Several people ran out and punched and kicked the man. Many people surrounded them from afar to watch the show. They all had expressions of rage on their faces. What's wrong with this person? Doesn't he know that the Delong restaurant is Wu Jia's property? He actually dared to eat for free in the Delong restaurant. Isn't he asking for a beating? Really? That's right, but I heard that this person is a foreigner. He seems to have offended young Master Wu San, So young Master Wu San specially sent people to teach him a lesson. No way, he's just a stinking beggar. What makes him worthy of young Master Wu San's attention? I don't know about that. Look, young Master Wu San has come out. At the entrance of the restaurant, a young man wearing a snow-white robe walked out. Beside him were two beautiful maids and a few attendants who were at the king's stage to the Earth Emperor stage. This young man was the son of the Wu family's patriarch. He was ranked third and was known as Young Master Wu San. He was at the peak of the king's stage and was a famous noble young master in the Wu family city. Young Master Wu San waved the white flower fan in his hand. He looked at the beggar who was being beaten with disdain and said, "You dare to slander this young master for stealing your Shen crystal? You're so untactful. Cripple another of his arms." Ling Xiao had no intention of meddling in this matter. Just as he was about to leave with everyone, Bai Yushi revealed a surprised expression and said to Ling Xiao, Young master, that person seems to be the old master." Chapter 845. It would have been better if Bai Yushi hadn't said this, but the moment she said it, Ling Xiao stumbled and almost fell. Who was Ling Xiao? He had the strength of a high-level heavenly venerable and was comparable to a mystic the Arch. Even if he was attacked by a few heavenly venerables at the same time, he wouldn't be able to move at all. But when he heard Bai Yushi's words, he almost fell. This proved how important the old master that Bai Yushi spoke of was to Ling Xiao. Who was the old master? Who could be Ling Xiao's old master? Of course, it was the Ling family's grand elder Ling He. When Ling He was in the Ling family, he took good care of Ling Xiao and even accepted Ling Xiao as his successor disciple. He imparted the Vajra 5 transformation technique to Ling Xiao, which was now the ancient emperor divine technique. It was during that period that Ling Xiao established the best relationship with Ling He. Ling Xiao respected Ling He from the bottom of his heart. When Ling Xiao went to the Purple Sky sect, Ling He had also left Meteorite City to travel elsewhere. After that, when Ling Xiao returned from the Purple Sky sect, Ling He wasn't in the Ling family, and no one knew where he went. At that time, Ling He was already at the king's stage, so Ling Xiao wasn't worried that he didn't have the ability to protect himself. Now that he suddenly heard Bai Yushi say that the person who was beaten up was his old master, how could he not be shocked and lose his composure? Ling Xiao didn't pay attention to the person who was beaten up just now. Just as he was about to confirm if it was his old master, Bai Yushi had already flown out and shouted at the same time, "All of you stop!" Bai Yushi was already at the half-venerable stage, and she was also rather concerned about Ling He. She used all her strength from the start. A blue light flashed, and the few spirit masters who were surrounding the beggar were sent flying far away, dead. Bai Yushi helped the dirty beggar up and tears rolled down her beautiful eyes. Old master, it's really you?" The beggar in front of him looked very messy. His clothes were torn and his hair was also very messy. He looked no different from a real beggar. If Bai Yushi had not served Ling He for some time when she was serving Ling Xiao in the Ling family, she would not have been able to tell that this person was the supreme elder of the Ling family. However, when Ling He was on the verge of death, Ling Xiao gave him the sap of the 10,000-year tree. Not only did it revive him, but it also allowed him to return to his middle-aged appearance. Fortunately, Bai Yushi had a good memory and was very grateful to those who took care of her. So, the moment Ling He was thrown out, she felt that he looked familiar. After taking a closer look, she confirmed that it was Ling He. Young Master Wu San didn't expect that someone would dare to meddle in his business when he wanted to punish someone in Wuxi City. He couldn't help but feel annoyed. However, when he saw Bai Yushi's exquisite figure, his eyes lit up and he murmured, What a beautiful figure. She'd definitely be a good bed warmer." The oldest follower behind young Master Wu San said softly, "Young master, this woman is not simple. She already has the strength of a half-venerable." This old man was an outer sect elder of the Wu family. He had the strength of a low-level Empyrean and was the person who protected young Master Wu San at all times. It was normal for him to be able to see Bai Yushi's strength. Half-venerable? Young Master Wu San was stunned for a moment, then he rubbed his hands together and chuckled, "That's even better. I've never had such a powerful woman before. I really want to see how it feels." Ling He, whose leg had been broken, raised his weak eyes to look at the cloaked woman who helped him up and asked, Who are you?" "Old master, I'm young Master Ling Zhao's maid Yushi." As Bai Yushi spoke, she tore off the cloak on her head. When Ling He saw Bai Yushi's appearance, he instantly became excited. Yushi's? It's you, child, quickly. Quickly leave, we can't afford to offend the people here." "Old master, don't worry. With young master here, no one can hurt us, Bayushi said as she wiped away her tears. When she was in the Ling family, this high and mighty supreme elder also treated her like a granddaughter. When he was free, he would often guide her in her cultivation. Bayushi was also very respectful to him. Now that she saw him in such a miserable state, she felt extremely uncomfortable. She thought to herself, I must teach those who hurt old master a lesson. So, Xiao also came to the central region? Ling He, who was in a weak state, said with a burst of joy and nervousness. Old master, I'm here. Ling Xiao ran over with a look of grief and indignation. He responded and directly knelt down in front of Ling He. When Ling Xiao knelt down, the 20 people behind him also knelt down at the same time. For a moment, there were even more people watching on both sides of the official road. The manager of the Delong Hotel glanced at young Master Wusan and whispered, Young Master Wusan, this? What should we do about this? This person was the one who had just ordered to break Ling He's legs. When he saw such a strong woman appear and save Ling He was a little worried that she would cause trouble for him. Young Master Wusan glared at him and said, What are you afraid of? Don't you have me? After saying that, he walked towards Bayushi with a few followers behind him. His eyes were filled with strong desire. Miss, may I know your name? I'm Wu Shang from the Wu family. Everyone calls me young Master Wusan. Wu San revealed a smile that he thought was the most charming and asked Bayushi. Ling He looked at Wu San and revealed a look of anger. Then he said to Bayushi and Ling Xiao, Yushi Xiao, don't worry about me. This is the base camp of the Wu family. They are too strong. I've offended them. They won't let me go. Ling He held his breath and finished his sentence. Then he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Bayushi panicked. Without thinking, she fed a drop of the spring of life to Ling He. When the spring of life appeared, the surrounding warriors all felt a huge amount of pure energy. Good stuff. The holy master beside young Master Wusan exclaimed. If young Master Wusan wasn't beside him, he would have immediately snatched the thing from Bayushi's hand. Young Master Wusan wasn't angry when Bayushi ignored him. However, he knew Bayushi's strength and didn't dare to get too close to her. He said to the holy master beside him, Invite this lady over. I want to have a good talk with her. That heavenly venerable immediately grabbed at Bayushi without even thinking. His move was very fast. However, there was someone faster than him. He directly stood in front of Bayushi and grabbed his hand. Who are you? How dare you meddle in other people's business? Are you tired of living? The holy master shouted at the young man in front of him. At the same time, he wanted to pull his hand back. However, he found that the other party's strength seemed to be endless. It was extremely difficult for him to pull his hand back. He was shocked that the other party's strength was definitely above his. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the young man didn't reply. He directly used his actions to tell him that he didn't want to interfere in this matter. The young man directly pulled his hand hard and kicked the holy master's lower body at the same time. Poof. In an instant, the holy master's arm was directly torn off by the young man. A large amount of blood spurted out from the wound like a fountain. The holy master hugged his wound and fell to the ground, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were all shocked and all of them retreated a great distance. Who would have thought that the handsome young man in front of them would make a move just like that? Moreover, he was so ruthless. However, they were also thinking to themselves that this young man had offended the people from the Wu clan. Could it be that he really wanted to die? After all, the Wu clan was the overlord here. The strength of a 5th-grade sect was also quite strong. If an ordinary person caused trouble here, if they didn't have some skills, they would not be able to withstand the Wu clan's annihilation. Young Master Wu San was also scared out of his wits. He retreated a few steps and staggered towards the person behind him. If it wasn't for the person behind him who was quick to catch him, he would have fallen to the ground. Anyone who dares to touch my old master will die. The person who made a move was, of course, Ling Xiao. He was furious like never before. His own old master had actually become a beggar and he didn't even know it. Moreover, his legs were broken by someone in front of him and he almost lost his life. There was a ball of fire in his heart. He had to make some people pay a painful price to vent the hatred in his heart. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he strode in front of the holy master who had fallen to the ground. The holy master rolled back and said in fear, "You don't act recklessly. I am the Wu clan's elder." Before he could finish his words, Ling Xiao's figure flashed and at the same time, his foot ruthlessly stepped on the holy master's neck. Crack. A clear and crisp sound rang out. It was so ear-piercing and shocking to the ears of everyone present. A dignified holy master was trampled to death just like that. He didn't even have the slightest ability to resist. What kind of strength was this? How terrifying was this? Young Master Wu San was so scared that his face turned pale. He said to the person behind him in horror, "Quick! Quick, call the law enforcers over, quick!" His strongest follower had been killed. If the other party killed him before the Wu clan's people arrived, then his death would not be worth it. Ling Xiao looked at young Master Wu San with contempt. In his eyes, this person was already a dead man. Ling Xiao didn't make a move, but a holy master behind him had already made a move. Young Master Wu San's followers didn't have any ability to resist. They were all imprisoned and couldn't move at all. Ling Xiao didn't have time to care about them for the time being. He squatted down to check on Ling He's injuries. Looking at Ling He's miserable appearance, Ling Xiao felt as if his heart had been stabbed fiercely. It was so uncomfortable. "Old master has wronged you. Xiao is unfilial." Ling Xiao knelt down again and said to Ling He. With the spring of life that Bai Yushi fed Ling He's injuries were mostly healed. However, his broken leg still needed some elixirs to regenerate his broken bones. Therefore Ling Xiao fed Ling He a high-level elixir. At the same time, he found out that Ling He's cultivation had been destroyed. For a moment, Ling Xiao's anger burned again. Chapter 846. Cripple their cultivation first. Ling Xiao's eyes were red with anger as he spoke faintly. His own grandfather's dantian had been crippled, and he had lost all his cultivation. No wonder he had been bullied by a group of spirit masters earlier. No matter who had crippled his grandfather, Ling Xiao would make these people pay a greater price. As Ling Xiao's voice fell, the sky sovereign of the proud smiling palace began to make his move. Bang bang. Oh. Xiao Qin sent out a few palm strikes as fast as lightning. Several figures were sent flying into the hotel as they screamed miserably. Young Master Wu San and his entourage had their cultivation crippled at this moment. The surrounding people's expressions changed. They didn't expect this group of outsiders to be so strong, as if they didn't put the people of the Wu clan in their eyes. "Old master, don't worry. Xiao will definitely make those who hurt you pay 100 times the price." Ling Xiao stepped forward and picked up Ling He. Everyone thought that Ling Xiao would take them away, but who knew that Ling Xiao would turn around and walk back into the hotel? What is he trying to do? Does he think that he can start a war with the Wu clan with just these few people? He's really arrogant. Is it worth it for a beggar? Really? These people aren't dressed very well, but look at those women. All of them have extremely hot bodies. I think the other party also has a great background, otherwise they wouldn't be so bold. It seems that there will be a good show to watch. No one has dared to provoke the Wu clan in 100 years. I'm afraid these people are dead for sure. The inside of the restaurant was already completely cleared. The Delong restaurant was one of the businesses under the Wu clan. Generally, no one dared to cause trouble here, so there weren't many guards. The people who were in the restaurant found out that the Wu clan's third young master had been crippled. How could they have the guts to stay here? They had already run away as far as they could, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Ling Xiao carefully placed Ling He on a chair and looked at his grandfather with a pained expression. "Don't worry, grandfather. Although your cultivation has been destroyed, Xiao will definitely help you recover and improve your strength." If it was an ordinary person, no one would be able to recultivate a person whose dantian had been destroyed, but who was Ling Xiao? He was a 7th grade alchemist, and there was a 7th grade elixir that could reshape the elixir field. Therefore he was not just comforting Ling He. Ling He took the spring of life and a few elixirs, and his condition quickly recovered. If he hadn't lost all his cultivation, he could have jumped up immediately. "Xiao, it's not worth it, it's not worth it. This is the territory of the Wu clan, a 5th grade force. Even if you've become stronger, you're still no match for them. Quick, take your people and leave. Don't bother with me." Ling He didn't know how powerful Ling Xiao was now, so he said to Ling Xiao anxiously, "Grandfather, don't worry. Young master is very powerful now. Even if the Wu clan's grand elder came here, they wouldn't dare to do anything to young master." Bai Yushi replied, "No matter how powerful he is, he can't fight against 4 people. You guys leave quickly." Ling He didn't want to implicate Ling Xiao and Bai Yushi, so he said decisively, "Grandfather, Yushi is right. With me here, even the Heavenly King can't do anything to us." Ling Xiao said in a very domineering manner. After a pause he asked, "Grandfather, tell me first, who broke your dantian? I will definitely destroy his family." A martial artist's dantian was their dantian. Breaking the dantian meant the end of a martial artist's life. This was unacceptable to anyone. Ling Xiao would catch the culprit even if he had to dig 3 inches into the ground. Ling He revealed a desolate expression and sighed, "It's a long story." Just as Ling He was about to tell the reason, some voices came from outside the restaurant. "Where is the culprit? Who on earth has the gall of a bear's heart and leopard's guts to actually dare to cause trouble in the city?" A loud voice rang out in alarm. It was obvious that the guards of the Wu clan city had brought people to arrest the culprit. Ling Xiao quietly gave his people a look. More than a dozen celestial masters who came with Ling Xiao walked out of the restaurant one after another. A peaked celestial master from the Proud Smile Palace shouted, "Whoever dares to step half a step into the restaurant will die." "How dare you? It's you people. Take them all down." The guards inside the city shouted in shock. Immediately afterward, a battle broke out outside the restaurant, and a series of rumbling sounds shook the surroundings. However, the sounds of the battle didn't last for long before they disappeared. Ling Xiao completely ignored the outcome of the battle and asked Ling He, "Old master, tell me. I want to know how you've been living all these years." Ling He understood that Ling Xiao was different now, and his eyes were filled with excitement and kindness as he looked at Ling Xiao. He calmed himself down and told Ling He about his experiences over the years. It turned out that after Ling He left Meteorite City, he didn't leave the Northwest region immediately. Instead, he wandered around many cities in the Northwest region for about 3 to 4 years. Later on, he got to know a few king-rank independent cultivators and headed to the Central region with them. He intended to experience the strength of the Central region and broaden his horizons. He hoped that he would have a chance to improve himself. They were lucky enough to pass through the Blood Demon territory and arrive at the Central region. However, when they arrived at the Central region, they realized that their strength was still at the lowest level. They didn't have much Shen crystals, so it was difficult for them to move about freely in the Central region. Therefore, they joined a mercenary group and began to hunt spirit beasts to earn Shen crystals. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. The mercenary group they joined was not strong, and they were attacked by a powerful spirit beast. Most of them died, and only Ling He and his other friend were lucky enough to escape. After that, that friend of his became a guard for a clan in a city. Ling He was used to being superior in Meteorite City, so he was not willing to be a guard. Therefore he chose to cultivate alone in a barren mountain. At the same time he found some spirit herbs to trade. He planned to earn enough Shen crystals before returning to the Northwest region. He became a rogue cultivator for several years. During these years he occasionally obtained spirit herbs of the high level of the metal attribute, which helped his cultivation improve. He felt that it was good to cultivate like this, so he was not in a hurry to return to Meteorite City. Later, he was almost bitten to death by a spirit beast while searching for spirit herbs. He managed to escape by putting his life on the line. After his escape, he had the healing effect of the ancient emperor's divine skill, which quickly healed some of his flesh wounds. The scene of him healing was coincidentally discovered by the people of the Wu family. The people of the Wu family were also knowledgeable. They recognized the extraordinariness of this cultivation method at a glance, so they were tempted. The people of the Wu family directly used force to coerce Ling He to hand over the incantation of this cultivation method. Ling He knew that he was no match for them, so he recited the incantation to the people of the Wu family. Ling He was also clever. He only recited the first 3 transformations, saying that he had only obtained half of the incantation. The people of the Wu family naturally did not believe him, so they tortured Ling He. They even robbed and shattered Ling He's space ring. It was also during this process that Ling He's cultivation was destroyed. His space ring was also destroyed and he completely became a useless person. The people of the Wu family were also particularly vicious. They did not kill Ling He, but just threw him to the Wu family city and made him a beggar to suffer all kinds of torture. Their purpose was to hope that Ling He would hand over the complete ancient emperor's divine skill. Ling He suffered such a blow and all his hopes turned to dust. He almost wanted to commit suicide. However, he still hoped that he would have a chance to return to Meteorite City. Even if he died, he wanted to return to his roots. He struggled to live a beggar's life for a period of time. The hardships he experienced were not worth mentioning to outsiders. Today, Ling He was lucky enough to get a kind warrior to give him some mysterious crystals. He planned to sell a pot of wine and eat a good meal in a restaurant before leaving this sad place. Unexpectedly, the people of the Wu family teased him again and broke his legs. Ling Xiao and the others were also clear about what happened next. After listening to Ling He's story, Bai Yushi and the other women could not help but cry. Ling Xiao's eyes also became red, but he held back his tears. God damn the Wu family, young master, we must not let them go. Bai Yushi had always been a gentle and kind woman. She rarely got angry. Now that she heard Ling He's words, she was extremely angry in her heart. That's right, we must make them give us an explanation. Feng Xinyun's beautiful eyes flashed with thick killing intent. Husband, let's just directly kill the Wu family. Let's see what they can do to us. Kai Shiyue echoed. The other women also expressed that they must teach the Wu family a lesson. Ling Xiao walked away. He took a deep breath and said faintly, if I don't wash the Wu family with blood today, my surname will not be Ling. After saying that, his whole body's killing intent burst out in an instant. The women around him were all shocked. They all knew that Ling Xiao was completely angry. When something big happened in the restaurant, the Wu family's patriarch, Wu Wuchang, and a group of family elders met with the proud Smiling Palace's elder, Li Mu. Patriarch Wu, what do you think? We, the proud Smiling Palace, now need 30,000 indigo fire stones. We will pay you according to the price. I hope you can sell it to us, Li Mu said indifferently. Wu Wuchang, who was sitting at the head of the table, showed a flattering smile and said, Elderly, we discussed just now. The number of indigo fire stones that the proud Smiling Palace needs is really too large. We, the Wu family, cannot take out so many in a short time. However, we will not let Elderly return empty-handed. We can give you at most 5,000 indigo fire stones. The price will definitely be much more favorable. What do you think, Elderly? Nowadays, the proud Smiling Palace's prestige had spread throughout the central region. Everyone knew the power of the proud Smiling Palace. However, this was the Wu family's territory, and the Wu family had always put the indigo fire stones in the auction. The proud Smiling Palace did not follow the rules and asked for 30,000. The Wu family naturally found it difficult to accept, but they did not want to offend the proud Smiling Palace too much. Therefore, they planned to sell it to Li Mu for 5,000, which could be considered as giving face to the proud Smiling Palace. It seems that the Wu family's patriarch is not sincere. Li Mu's expression instantly turned ugly. Chapter 847. The Wu clan was considered the strongest force in this area. Most of the surrounding forces were 6th or 7th rank forces, so it was difficult for them to pose any threat. The reason why the Wu clan dared to refuse Li Mu was because they felt that the proud Smiling Palace was far away from them. They believed that the proud Smiling Palace would not attack them. Moreover, it was not that they did not give face to the proud Smiling Palace. They were already willing to make an exception and sell 5,000 indigo fire stones to the proud Smiling Palace. For others, the Wu clan did not follow the rules and sold the proud Smiling Palace 5,000 indigo fire stones was indeed a lot. But for Li Mu, this amount was too far from the amount set by his palace master. As far as he knew, the Wu clan would sell 100,000 indigo fire stones to several major refining sects every year. He only needed 30,000 now, but the Wu clan actually said that they did not have it and only took out 5,000 to send a beggar away. This really made Li Mu furious. Elderly, don't be angry. You want so much all at once, the Wu clan is really helpless. If Elderly can extend the time by a year, the Wu clan will even dig 3 feet into the ground and beat up 30,000 for your palace. What does Elderly think? Wu Chang was also a smiling tiger. Li Mu was angry, but he still did not have any dissatisfaction. This kind of cultivation was indeed not comparable to ordinary people. Master Wu, your Wu clan mines at least hundreds of thousands of indigo fire stones every year. After so many years of accumulation, how can you not even take out a mere 30,000? Does Master Wu think that the proud Smiling Palace is easy to deal with? Li Mu said loudly and then crushed the teacup in his hand into powder. For a moment, the elders in the Wu clan were nervous. They all looked at Li Mu coldly as if Li Mu made a move, they would kill him and the others on the spot. Wu Chang pressed his hand on the seat of honor and said, Elderly, don't be angry. How about this, we each take a step back. The Wu clan will sell you 10,000 now. This is the bottom line of the Wu clan. If Elderly still feels that it is not enough, then I can only say sorry. After saying this, Wu Chang's expression became a bit gloomy. Suddenly, Li Mu burst into laughter. Ah, good. You're just a nobody. Do you think you can be as arrogant as the Black Demon sect? Li Mu will take 30,000 today. If you don't blame us for bullying you. After saying that, Li Mu released his peak heavenly venerate strength. Luo Yu, who entered the hall with him, also released her mid-level mystic the Arch aura. It was also at this moment that the expressions of the Wu clan's people in the main hall instantly turned ugly. That middle stage mystic Thearka's aura pressured them so much that they couldn't breathe. Mystic the arch. Wu Chang muttered in fear. Normally, a 5th grade sect would have a half the arch. There were also quite a number of 5th grade sects that had a mystic the arch overseeing it. The Wu clan also had a low-tier mystic the arch. However, that mystic Thearka's aura was far inferior to Luo Yu's. This was also the reason why the people of the Wu family had ugly expressions on their faces. Master Wu, you have to think about it carefully. Li Mu narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Now that they had shed all pretense of cordiality, Li Mu was too lazy to bargain with the people of the Wu clan. Their palace lord was still waiting for his reply. Wu Chang wiped the fine sweat from his forehead and looked at the other elders in the hall. Finally he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, 30,000 it is. We the Wu clan will give face to the proud smiling palace. I hope that we can become friends with the proud smiling palace in the future." In the face of absolute strength, all tricks were useless. The people of the Wu clan did not want to bear the wrath of a real mystic the arch for this small amount of indigo firestones. It was not worth it. Li Mu showed a proud smile and said, "Master Wu, wouldn't it be better if you did this earlier? The proud smiling palace is not a bully." After a pause he said, "Do you know the price?" Wu Chang's face twitched. He knew that Li Mu wanted to take the opportunity to lower the price. Just as he was about to speak, someone outside the hall came to report. "What's the matter?" Wu Chang saw a guard whisper a few words to an elder near the door and asked. The elder's face was a little anxious. He took 2 steps to Wu Chang's ear and explained the matter. "How dare they touch the people of our Wu clan? Immediately dispatch the elders of the clan to kill these bastards." Wu Chang angrily slammed the table and shouted, "Yes, Patriarch. I will definitely kill them to show the prestige of our Wu clan." The elder responded, turned around and was about to leave. Li Mu heard the words of the two and knew that someone was looking for trouble with the Wu clan. He suddenly had an idea. "Master Wu, did something happen to your clan?" Li Mu asked casually. Wu Chang put on a fake smile and said, "I've let Elder Li see a joke. It's just some clowns causing trouble. It's nothing big, nothing big." His words were actually referring to the people who were causing trouble in the city. However, when he said this to Li Mu, it made Li Mu feel that he was pointing at the mulberry tree and scolding the locust tree. He cursed in his heart, "Damn it, you're really asking for a beating." However, Li Mu didn't want to complicate matters. He suppressed his anger and said, "How about this, Master Wu, give me the indigo fire stones. I'm about to leave, so I'll help you get rid of this blind thief. What does Master Wu think?" Li Mu's words meant that he wanted to take away all the indigo firestones for free and then help the Wu clan once. This was also a good plan. When the people of the Wu clan heard this, they were all unhappy. However, they didn't dare to make a sound. The mystic the arch was not a joke here. Wu Chang hesitated for a moment and replied, "All right, since Elder Li thinks so highly of our Wu clan, we'll have to trouble Elder Li." Just now he had heard the report that this person was not weak. He had killed an Empyrean in one move. Now that Li Mu was willing to make a move, he would just treat it as spending some indigo firestones to watch a show. This was much better than directly giving the indigo firestones to the proud smiling palace. Thus, Wu Chang gave 30,000 indigo firestones to Li Mu and brought a group of elders and Li Mu to the city, intending to start a massacre. Inside the Delong restaurant, Ling Xiao was personally greeting young Master Wu San. "Were you the one who broke my grandfather's legs just now?" Ling Xiao asked as he stared coldly at the crippled Delong restaurant's Zhangui. The Zhangui's face was filled with fear as beads of sweat flowed down his forehead. He waved his hands and said, "No, it wasn't me. It was him who asked me to do so. Please forgive me, my lord. Please forgive me." Unfortunately, when Ling Xiao heard this, he had already raised his hand and smashed it down on the Zhangui's legs. Kacha kacha. The Zhangui's legs were immediately broken, and he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Then he fainted. However, how could Ling Xiao let him faint like this? He woke him up with a special method of breaking his hands. "Just now, I just repaid my grandfather's debt. Now I'm giving it to you," Ling Xiao said with a gloomy face. Then he directly broke the Zhangui's hands. "Ah, you, just kill me, just kill me." The Zhangui's pain was extreme. His dantian was destroyed and his limbs were broken. What was the point of living? It was better to kill him with a knife. It's not so easy to die. Throw him out and let him live well," Ling Xiao said with a cold smile. At this time, Ling Xiao was like a devil, making young Master Wu San and the others extremely frightened. When Ling Zhao's gaze fell on them, they were all scared out of their wits. Young Master Wu San was the most cowardly. He cried and begged for mercy, "Spare me, I am the third young master of the Wu clan. As long as you spare me, our Wu clan will definitely give you a lot of benefits. Spare me, I don't want my limbs to be crippled." He had been pampered since he was young. Now that he had suddenly met such a ruthless person, he was naturally scared out of his wits. Ling Xiao was calm and unruffled as he said, "Tell me, who exactly is it in your Wu family that you dare to have designs on my grandfather and even cripple his cultivation?" Ling He only knew that he had been crippled by someone from the Wu clan, but he didn't know his name. "It's my fifth uncle Wu Shi and eighth uncle Wu Bei who did it. It's not this old man, they're the ones who ordered him to do it. It has nothing to do with me." Young Master Wu San didn't even need to interrogate him. "Wu Shi Wu Bei? What a good name. I will definitely change your names," Ling Xiao said with a strong killing intent. Then he said to his subordinates, "Cripple all of their limbs and throw them out." The Sky Sovereign of the proud smiling palace immediately carried out Ling Zhao's words. Don't Those people screamed. Unfortunately, no matter how much they screamed, Ling Xiao wouldn't let them go. "Old master, don't worry. I won't let anyone from the Wu clan off. You can just sit here and watch how Xiao Air deals with them," Ling Xiao said to Ling He. Ling He looked at Ling Xiao and his eyes were filled with joy. "I didn't expect the boy to grow so much in just a few decades. It's a blessing for the Ling family. Even if I die, I can die in peace." Ling He looked at Ling Xiao and said, "I didn't expect the boy to grow so much in just a few decades. Old master, don't say such words. Yushi still needs to be filial to you." Bai Yushi hurriedly said. "Yes, old master, they are all your granddaughters-in-law. They will serve you from now on," Ling Xiao said, pointing to the women behind him. As soon as Ling Xiao said this, the women around him all blushed. Feng Xianyun stepped forward and bowed to Ling He. "Daughter-in-law Feng Xianyun greets old master." Then Kai Shiyue Ji Beixin Bing Ruoxue Yu Lai Yin, and Wu Meinyang also stepped forward and formally bowed to Ling He. Ling He looked at his granddaughters-in-law, who were as beautiful as flowers, and his heart was incomparably gratified. He looked at Ling Zhao's resolute face, and he could foresee that the Ling family would soar in the future. Chapter 848. The people of the Wu clan were thrown out of the restaurant one by one. The people outside the restaurant watched from afar and they were all shocked. Who the hell are these people? They actually crippled the people of the Wu clan and tortured them like this. It's too miserable. You can't say that. Young Master Wu San is too arrogant. This time he actually ruined his life for a beggar. It's really not worth it. Who would have thought that a beggar would have such an arrogant back? Strange things happen every year. In the future, it's better to stay away from beggars. The people of the Wu clan are here. There's going to be a good show to watch. Patriarch, elders, those thieves are in the restaurant. The reporting guard pointed to the Delong restaurant and said. In fact, there was no need for him to say it. Everyone could see that a large group of people had already gathered around the restaurant to watch the show. When Wu Chang and the others arrived, these people dispersed and let the people of the Wu clan walk past. When the people of the Wu clan saw young Master Wu San and the others lying on the ground, their faces were extremely ugly. One of the elders hurriedly went forward to check on these people's injuries. His face instantly became extremely ugly. He said to Wu Chang, "Patriarch, their dantians are all broken and their limbs are all broken." As soon as the elder's words fell, the people of the Wu clan all changed their expressions. Wu Chang was even more furious and said, "Bastard, how dare you be so ruthless? You might as well kill them with one slash. I must make these people pay 100 times the price." After saying that, he led the people of the Wu clan into the restaurant. Li Mu and Luo Yu exchanged glances with the people behind them. Their eyes were filled with deep doubt. Li Mu could clearly sense that the atmosphere inside was very familiar. Luo Yu had already transmitted her voice to him, "It's the young master inside." Li Mu's body shook and he thought to himself, could it be that these people were injured by the palace master? If that was the case, the Wu clan would be finished. Li Mu said to Luo Yu, "Let's wait and see first." Since their palace lord was here, they would definitely treat their palace lord as the main character. They would cooperate well in this play. Ling Xiao placed Ling He in the most central position. Ling Xiao had already arranged for Ling He's men to clean him up, sweeping away his previous dirty appearance. Ling Xiao and his women chatted with him while Bayushi massaged his shoulders and legs. At first, the people of the proud smiling palace didn't understand why their palace master was treating the middle-aged man in such a way. Later, after listening to Ling Xiao and the others, they realized that the middle-aged man in front of them was an elder of their palace master's family. No wonder their palace master was being so humble. However, from this, they could see that their palace master was a very protective and righteous person. They thought that such a palace master was more worthy of their following. As soon as Wu Chang and the others stepped into this place, the people of the Wu clan immediately noticed that something was wrong. They looked at the beautiful women in front of them with outstanding temperament, and then looked at the dozens of men guarding them. They found that all of them were strong and spirited, and their auras were extremely vigorous. Even though they had restrained their auras, they still felt a strong sense of oppression. The people of the Wu clan were all shocked. They knew that the other party was not easy to deal with. Wu Wuchang was a middle-stage celestial venerable, and his senses were naturally extraordinary. However, although he knew that these people were not ordinary, they were not weak either. Moreover, this was their territory and they had the advantage in numbers. Thinking about the mystic Thararch of the proud smiling palace, he felt more at ease. Who are you? How dare you behave atrociously in our Wu clan city? If you don't give us an explanation today, don't even think about leaving this place. Wu Wuchang directly sat on a chair and said coldly to Ling Xiao and the others. Which one is Wu Shi and Wu Bei? Ling Xiao didn't answer but asked back. The people who crippled his grandfather were Wu Shi and Wu Bei. The first thing Ling Xiao wanted was to make them pay the price. Who do you think you are? How dare you call me by my name? A middle-aged man from the Wu clan stood up and shouted. Another Wu clan member of the same age said in disdain, "That's right, this is our Wu clan's territory. Whoever wants to behave atrociously has to see the situation clearly." These two people were Wu Shi and Wu Bei. They were both low-level celestial venerables. When they went out to do something, they coincidentally saw Ling He recuperating and found that Ling He's technique to quickly recover his physical body was extremely magical. They guessed that it might be some kind of high-grade technique and wanted to take it for themselves. However, Ling He only provided them with half of the mnemonic chant, which made them very dissatisfied, which led to Ling He's tragic ending. Ling Xiao shot a murderous glare at the two of them, and the two of them felt a powerful aura pressing down on them. They panicked and stumbled backwards. Fortunately, the people behind the Wu clan supported them. Ling Xiao did not kill them instantly. He only wanted to scare them. Later he would slowly deal with them. Ling Xiao helped Ling He up and said to the two people, "Old master, do you think it was them who attacked you heavily?" Ling He looked towards Wu Shi and Wu Bei, his eyes filled with anger. That's right, it was the two of them. Ling He would never forget the suffering he had suffered for more than a year. It was the two people in front of him who had scattered his cultivation and turned him into a beggar. That kind of hatred was something no one could understand. He had fantasized many times that one day he would kill these two people, pull out their tendons and drink their blood to vent the hatred in his heart. Of course, Ling Xiao could see the strong hatred in Ling He's eyes. He immediately said faintly, "Cripple the two of them first." Now that Ling Xiao was a palace master, he would not easily make a move. Otherwise, what was the point of bringing these people around him? As soon as Ling Xiao's words fell, a peak heavenly venerable instantly attacked Wu Shi and Wu Bei. However, the moment he attacked, a peak heavenly venerable from the Wu clan rushed forward and shouted, "Don't think that the Wu clan has no one." Bang bang. Neither of them used elemental power. They only used their moves to collide with each other. Even so, the power of a peak heavenly venerable was enough to shake the restaurant. When the two of them exchanged blows, another person from the proud smiling palace flashed out. This person also had the strength of a peak heavenly venerable, and his moves were very solid. The people from the Wu clan were already prepared. Two high-level heavenly venerables rushed out at the same time. "Since you are so arrogant, then all of you can go to hell," Wu Wuchang said faintly, revealing a ruthless look. Just as he was about to call Li Mu and the others, a figure flashed past. Everyone only saw a blur in front of their eyes and then they heard two screams. "Ah!" Wu Shi and Wu Bei had already rolled down in front of Ling He. Both of their hands had already been cut off. Blood continuously flowed out from their wounds. They looked incomparably hideous and frightening. Everyone stopped. They did not know why Wu Shi and Wu Bei suddenly had their arms cut off and were kneeling on the ground. The people from the Wu clan were all shocked. They could be sure that there must be a super expert among the other party. Wu Wuchang's forehead began to sweat. He thought to himself, why did so many terrifying people suddenly come? First, the people from the proud smiling palace came to the Wu clan to ask for indigo fire stones. Now, such a mysterious group of people came to this restaurant to attack them. What kind of bad luck did the Wu clan have? Old master, I will leave them to you. Ling Xiao took out a spiritual weapon and handed it to Ling He. Ling He held the spiritual weapon excitedly. His eyes were red with anger as he stared at Wu Shi and Wu Bei. He said fiercely, "You have such a day. Previously you bullied the weak. I had nothing to say. But after you got the incantation you crippled me and tortured me. Now I will let you suffer a fate worse than death." After saying that, Ling He raised the spiritual weapon and chopped at Wu Shi and Wu Bei with trembling hands. The two wanted to dodge, but they found that their bodies were like being pressed down by a mountain. They could not move at all. Their hearts were like dead ashes. They did not expect that a mere king stage cultivator was actually someone with a great background. Wu Wuchang came back to his senses and shouted, "How dare you!" Wu Shi and Wu Bei were Wu Wuchang's cousins. Seeing his own people being harmed, how could he, as the head of the family, not say anything? The people of the Wu clan also came back to their senses after hearing Wu Wuchang's voice. Many of them wanted to save Wu Shi and Wu Bei. Suddenly, a strong aura descended on the people of the Wu clan. All of them felt suffocated and uncomfortable. Mystic the Arch. These two words appeared in the minds of the people of the Wu clan again. At the moment when they were suppressed, the spiritual weapon in Ling He's hand fell. He did not take Wu Shi and Wu Bei's lives directly. He only cut off their ears first. The two of them screamed in pain again. Ling He did not stop. Although he had lost his cultivation, the spring water of life had improved his physique. Also, with the high-grade elixir that Ling Xiao gave him, it was not difficult for him to move a little. Ling He revealed a happy expression. The spiritual weapon in his hand chopped at Wu Shi and Wu Bei. "You bastards bully people. Aren't you very powerful? Come and resist, damn it." Ling He cursed and waved his spiritual weapon. He did not cut the vital parts of the human body. He just let them taste the pain of cutting flesh and let them know how uncomfortable it was to live a life worse than death. From this, it could be seen how deep Ling He's resentment was these days. Ling Xiao also knew that he had to let his great-grandfather vent his resentment. Only in this way it would not create a demon in his heart. Only then would he be able to go further in the future. "Elderly, when are you going to make a move?" Wu Wuchang shouted with bloodshot eyes. Being bullied in his own territory, he, as the head of the family, was really aggrieved. Li Mu said before that he would help the Wu clan kill these people. Now that he did not do anything, he could only be thick-skinned and call for help. At this time, Li Mu, Luo Yu and the others came to the front of the crowd. Just when Wu Wuchang thought that Li Mu and the others would make a move, Li Mu and the others did something that made the Wu clan feel despair. Chapter 849. Li Mu, Luo Yu and several other celestial masters stepped forward and knelt on one knee in front of Ling Xiao. "Greetings, Palace Master." The people of the Wu clan were speechless with their mouths wide open. They could not wrap their heads around it. The young man in front of them was actually the Palace Master of the Proud Smiling Palace. What the hell was going on? The Proud Smiling Palace had only been established for a few months, but it was already famous in the central region. Not only were they allies of the Dongfang clan and the Feng clan, but they also had a lot of friendship with the spiritual martial pavilion. Moreover, they had killed the 5,000 experts of the Black Demon sect one by one. This reputation and record were enough to make them look up to many forces. Before the Proud Smiling Palace became famous, as the Palace Master of the Proud Smiling Palace, Ling Xiao had already caused a sensation in the central region. His every battle record was so impressive that people could only look up to him. In the end, he even made the Gu clan, who issued the Gu killing order, put down their pride and asked for peace. These achievements had already made Ling Xiao the strongest genius of the new generation. He was also the idol of countless young people in the central region and the person the older generation looked up to. As a fifth-grade family, the Wu clan did not know the movements in the central region like the back of their hand, but they could still receive information about some big things quickly. Of course, they had already heard about the Proud Smiling Palace and Ling Xiao. They did not expect that the person who caused trouble in their Wu clan city and crippled their disciples was from the Proud Smiling Palace. Moreover, the palace master was here in person. Suddenly they all felt a little suffocated. Wu Chang felt his blood boiling. He originally wanted to ask Li Mu and the others to help the Wu clan, but was it still possible now? When Li Mu came to the Wu clan to buy indigo firestones, there was already a terrifying Emperor Xian by his side. Now Ling Xiao also had Emperor Xian by his side. Moreover, Ling Xiao's combat power was superior. It would be a piece of cake for him to deal with them or even all of the Wu clan. "They said they want you to deal with me?" Ling Xiao said with a playful look. His words were directed at Li Mu and the others, but his eyes were fixed on Wu Chang and the others. The faces of the people of the Wu clan were already pale to the extreme. They didn't dare to imagine the consequences of provoking such a force. Wu Chang, who was sitting on the chair, panicked and actually flipped over and sat down on the chair. He, a patriarch of a 5th-grade clan, actually put on airs in front of a palace lord of a 3rd-grade sect, and even threatened to kill them all. This time he was completely flustered. Palace Master, I went to their Wu clan to take the Indigo Firestone and came out with them on the way. I didn't expect them to offend you, Palace Master. How would I dare to be disrespectful to Palace Master? Li Mu said to Ling Xiao, then he turned around and glared at Wu Chang. Patriarch Wu, how dare you disrespect our Palace Master? Wu Chang got up from the ground, wiped the sweat on his forehead and said with a smile, This is definitely... Before he could finish speaking, Ling Xiao said impatiently, There's no need to say anything. Your Wu clan dared to cripple my old master and even tortured him for more than a year. This matter must be paid with the blood of everyone in your Wu clan. Ling Xiao's words were resolute and decisive, leaving no room for negotiation. Regardless of whether the other people of the Wu clan were innocent or not, his old master was indeed crippled by the people of the Wu clan, and he suffered all kinds of humiliation. If he didn't massacre the Wu clan, it would be hard for him to swallow this anger. At the same time, he also wanted to prove one thing to everyone, and that was that no one in Ling Xiao's family could be casually touched. Otherwise he would suffer 10 times the salary. As soon as Ling Xiao's words fell, the people of the proud smiling palace took action at the same time, killing Gung Hong, Fang Qin and Luo Yu, the 3 great mystic emperors. A total of dozens of people from the Wu clan came, but they didn't even have the chance to escape from the restaurant before they were killed one by one, including the Wu clan's patriarch Wu Chang. When they went to hell they would cry out for injustice. Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't just kill these people. If he said that he would massacre the Wu clan, he would definitely do it. Thus, he let Li Mu and the others bring Luo Yu, Fang Qin, and the other Empyreans to attack the Wu clan, leaving only Gung Hong behind. One day later, everyone in the Wu clan was killed. This matter caused great panic in the Wu clan city, and everyone was in danger. They couldn't understand why the Wu clan, who had dominated this place for thousands of years, would be finished just like that. This was simply too unexpected. On the 2nd day after the Wu clan was exterminated, countless rumors spread throughout the city. Have you heard? The Wu clan was wiped out. What the hell is going on? You don't even know? I heard that Master Wu San offended a beggar. Unexpectedly, the beggar had a very powerful background. As a result, the Wu clan was wiped out. So in the future, you should be polite to the beggar, lest you die without knowing what happened. It's not like that. The beggar was crippled by the people of the Wu clan. That beggar happened to be an elder of the palace, lord of the proud smiling palace. The Wu clan kicked an iron plate and was wiped out. It's a pity that they lost thousands of years of foundation. No wonder. The palace lord of the proud smiling palace isn't even afraid of the black demon sect, so why would he care about the Wu clan? Isn't he courting death? No matter how the rumors spread, the prestige of the proud smiling palace was once again spread. Within the Central Territory, a 6th and 7th rank power could only be considered to be the weakest type of sect or clan, and these 2 ranks were the most numerous. On the other hand, only a power that had attained the 5th rank could be considered to be an overlord of an area, and it possessed a certain level of reputation. It wasn't something that just any power could easily touch. The fact that such a 5th grade force was completely annihilated in just one day and one night was enough to attract a lot of attention. Those forces all knew that the people of the proud smiling palace were overbearing, so they began to restrain their own people. In the future, if they met the people of the proud smiling palace, they must be courteous. They must absolutely not provoke the people of the proud smiling palace. Otherwise, it would be a tragedy if the Wu clan suffered the same fate as the Wu clan. With the destruction of the Wu clan, the industries occupied by the Wu clan began to be fought over by many forces. Especially the indigo firestones that were mined by the Wu clan, several 6th grade forces were fighting over them with all their might. For a time, the places that the Wu clan had occupied were filled with the flames of war and blood everywhere. Ling Xiao and the others who had eradicated the Wu clan had already left the Wu clan city. Naturally, they did not know what happened later. With Ling He and Ling Xiao's group, the speed of their journey was not affected. Ling He also learned from Bayushi on the way that he, a junior who was at the level of a great-grandson, had actually made a name for himself in the central region. All kinds of deeds made him even more shocked. Thinking back to more than 10 years ago when Ling Xiao had just left Meteorite City, he was just a young man at the middle stage of the mystic realm. In the blink of an eye, he had actually become a high-level celestial master. He also held the power of a palace and became the palace master who was above everyone else. He even clashed with the top aristocratic families of the central region and did not lose the upper hand. As an elder of Ling Xiao, he felt extremely proud of his achievements. He was so excited that tears welled up in his old eyes. Their Ling family had finally produced a remarkable figure. This time, when Ling Xiao returned to the northwest, he planned to move the Ling clan to the central region. He firmly believed that the Ling clan would also become a big family in the central region in the near future. At the same time, he was also secretly praising Ling Xiao's character. He had become an overlord, but he still did not forget his clan. Such a person was most worthy of respect and following. Even if I am crippled for the rest of my life, I can still see the prosperity of the clan. I'm also comforted. Ling He sighed happily. As the supreme elder of the Ling clan, Ling He had always protected the safety and prosperity of the clan. Now that he had lost all his cultivation, he also opened his heart and did not care too much about his own cultivation when he saw that Ling Xiao had grown up. Anyway, the Ling clan was destined to prosper. He was quite satisfied. Old master, didn't I tell you before? Young master is now a grade 7 alchemist. With him, your cultivation will definitely come back, and it won't be a problem for you to go a step further. Bayushi said. Bayushi had followed her young master for many years and knew of her young master's various brilliant methods. She believed that her young master was an omnipotent existence and had blind trust in her young master. She also firmly believed that Ling Xiao would definitely be able to help Ling He recover his strength. Ling He laughed, "Haha, of course I believe in Xiao, but if the price is too high then forget it." Of course, Ling He also wanted to recover his cultivation, but he did not want to make things difficult for Ling Xiao. It was not easy to refine a grade 7 pill, and the spirit herbs needed were even rarer. He did not want to drag Ling Xiao down because of this. Ling Xiao said from the side, "Old master, don't think too much. When we return to the clan, I will immediately refine a pill to help you recover. This matter cannot be any easier for Xiao." After hearing this, Ling He's eyes lit up. Since Ling Xiao had said so, he would definitely believe him. "Good, it seems that my old bones can still move for a few more years," Ling He said happily. "Don't worry, old master. You still have a long life ahead of you," Bayushi said again. "That's right. Once my husband becomes a saint alchemist, it will be hard for you not to advance. At that time you will have an endless lifespan." Yu Laiyan had a sweet mouth and also chimed in. Bing Ruoxue did not want to be outdone. "Yes, when that time comes, we will always be filial to you." At the same time she also looked at Yu Laiyan. Although the relationship between the two women had improved a lot, as long as they were together, it was inevitable that they would fight a little. It's good that you have the heart," Ling He said happily. Another month passed, and Ling Xiao and the others finally arrived at the Blood Demon region that led to the northwest and the southern wasteland. As long as they passed through the Blood Demon region, they would be able to return to the southern wasteland's Gu City. Feng Xianyun was getting more and more excited. She would finally be able to see her grandfather and son, whom she had missed for a long time. Chapter 850. In the southern wasteland's Gu City, this city that had been reopened 10 years ago was once again bustling with activity. This was once a forbidden area for humans in the southern wasteland. This was because the once powerful Gu clan of the southern wasteland had been annihilated here by forces from the central region, leaving behind countless resentful spirits to wreak havoc here. Even if a heavenly venerable came here, it would be difficult for them to survive. Ling Xiao was the lucky one who inherited the heavenly fate. He relied on the might of the heavenly fire and his relationship with the Gu clan to destroy all the resentful spirits in Gu City and rebuild the Gu City that it was today. Gu City was still managed by the descendants of the Gu clan, but they were no longer restricted. They were also open to other people in the southern wasteland, allowing them to trade and live freely here. Ancient buildings, spacious streets, and bustling crowds made the southern wasteland bustling with activity. In the city lord's mansion, there was a courtyard that had been built independently. In the courtyard, there was a 10-year-old boy playing with a small cauldron. This little boy was as pretty as a girl. He had delicate features, fluttering black hair, and a well-built body. He had an evil smile on his face, giving off an inexplicable sense of affinity. Anyone who saw this little boy could not help but feel that he was very likable. At the same time they would exclaim, "This child will definitely become a handsome man in a few years." The little boy looked at the small cauldron in front of him attentively. From time to time he would throw some third or fourth level poisonous spirit herbs into the small cauldron, as if he was refining some kind of poison. Not long after, the small cauldron began to emit a pungent smell. An ordinary person would have fainted immediately upon smelling it, but this little boy was fine. Instead he looked very excited. Hee, it's done, it's done. Little Kenzie will have something delicious to eat soon. The little boy rubbed his hands excitedly as he laughed. As the smell emitted by the small cauldron grew stronger, there were some strange movements in the courtyard surroundings. Many poisonous insects swarmed in from all directions. There were poisonous snakes, centipedes, black ants, hairy turtles. Outside the courtyard someone exclaimed, "Oh no, the young master is summoning poisonous creatures again. Quick, run." For a moment, the martial artists guarding outside the courtyard all ran away in panic. The maids were so frightened that their smiles turned pale and they screamed again and again. Seeing the venomous insects and beasts swarming in from all directions, not only was the little boy not afraid, but he was also extremely happy as he shouted, "Good, good, I didn't expect there to be so many little sweethearts this time. Little Kenzie, come out quickly, it's time to eat." As his delicate voice fell, a small golden thing ran out of the small cauldron. It looked like a small silkworm. It was pink and shiny, appearing extremely cute. The surrounding poisonous insects and beasts all rushed towards the small cauldron. The little golden silkworm looked around and suddenly, it underwent a huge change. In the blink of an eye, it had grown to a height of nearly 20 meters. It looked like both a goo insect and a silkworm. Overall, it looked like a combination of the two types of spirit beast. Its body, which was shining with golden light, gave off a strong might and domineering aura. This was an ancient high-level exotic beast, the golden silkworm goo king. The golden silkworm goo opened its mouth wide and produced a strong suction force, sucking in all the poisonous insects and beasts around it. It was like a bottomless pit, swallowing all the poisonous creatures one by one without feeling anything wrong. As the poisonous creatures entered its stomach, the golden silkworm goo's stomach also swelled up a lot. However, in the instant it burped, it actually returned to its original state. The little boy jumped on the golden silkworm goo excitedly and patted its head, asking, "Little Kenzie, are you full?" The golden silkworm goo made a few GG sounds, as if it was answering the little boy's question. The little boy revealed a helpless expression and said, "I know you are a glutton, you will never be full." After a pause, he held his cheek and said, "It's just that great-grandpa doesn't allow me to go into the mountains, otherwise I would definitely be able to make more food for you. Really, I am already a grown man, but great-grandpa doesn't allow me to go out and play by myself. So annoying." As soon as he finished speaking, an old voice came from outside the courtyard. "Little Tian, you child, you didn't know to tell the people outside before you made a move. You scared them so much that they won't dare to protect you in the future. Are you asking for a beating?" There was a hint of reproach in his tone, but it was more filled with kindness and concern. A white-haired old man holding a walking stick walked in from outside the courtyard. He had a smile on his face and the wrinkles on his face were quite deep. This old man was the high priest of the Gu clan. He was already a high-level heavenly venerable and was one of the top experts in the southern wasteland. And this 10-year-old boy was the son of Ling Xiao and Feng Xianyun, Feng Lingtian. Feng Lingtian jumped down from the golden silkworm goo and ran to the high priest's side. He held the high priest's other hand very obediently and said, "Great-grandpa, this has nothing to do with Tianer. This is all your fault." The high priest was very pleased with his great-grandson's filial piety and immediately asked, "Why does this have to do with great-grandpa? It was obviously you who summoned the poisonous creatures." "If great-grandpa asked me to go into the mountains alone to summon the poisonous creatures, these poisonous creatures would come here and scare them, don't you think so?" Feng Lingtian asked back, his beautiful eyes filled with a hint of craftiness. The high priest used his walking stick to lightly knock on Feng Lingtian's forehead and said, "You little rascal, don't think that I don't know what you're planning. You're too weak now and there are many high-level spirit beasts in the mountains. If you meet them, you'll become food in the stomachs of the spirit beasts. It's better to wait for you to grow up a little more." The high priest had nothing to say to his only great-grandson. He didn't want anything to happen to his great-grandson. He still wanted to see him take over his position and become the new high priest of the Gu clan. Feng Lingtian pouted in dissatisfaction and shook the high priest's hand. "Great-grandpa, I'm already 13 years old and I have the strength of a spirit master. How can a normal rank 3 spirit beast be a match for me? What's more, don't I have little Kenzie to help me? What's there to be afraid of?" Feng Lingtian was a person who couldn't stay still. He hated being trapped in one place and not being able to move. How sullen. However, he couldn't escape his great-grandpa's sight, so he had no choice. Even if that's the case, there are many high-level spirit beasts in the mountains. Even little Kenzi can't handle them, the high priest replied. He then said, "How about this, next time I'll get some people to accompany you, but you can't go too deep. Otherwise, great-grandpa won't allow you to take even half a step out of Gu City." Feng Lingtian replied with a downcast face, all right. Great-grandpa, you want to trap little Tian like a bird in a cage. I don't have any freedom." "Ah, don't worry. When your strength reaches the king stage, great-grandpa will give you enough freedom," the high priest said. "I'm only a spirit master right now. I'm afraid that I won't be able to reach the king stage without a few years of cultivation." Feng Lingtian sighed. "You little rascal, it's not easy for others to reach the king stage in their lifetime. You have the confidence to break through in a few years, which is already an amazing thing. You're not inferior to your mother," the high priest said with a smile. When he spoke of Feng Lingtian's mother, a look of longing appeared on the high priest's face. Feng Lingtian was no exception. His playful expression calmed down as he said, "Mother and father have been gone for a long time. Tian almost doesn't remember what they look like. Which child didn't want to be loved and cared for by their parents?" Feng Lingtian was a relatively strong child, but he was no exception. The high priest caressed Feng Lingtian's forehead and sighed, "Don't blame your mother. She followed your father, so naturally she has to serve him." Feng Xianyun was raised by him, and she was his only granddaughter. In the blink of an eye, they hadn't seen each other for 10 years. He must have missed her very much, and at the same time he had a lot of worries. The central region was a place where experts gathered. Even though Ling Xiao and Feng Xianyun could be considered outstanding in the southern wasteland, would they still be able to stand at the top when they reached the other side? What if they provoked a powerful enemy? How would they face it? "I hope that the heavens will help them," the high priest prayed in his heart. It was also at this time that the high priest sensed many powerful auras approaching from outside the city. "Tian, you stay here. You are not allowed to go anywhere," the high priest sternly instructed before rushing out of the courtyard. He also ordered many experts to guard the courtyard closely. Following that, he led the 2 Empyreans and 10 Earth Emperor stage experts out of the city at the same time. "High priest, the aura of the person who came is very strong and fast. Could it be another enemy of our Gu clan?" a low-level Empyrean asked. Another low-level Empyrean also said, "That's impossible. Our Gu clan has only reappeared for 10 years. It's impossible for them to know. Moreover, that matter has already happened for 10,000 years. Who would remember it? The Gu clan had almost been exterminated 10,000 years ago. Everyone in the Gu clan remembered these things clearly. Now their Gu clan had once again occupied their original city and started a new life. Suddenly, a large number of powerful auras appeared outside of Gu City. How could they not be worried? The high priest kept calculating in his heart. If the other party was not from the central region, he really could not understand how such a powerful force could exist in the southern wilderness or the neighboring northwest region. Thinking about this, the high priest felt a lot of pressure. Their Gu clan had painstakingly left behind this bloodline, and he could not let it be destroyed in his hands. Moreover, he definitely did not want anything to happen to his great-grandson. The Gu clan still needed him to revitalize. "Forget it. If they really want to attack our clan, I'll protect Tian and leave even if I have to risk my life." The high priest made up his mind. At this time, the person with the powerful aura had already sped in front of the high priest and the others. Above the city, a terrifying aura soared into the sky. The roar of a high-rank spirit beast caused the people in the Gu clan to panic. Ever since the Gu clan was rebuilt, there had not been a large-scale battle. It would be strange if they did not panic when such a terrifying force suddenly appeared. Chapter 851. There weren't as many transmission arrays in the southern wasteland as there were in the central region. Only the cities under the direct control of some sects would have transmission arrays. There weren't many transmission arrays leading to Gu City. Ling Xiao and the others only used a teleportation formation to reach the nearest city to Gu City. Then they rode on their spirit beasts as fast as they could. Feng Xianyun and Yan Er were very anxious. When they arrived at Gu City, they didn't even bother to recall their spirit beasts. They directly flew above the city with the others. It made the guards of Gu City tremble with fear. The strongest among them was only a king stage cultivator. When they saw the mighty spirit beasts of the 6th and 7th rank, their legs started to tremble. How could they have the courage to stop the people? Fortunately, the group of people did not attack the people in the city. They just flew all the way into the city. Everyone in Gu City was shocked by the terrifying spirit beasts in the sky. They panicked and looked for a place to hide. They were afraid that they would be swallowed alive by the spirit beasts. The high priest and the others didn't fly for long before a powerful force appeared in front of them. The terrifying pressure of the 6th and 7th rank spirit beasts made the high priest and the others tremble. "Who are you?" the high priest shouted with a dark face. No matter how strong or weak the other party was, the high priest had to protect the people of Gu City and the people of Gu Clan. "Grandpa." A pleasantly surprised voice rang out from within the group of newcomers. The high priest heard the familiar voice and his body trembled. Then he looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a beautiful woman in deep purple flying over. The high priest's pupils shrank. He couldn't believe it. He murmured, It's Yun'er? Grandpa Yun'er is back to see you." Feng Xianyun came to the high priest's side and greeted him. Her words showed how much she missed him. Tears of excitement welled up in her beautiful eyes. Ling Xiao waved his hand and asked the people to keep all the spirit beasts. He went to the high priest and bowed. "Xiao, greets Grandpa." The high priest looked at his granddaughter, who was very close to him, and then looked at his grandson-in-law. Tears welled up in his eyes. He grabbed his granddaughter's hand and said excitedly, Good, it's good that you're back. Quick, let's go back to the mansion and meet again." The high priest had never imagined that such a powerful force would be the return of his granddaughter and grandson-in-law. He was overjoyed. Since they had already met the great priest, Feng Xianyun did not seem to be in too much of a hurry. She responded and returned to the Castellan mansion with him. "Grandfather Teng, he's not good?" Feng Xianyun asked. Feng Xianyun's heart ached when she thought about her son who had lost his parents' love since a young age. No matter what, she had to bring her grandfather and son to the Central Territory. The high priest laughed heartily. "That little fellow is fine, just a little mischievous." "Grandpa, you must be spoiling him too much. That's not good," Ling Xiao said from the side. He knew that the high priest doted on his son and was afraid that his son would become the disciple of a playboy. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing," the high priest replied. While they were talking, everyone had returned to the Castellan mansion. The high priest arranged for the rest of the people in the proud smiling palace to stay. Ling Xiao also let his women and the old master rest. After traveling day and night for a few months, everyone was tired. The high priest brought Feng Xianyun and Ling Xiao to the courtyard behind the Castellan mansion. "Great-grandfather, you're back. Are you all right?" An elegant and tender voice immediately sounded in the courtyard. Then a short figure rushed out of the courtyard. Before the figure could reach the high priest, he abruptly stopped in his tracks. His gaze landed on the two people beside his grandfather, and there was a perplexed look in his eyes. At the same time, his heart was beating extremely fast for some unknown reason, and his blood was boiling. Feng Xianyun recognized the boy in front of her at a glance. Although they hadn't seen each other for 10 years, Feng Lingtian had already turned from a baby to a big boy. However, mother and son were connected by heart. No matter how he changed, as his mother, Feng Xianyun, would naturally be able to recognize him immediately. "You're my mother," Feng Lingtian said with a look of disbelief. Feng Xianyun finally couldn't help but take 2 steps forward and hug her son fiercely. 10 years of separation and longing had finally come to an end. Her tears turned into countless words and fell down one after another. "Mother." Feng Lingtian also felt Feng Xianyun's longing for him, and he once again felt the care of a mother's love. He also choked with sobs and hugged his mother tightly. No matter how strong a child Feng Lingtian was normally, he was still a 13-year-old child. He really needed the love and care of his parents. Looking at the mother and son together, Ling Xiao, as a father, felt extremely guilty in his heart. If it was said that 10 years ago, Ling Xiao still didn't have the heart to be a good father, then 10 years later, he truly felt that he was already a father. He had a son, so he should have the obligation to let his son follow by his side, take good care of him and let him grow up. Otherwise, if his son became a hedonistic son of a rich family, then his responsibility as a father would be the greatest. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, but still walked over and hugged the mother and son, saying lightly, "All right, our family is reunited and we won't be separated again." Feng Lingtian raised his head from his mother's embrace and looked at his father. For some reason he felt a sense of nervousness. Maybe it was because he was used to being scolded and beaten by his father when he was young, and there was still a shadow in his heart. Even so, he still very affectionately called out, "Father, Father. And you're doing very well now. You didn't neglect your cultivation. It's just that I don't know if you listened to great-grandfather's words or not. Otherwise you'll be in trouble." Ling Xiao looked at his handsome son and felt a little jealous in his heart. He couldn't help but scold his son with a stern face. "Tian is the most obedient. Mother, you have to believe me." Feng Ling knew that his father was most afraid of his mother, so he immediately acted coquettishly towards his mother. "Xiao, can you not scold your son as soon as you come back?" Feng Xianyun glared at Ling Xiao and shouted. Ling Xiao helplessly smiled bitterly, "I'm only doing this for his own good." Ling Xiao's family gathered together. Feng Xianyun, Feng Lingtian, and the high priest were the happiest. Ling Xiao also stayed for the time being. He wasn't in a hurry to rush back to Meteorite City. He wanted to stay in Gu City for a few days to accompany his son. At the same time, he asked his son to show him what he had learned. His son was only 13 years old, but he was already a low-rank spirit master. Other than his own outstanding Tenbin, he also had the high priest's wholehearted nurturing. Ling Xiao originally thought that his son would definitely have a good performance in martial skills. Unexpectedly, he discovered that when his son used various martial skills, he didn't seem to be focused at all. It was more like he was casually playing around. It was all just for show and didn't have the slightest bit of practicality. Ling Xiao couldn't help but shout coldly, "What kind of moves are you using? You have a body full of spirit power but you don't know how to use it. The strength of your punches and kicks are flashy but without substance. Just how did you cultivate? You're really rotten to the core." Spirit rank cultivation but battle power was only at mystic rank. He didn't have any actual combat experience. How could this not make Ling Xiao angry? Hearing his father's scolding, Feng Lingtian felt wronged. His mouth became crooked and he looked like he was about to cry. "Xiao Tianer is still young, why are you shouting at him so loudly?" Feng Xianyun spoke for her son from the side. You should know that Tianer has a body full of cultivation, but he doesn't know any battle techniques." "How can this be? In the future he will have to take charge," Ling Xiao said. Ling Xiao had 2 lifetimes of cultivation experience. Sometimes he felt that he knew better battle techniques. He knew how to use every move and every style to create a different battle result. Therefore to him, his son had the cultivation of Spirit Master. At the very least he should have the battle power of Spirit Master. But now he only had the battle power of Mystic rank. He was the kind of person who had power but didn't know how to use it. This made him feel a bit annoyed. He had to take advantage of the fact that his son was still young and immediately guide his son's mistakes. Only then would he be able to grow stronger in a good direction in the future. Feng Lingtian said with some reluctance, "Normally the people that great-grandfather calls over to spar with me don't dare to use their full strength to spar with me. They also don't allow Tian to train in the mountains because they are afraid of danger. I practiced these moves according to the chance, it's Tian who didn't practice well." When Ling Xiao heard this he couldn't help but sigh and say, "Great-grandfather dotes on you too much. Let's go, father will bring you to the mountains to train." With that, he grabbed Feng Lingtian's collar and flew towards the mountain range outside the city, regardless of whether Feng Lingtian was willing or not. Feng Lingtian secretly revealed a sly smile. His expression was as if he had succeeded in his scheme. Actually, the martial skills he knew wouldn't be too bad. He had purposely learned it for his father to see, and with his father's personality, he would definitely be unhappy. Then he would take the opportunity to tell him about his own experience. This way he would finally be able to smoothly go to the mountains to play. If Ling Xiao knew that his son was using a scheme to deceive the heavens, he would definitely fly into a rage. To actually be schemed against by his own son, where would he put his old face? Ling Xiao threw Feng Lingtian into a mountain region where the spirit beasts were not very strong and let him train alone for a month. He wanted him to rely on his own strength to survive and not rely on any external forces. Of course, Feng Lingtian had to pretend to be afraid, but in reality he was very happy in his heart. He exclaimed, "I can finally come out and play, this young master is really suffocating." Ling Xiao naturally couldn't ignore his son's life and death. In this month he had been paying attention to his son's movements, and definitely wouldn't let anything happen to him. It was also through secret observation that he realized that he had misjudged his son's fighting strength. When dealing with some low-level spirit beasts, his son had displayed a ruthless and murderous side. Furthermore, he looked like he was having a good time, so he knew that he had been deceived by his son. "This kid even deceived me, he's really asking for a beating." Ling Xiao revealed a helpless and gratified smile. Chapter 852. A month later, Feng Ling Tian naturally came out smoothly. Ling Xiao looked at his son who was still humming a tune and walking briskly. He couldn't help but think of when he was young. He also had this kind of carefree expression. After a month of training, Feng Ling Tian's body was more or less in a sorry state, but he did not suffer any serious injuries. His entire body had become sharp, and his aura had also greatly improved. Ling Xiao knew that through some battles and struggles on the edge of life and death, any warrior would have a lot of gains, and his son had undoubtedly gained a lot. Father, Tiana was lucky enough to not disappoint you. I killed 15 second-stage spirit beasts and 6 third-stage spirit beasts. Feng Ling Tian confidently said in front of his father. At the same time he took out the heads of the spirit beasts for Ling Xiao to check. Ling Xiao had long known about his son's results, so he acted very indifferently and said, "And it's not bad. Next, let me test you on your harvest for this month." Seeing that his father was not very surprised, Feng Ling Tian was a little stupefied. He had already completed the mission his father had set for him. However, he did not think too deeply about it. In any case, his father still wanted to see his ability to fight. As long as he was serious, he believed that his father would be shocked. Just as Feng Ling Tian was about to practice his martial skill, Ling Xiao said, "Attack me with all your strength. Father will not use any strength to deal with you. Let's see if you can make father take half a step back from here." Ling Xiao was already a high-level sky sovereign, and his son was only a low-level spirit master. His request was too much, but fortunately he said that he would not use any strength, so it was worth a try. Without saying a word, Feng Ling Tian immediately took the initiative to attack, giving off an imposing aura. Ling Xiao had a hint of admiration in his eyes. His son was not as particular as the average person. If he suddenly attacked, even if he was facing someone stronger than him, he would still have an unexpected harvest. Feng Ling Tian knew how powerful his father was, so he used all his strength to attack his father from the very beginning. Every move he made had both offense and defense, and he had somewhat comprehended the true meaning of martial skills. Ling Xiao was also quite satisfied with this, but he originally wanted to teach his son a lesson, so he let his son attack him. After all, this little guy actually dared to play tricks on him, his father, and hid his true battle prowess. If he didn't give him a good beating, he really wouldn't take him, his father, seriously. Thus, after that, Feng Ling Tian was hit by Ling Xiao's footsteps more than 10 times, causing Feng Ling Tian to cry out in pain. He secretly cursed his father for being too ruthless. When Ling Xiao brought her son back to Gu City, Feng Xianyun was heartbroken to see her son covered in wounds. Feng Ling Tian naturally pretended to be more uncomfortable and heavily injured. Only by doing so would he, his father, have a hard time. Sure enough, Feng Xianyun pulled Ling Xiao into another round of criticism. Ling Xiao was a dignified overlord, but he didn't even dare to retort in front of his wife. He felt so wronged in his heart. How did I get such a son? How am I going to live in the future? Ling Xiao sighed helplessly in his heart. Following that, Ling Xiao and the others no longer needed to worry about Gu City. It was time to return to the northwest. This time, the high priest and Feng Ling Tian were also heading to the northwest with them. The reason why Ling Xiao stayed in Gu City for a month, other than to train his son, was also to give this time to the high priest, so that he could find another priest to replace him. The Gu clan had definitely stabilized and Ling Xiao had a new foundation. Ling Xiao did not wish for the high priest and his son to stay in the southern wasteland. Only by going to the central region would they have a greater space to become stronger. At first, the high priest was unable to give up on his clan. He had always hoped that Feng Ling Tian could take over his position and make the Gu clan stronger once again. However, when Feng Xianyun told him about the various powerful forces in the central region, he felt that he was still stuck in his own way. He should not have limited his great-grandson to the southern wasteland, but rather let his great-grandson have a bigger stage so that he could become stronger. In the future he could also come back to support the development of his clan. After thinking through all of this, the high priest agreed to go to the central region with Ling Xiao and the others. Feng Ling Tian did not need to worry that he was unwilling to leave this place. He was at a curious age and yearned for the outside world. Now that he heard that his parents wanted to bring him to a place with even more experts to live, he was naturally ecstatic. Before leaving, Ling Xiao still used his identity as an alchemist to help the new high priest and other important members of the Gu clan raise their cultivation. He also left behind a lot of resources so that they could become stronger in the future. The high priest realized that his grandson-in-law was becoming more and more mature. He was very comforted. The only thing that was lacking was that this kid had too many women. If the other clansmen knew about this, they would probably drag him into a pig cage and drown him. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had the strength to do so. It took a lot of time to travel from the southern wasteland to the northwest. Even though Ling Xiao and the others rushed at full speed, it took them more than a month to return to the northwest Purple Sky City. This time Ling Xiao and the others were not as high profile as when they returned to Gu City. Instead, they kept all their spiritual beasts and hid their presence well so that they did not alarm the people in the city. Ling Xiao did not return to the Purple Sky sect directly. Instead, he brought everyone to a restaurant and settled them down. Yu Laiyin and Wu Meinyang had to return to the Charm sect and would not enter the Purple Sky sect. Bing Ruoshui used to be sect leader Yun Xiong's disciple. However, after a misunderstanding with Yun Mingqi, she had left the Purple Sky sect. Now that she had returned to the sect, she definitely had to pay her respects. Ling Xiao did not have any feelings for sect leader Yun Xiong. Even though he was Ling Xiao's father-in-law, Ling Xiao felt that Yun Xiong's actions in the past were very shameless. Ling Xiao had returned this time to pick up his master, grandmaster and the others. At the same time he also had a wish that he wanted to fulfill. Ji Beixin wanted to return to see her grandfather, so she would naturally head to the Purple Sky sect with Ling Xiao. Hence, Ling Xiao brought Ji Beixin and Bing Ruoshui to the Purple Sky sect. There used to be 36 great sects in the Northwest Territory. Now there were only 35 great sects left. After the once powerful 7th grade sect, the Heavy Sword sect, was destroyed, the power structure began to change. The Radiant Star Hall and the Charm sect were still the two strongest 7th grade sections. The Heaven Forsaken sect, which was originally in 4th place, had 2 heavenly venerables. They had successfully replaced the Heavy Sword sect and became the 3rd strongest 7th grade sect in the Northwest Territory. Now the Purple Sky sect had risen by 2 places. This was because in recent years the Purple Sky sect had gained 2 more Earthly Sovereign rank experts and a high-level Earthly Sovereign rank expert. Even though they did not have the strength of a 7th grade sect, they were much stronger than an ordinary 8th grade sect. Their status in the Northwest Territory had greatly increased. The Purple Sky sect's Wooden Flag Peak was originally a peak region where the combat strength of the peaks was not very strong. After all, among the many attributes, the attack power of the wood attribute was not particularly strong. However, over a decade ago the situation began to change. This was because a powerful true disciple had appeared on the Wooden Flag Peak. That true disciple eventually became the youngest elder in the Purple Sky sect, the youngest king rank expert, and the most outstanding alchemist. In the end, when the sect was in danger, he turned the tide and killed the invading experts of the Heavy Sword sect one by one. That disciple became the most revered person in the Purple Sky sect, and was also a rare talent that was praised by many elders from time to time. It was also because of that true disciple that the Wooden Flag Peak began to become stronger. First, the Supreme Elder of the Wooden Flag Peak, Xiao Songlin, became a high-level Earthly Sovereign rank expert from a mid-level Earthly Sovereign rank expert. He became the strongest person in the Purple Sky sect in one fell swoop. As for the Peak Lord Mu Huai, he advanced a step further and became a low-level Earthly Sovereign rank expert. The strength of the many elders under his peak also improved greatly. This also caused the Wooden Flag Peak to surpass the other peaks in the limelight, and the disciples under it also received better nurturing, so their battle prowess was naturally greatly improved. Moreover, in the coming years, another outstanding disciple of Tenbin appeared under the Wooden Flag Peak. This disciple was the grand disciple of the Peak Lord Mu Huai, the head disciple of the strongest true disciple. This disciple had only been in the sect for a short 10 years, but he had already advanced from the profound practitioner rank to the peak spirit master realm. He was the person in the last 3 generations of the Purple Sky sect who had the highest chance of reaching the king rank before the age of 30. This peak spirit master disciple was called Xan Li, and he just happened to be 26 years old. When Ling Xiao took him in as a disciple, he was already 15 or 16 years old. He had started a bit late, but it was good that he had a pure wood attribute body. This allowed him to catch up to the footsteps of many geniuses in a short period of time, and he even steadily surpassed them. Xan Li was now a man of outstanding appearance. He was handsome, had an outstanding figure, and was gentle and polite. He was worthy of being the top true disciple of the Purple Sky sect. There was no lack of senior and junior sisters in the sect who pursued him, but he still had no thoughts of marrying. This was because he was waiting for his master's return. Major matters in life had to be decided by one's parents, and as his master, Ling Xiao, Xenli had long since regarded him as a father. His heart was forever filled with gratitude. If it wasn't for his master, he would only be a useless cripple, and perhaps he would have already died in the wilderness. "Cousin, are you thinking of your master again?" A slender and elegant figure quietly appeared behind Xenli. This beautiful woman was Xenli's cousin, Sun Xiaonan. She also had the strength of a high-stage spirit master. She had once been taught by Kai Shiyue for a period of time, and after Kai Shiyue and Ling Xiao had gone to the central region, she had been sent to the Purple Sky sect. Xenli glanced at his cousin and said with a somewhat rueful expression, "Master has been gone for 10 years without any news. How can I not miss him?" Sun Xiaonan's personality was somewhat carefree, and she didn't care about her image as she sat on the ground and said, "I also miss my master. I wonder when they will come back to see us. I've thought about it. I want to break through to the king stage as soon as possible. When the time comes, I will go to the central region to find my master," Xenli said with a burst of confidence. Sun Xiaonan's beautiful eyes lit up and she replied, Okay, I will accompany cousin when the time comes." Chapter 853. Outside of the Purple Sky sect, a man and two women were leisurely walking towards the Purple Sky sect. They looked like they were taking a leisurely stroll, but every step they took covered a distance of several meters. Their figures flashed extremely quickly. Originally, they were still several hundred meters away from the Purple Sky sect, but in just a few blinks of an eye, they arrived in front of the Purple Sky sect. The few spirit masters guarding the Purple Sky sect still didn't know what was going on, but there were already 3 people in front of them. "Who are you?" "This is the Purple Sky sect's restricted area. Unrelated people, please leave quickly." A spirit master stepped forward and shouted at Ling Xiao and the others. After 10 years of change, the guards of the Purple Sky sect had already changed their faces. They basically didn't recognize Ling Xiao, Ji Beixin, and Bing Ruoshui. They could be considered to have seen a lot of handsome and talented people, but compared to the 3 people in front of them, the difference was like heaven and earth. They couldn't be compared at all. The man was extraordinarily handsome, dignified, and had a kind of indescribable feeling that made people like him, as if he was born with a kind of affinity. The woman had a fragrance of spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums, each with an outstanding figure. Her elegant and graceful temperament could make men and women feel ashamed of themselves. It seemed that only such an outstanding man between the 2 of them could match up to them. "I haven't been back for a long time, and no one remembers this young master." Ling Xiao laughed lightly, and then a token appeared in his hand. When the guards saw the token, their expressions immediately became respectful and they said, "Greetings, Elder." This was the Elder's token that Ling Xiao used to have in the Purple Sky sect. Although he had left the Purple Sky sect before, the Purple Sky sect hadn't taken it back. Now was the time to use it. Just as Ling Xiao and the others were about to enter the Purple Sky sect, a guard blocked in front of them. "Are you Ling Xiao, Elder Ling?" the guard asked with a very respectful expression. Ling Xiao looked at the guard in surprise and said, "You recognize me?" Hearing this, the guard's expression was incomparably excited. This lowly one is a disciple of Wooden Flag Mountain. I had the honor of meeting Elder Ling Xiao. I thought I recognized the wrong person, but I didn't expect it to really be you." This person had always been a disciple of Wooden Flag Mountain, but because his Tenbin cultivation wasn't high enough, he was dismissed as a guard. Today was his turn to guard the sect. He didn't think he would meet their peak's most popular elder, Ling Xiao. He was extremely excited. One had to know that Ling Xiao used to be a 4th-grade alchemist who could refine all kinds of 4th-grade medicinal pills. If he could curry favor with Ling Xiao, then his strength might increase by another level. "So it's a disciple of our peak. How is the peak lord doing?" Ling Xiao asked. "He's doing very well. He's now an elder of the previous generation, and he's already at the Earth Emperor stage," the guard replied. He then said, "This lowly one is called Shangshou. How about I bring you to the peak? I believe that the peak lord will be very happy." The Shangshou was extremely effective. He had to make Ling Xiao have an impression of him, so he couldn't let this opportunity go to waste. At this time, the other guards also realized that the young man in front of them was the legendary youngest elder in the sect. He was also an outstanding alchemist, the super genius Ling Xiao who was praised by the peak lord. Ling Xiao didn't know that although he had left the Purple Sky sect for many years, he was still the most revered and idolized figure in the Purple Sky sect. The guards enthusiastically introduced themselves to Ling Xiao, and they all wanted to take the initiative to lead Ling Xiao into the sect. Ling Xiao was a nostalgic person. Since Shang Shou was from Wooden Flag Peak, he naturally asked him to lead the way. Shang Shou was very excited, and without another word he brought Ling Xiao and the others to Wooden Flag Peak. Is that the youngest elder in our sect's history, Ling Xiao? It should be true. Shang Shou has been in Wooden Flag Peak for 20 years, so it's not surprising that he's seen Elder Ling Xiao. I think that Elder Ling Xiao has returned from his travels, and the sect will be very lively in the future. He's a 4th-rank alchemist. After so many years with his Tenbin, he might already be a 5th-rank alchemist. That Shang Shou is really lucky. If Elder Ling Xiao rewarded him with a spirit-breaking pill, he would be very happy. No, we have to go back and report this to the sect master. He's the sect master's son-in-law. Right, I'll also go back and tell the Peak Lord. They often use Elder Ling Xiao to scold their disciples, so they must be very happy to hear the news of Elder Ling Xiao's return. Along the way, Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask Shang Shou about the situation of the Purple Sky sect in recent years. Although he had said that he wanted to leave the Purple Sky sect, his master Mu Huai had been persuaded to return, and the misunderstanding between him and Yun Mingqi had also been resolved. Therefore he was still an elder of the Purple Sky sect, and it was not too much to understand the situation of the Purple Sky sect. Moreover, no matter how unhappy he was with sect master Yun Xiong, he was still his father-in-law. This matter couldn't be changed. This time when he came back he would help the Purple Sky sect if he could. This could also be considered as giving Yun Mingqi face. Shang Shou had always looked up to Ling Xiao, and he also hoped to obtain a good impression from Ling Xiao, so he naturally talked about some of the situation in the Purple Sky sect. After understanding that nothing big had happened in the Purple Sky sect, Ling Xiao was also at ease. However, there was one piece of news that made Ling Xiao feel particularly puzzled. That was, every time the Purple Sky sect recruited disciples, Meteorite City's Ling family had 15 spots, which was the most of all the cities under the Purple Sky sect's jurisdiction. Ling Xiao naturally knew why the Purple Sky sect did this. It seems that they also know how to indirectly curry favor with this young master. Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. Others didn't know where Ling Xiao came from, but it was impossible for the Purple Sky sect not to know. Back then, when Ling Xiao had left the Purple Sky sect, all the elders of the Purple Sky sect had seen the absolute potential and many powerful backers that he had displayed. They did this to draw the Ling family and the Purple Sky sect together. In any case, it didn't matter if they gave more spots to the Ling family. After all, they had to accept a lot of disciples every time, and the survival of the fittest. Whether the Ling family's disciples could become disciples of their Purple Sky sect depended on their ability. In the future, when Ling Xiao returned and knew about this situation, Ling Xiao would naturally be able to understand their intentions. At that time he would definitely take care of the Purple Sky sect 1 or 2. These elders of the Purple Sky sect had figured out Ling Xiao's temperament. Ling Xiao was a person who remembered old times. Not long after, Ling Xiao once again stepped in front of the Wooden Flag Peak's main hall. Looking at the place in front of him that hadn't changed much, an inexplicable sense of familiarity surged in his heart, and his mood suddenly became happy. Elder Ling, wait here for a moment. I'll go in and inform the Peak Lord and the others. I don't know if the Peak Lord is in seclusion or not, said Shang Shou. Then he hurried to the main hall and started talking with the 2 guards. Actually, Ling Xiao wanted to say that there was no need. After all, he had the token in his hand. As long as he showed his identity, no one would stop him. But since Shang Shou was so enthusiastic, he let him be. At this time, a young man and woman walked in from another direction. The young man and woman seemed to be talking about something and didn't notice Ling Xiao's group of 3 in front of the main hall. On the contrary, Ling Xiao saw the 2 of them immediately. He recognized them at first glance. They were Xan Li and Sun Xiaonan. A trace of a smile appeared on his face. Then his figure flashed and he flew into the air. A powerful aura pressed down on the 2 of them. Ling Xiao only controlled his aura to be at the low king level because he could see that Xan Li and Sun Xiaonan were both high-rank spirit masters. He just wanted to test their foundations. Xan Li was a peak spirit master, and Sun Xiaonan was a high-rank spirit master. In terms of strength, Xan Li was naturally stronger. The 2 of them felt a great deal of pressure at the same time. They both felt a little breathless, especially Sun Xiaonan. Her face was red and uncomfortable and her body was bent. It looked like she was going to kneel soon. Xan Li clenched his teeth and held on. His spine was still straight and he kept circulating the spirit force in his body. He thought of his father's teachings. No matter how strong the opponent was, he couldn't look down on them unless they were dead. So what if it's a king-level pressure? I won't give in. Xian Li thought unyieldingly. Xian Li's dantian spun rapidly. He felt the spirit force in his meridians roaring like a river. At the same time, he sensed that the spirit force around him had a subtle reaction to him. He only felt that the spiritual energy around him seemed to have a mind of its own, constantly attaching itself to his body and resisting the powerful pressure together with him. Moreover, a lot of spiritual energy was constantly seeping into his body through his skin and flesh, causing the power in his body to constantly grow. Xian Li only knew that he had to disperse the pressure. He couldn't let anyone hurt his cousin. He wholeheartedly followed that subtle feeling. Get out of my way. Xian Li felt that the pressure was bearable. He roared and fused all the power in his body with the spirit force in the outside world. He forcibly dispersed the pressure. Boom. The air within a dozen or so meters was forcibly shaken, making an ear-piercing sound. Ling Xiao, who was in the sky, was slightly stunned. Then his dragon eyes twitched. He found that Xian Li's situation was strange. Good boy, you can actually sense the flow of spirit force and can use it for yourself. Ling Xiao praised. Then he said, since it's like this, I'll help you. After saying that, Ling Xiao's hands made a few mysterious movements in all directions. Then a large amount of wood attribute spirit force swarmed toward this place. Whoosh, whoosh. The amount of spirit chi that Ling Xiao carried was so vast that it caused a strong wind to blow in the vicinity. All the elders in the Purple Sky sect sensed the changes on Wooden Flag Peak at the same time. Their expressions changed greatly. Many elders in the Wooden Flag Peak flew out immediately. 2 figures were the fastest. These 2 figures were the 2 earthly sovereigns in the Wooden Flag Peak, Xiao Songlin and Mu Huai. Which lord has come to my Purple Sky sect? If my Purple Sky sect has offended you, please forgive me. Xiao Songlin clearly felt that the momentum was much stronger than him. Before he arrived, he took the initiative to greet the other party politely, hoping to calm the other party down. Chapter 854. Xiao Songlin and Mu Huai were flustered. 10 years ago, when their Purple Sky sect was bullied by the people of the Heavy Sword sect, no one else came to pick a fight with them. In recent years, their Purple Sky sect had been developing rapidly, and many forces had been on good terms with them. They really couldn't figure out which expert had invited their Purple Sky sect to cause trouble, and why had they chosen their Wooden Flag Peak. Both of them were wondering if this was the fault of their sect's disciple. No matter what the reason was, they could only bite the bullet and calm the other party down first. However, before the 2 of them could reach Ling Xiao, Ji Beixin had already taken the lead and stood in front of them. Beixin greets the 2 elders. Ji Beixin and Ling Xiao were both high-level celestial masters, but she didn't put on any airs in front of Xiao Songlin and Mu Huai. She greeted the 2 of them with a bow. Xiao Songlin and Mu Huai hurriedly stopped and looked at the elegant and refined woman in front of them. Ji Beixin's appearance hadn't changed much, but with the improvement of her strength and the influence of several years in a big family like the Feng family, her temperament was different from the past. In the past, she could only be described as a beautiful and delicate woman, but now she was like a typical noble princess, elegant and graceful. There was a big difference between the 2. Xiao Songlin and Mu Huai had seen Ji Beixin before, but they couldn't recognize her at first glance. If Ji Beixin hadn't told them her name, they wouldn't have thought that Ji Beixin would have changed so much. So it's you, little girl? Mu Huai said happily, then his eyes fell not far behind Ji Beixin. Xiao Songlin had also been paying attention to the situation over there. Xiao is back. The 2 of them couldn't help but exclaim, their old eyes filled with excitement. Well, don't disturb him first, he doesn't have any bad intentions. Ji Beixin replied. They knew Ling Xiao and they also knew the relationship between Ling Xiao and Xian Li. Of course, they believed that Ling Xiao wouldn't harm Xian Li. After all, Xian Li was his disciple. The 2 of them paid attention to Xian Li's situation, and their eyes flashed with joy. I've grasped the fluctuations of spiritual energy. If one wanted to become a true king rank expert, then one must know how to grasp the utilization of spirit energy and transform the spirit energy in the surroundings into an attack. Only then could one be considered to be a truly formidable martial artist. Xian Li had a pure wood attribute physique. He had always been very focused on cultivation, hoping to catch up to the others one day. Mu Huai also put in all his effort to train him. Before Ling Xiao left, he also left many wood attribute elixirs and spirit herbs for Xian Li. That was how he grew to the peak of the spiritual master realm in a short 10 years. At this time, the dozen or so king-rank experts from Wooden Flag Peak hurriedly appeared. Mu Huai had no choice but to stop them. Don't be impulsive. Disperse. My disciple Ling Xiao has returned. When the elders of the Wooden Flag Peak heard this, their faces were filled with joy. They all knew of Ling Xiao and most of them had received favors from Ling Xiao. So it's Elder Ling Xiao. What's he doing? He's making such a big commotion. His strength doesn't seem to be any weaker than the Peak Lord and the Grand Elder. No. I feel that he's even more terrifying than the Grand Elder. I didn't think that in a short 10 years, Elder Ling Xiao would have advanced to such a level. He's too monstrous. He's truly a blessing to our Wooden Flag Peak and the Purple Sky sect. That's right. When he left to travel he was already at the middle stage of the king rank and he was a rank 4 alchemist. Perhaps he's a rank 5 alchemist now. If that's the case, our Purple Sky sect will have its first high-level alchemist. All the Lord's strengths will have a qualitative leap. Don't quarrel. Elder Ling Xiao seems to be doing something to Xianli. He seems to be helping him break through to the king rank. What a great greeting gift. At this time the elders of the various peaks had arrived. Xiao Songlin hurriedly went to stop them so that they wouldn't disturb Ling Xiao for now. Many of the elders present had basically recognized Ling Xiao, and their faces flashed with pleasant surprise. Especially Sect Master Yun Xiong, the joy on his face was the strongest. Yun Xiong had always felt guilty about what had happened 10 years ago, and he'd almost caused his daughter to miss out on her marriage with Ling Xiao. Fortunately, the misunderstanding had been cleared up, but he knew that Ling Xiao had always had a knot in his heart. Now that Ling Xiao had returned, he had to make Ling Xiao stay, even if he had to leave the position of sect master to Ling Xiao. After all, the strength that Ling Xiao had displayed was too terrifying. As long as he presided over the Purple Sky sect, it wouldn't be a problem for him to ascend to a rank 7 sect in the future. Yun Xiong's thoughts were admittedly good, but if the people of the Central Territory knew of his thoughts, they would probably laugh themselves to death. They would all curse Yun Xiong for being an idiot. Would the dignified palace master of the proud smiling palace sit in the position of a rank 8 sect master? Bing Ruoxue quietly arrived in front of Yun Xiong and bowed slightly. Ruoxue greets master. Before leaving the Purple Sky sect, Yun Xiong had taught her for a period of time, and the two of them did indeed have a master-disciple relationship. Yun Xiong looked at Bing Ruoxue in surprise and exclaimed softly, "Ruoxue, you came back with Elder Ling?" Only now did he realize that his daughter didn't seem to be here, and for a moment, he became slightly flustered. Could it be that Meng Qi? Yun Xiong didn't dare to think too badly. Yes, junior brother Ling and I returned to the sect to pay our respects to master, Bing Ruoxue replied. Back then she had a great deal of resentment towards Yun Xiong for disregarding morality and marrying the Heavy Sword sect. Although her resentment had faded quite a bit, she wasn't as passionate as before. Yun Xiong didn't care about Bing Ruoxue's attitude. Right now he was only concerned about his daughter's whereabouts. He asked, "Ruoxue, didn't Meng Qi come back with you?" Back then Yun Meng Qi had been taken away by Yin He from the Heavy Sword sect's territory. Yun Xiong had learned of this from Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had also said that he had gone to the Central Territory to find his daughter, but now that his daughter had disappeared, he couldn't help but let his thoughts run wild. After all, there were dangerous struggles everywhere, and no one could guarantee that they would always be perfect. When Yun Meng Qi was mentioned, Bing Ruoxue's expression became unnatural. She didn't know how to answer Yun Xiong's question, so she could only push it onto Ling Xiao and say, "Senior sister really didn't come back with us. As for the specifics, junior brother Ling will tell you later." Hearing this, Yun Xiong became even more worried. However, seeing that Ling Xiao was seriously working on something, he was too embarrassed to rush over and ask Ling Xiao for an explanation. Ling Xiao, who was in front of him, had already completely controlled the space 100 meters below him. In this space, a large amount of wood attribute spiritual energy had already gathered, and it wrapped around Xanli layer by layer. Sun Xiaonan had already been sent to the side by him. Ling Xiao did this because he wanted Xanli to take the opportunity to break through to the king stage. After all, Xanli had already sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy and could slightly control some of it. With his pure wood attribute physique, he was originally more sensitive to wood attribute spiritual energy than others, so he simply added a large amount of wood attribute spiritual energy around him. Whether or not he could truly control it would depend on his luck. As the fluctuations on this side grew larger and larger, more and more people gathered on Wooden Flag Peak. Xiao Songlin had no choice but to let Yun Xiong speak and dismiss most of the people. leaving behind only the elders with the highest status in the sect. In the blink of an eye, a day and a night had passed. Above Wooden Flag Peak, there was still a large amount of spiritual energy lingering, and the peak had become incomparably moist. As the disciples of Wooden Flag Peak, all of them had the wood attribute, so they took the opportunity to obtain some water. Even though they were standing there, they could still obtain a large amount of spiritual energy and increase their spiritual power by a lot. This made them wild with joy. If it wasn't for the fact that they were worried about ruining Elder Ling's plans, they couldn't wait to immediately sit down and fight to absorb the spiritual energy. Up in the sky, only Ling Xiao, who was protecting the spiritual energy, was watching the changes below. His comprehension is still a little lacking, but it should be soon. If he can't even break through like this, I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to have a weapon in the future. Ling Xiao murmured. Back then Ling Xiao could see that Xanli had a good temperament and a pure wood attribute physique, so he took him in as a disciple and let his master guide him. During these 10 years he hadn't fulfilled his duty as a master. Now he poured a large amount of spiritual energy around Xanli because he hoped that Xanli would be able to grasp the utilization of spiritual energy and break through to the king rank. If it was Ling Xiao himself in such an environment with so much spiritual energy around him, then he would absolutely be able to grasp the control of spiritual energy in a short period of time and break through to the king rank. Now, a day and a night had passed, yet there was still no movement from Xanli. He didn't know how to utilize spiritual energy, and this caused Ling Xiao to be slightly disappointed. However, when he just finished speaking, there was finally movement from below. Xanli's eyes were closed while his palms danced about casually, and the spiritual energy around him started to revolve along with him. Xanli's palms danced faster and faster as if he'd encountered something fun. A smile appeared on his face, and his movements grew larger and larger while the spiritual energy in the surroundings ceaselessly condensed towards him. In the sky, Ling Xiao finally heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Good kid, you finally grasped it. You aren't too stupid." Ling Xiao's talent was outstanding, and he had high requirements for his disciple. If it was someone else who could grasp the utilization of spiritual energy in a day and a night, they would probably be overjoyed. Countless people were stuck at the spirit master level and couldn't break through. With Ling Xiao's help, Xanli was able to grasp it in such a short period of time. This level of comprehension could be considered to be above average. Go! Xanli was getting more and more proficient, and there was a huge change in his dantian. His strength was multiplying, and a large amount of spiritual energy gathered on his palms blasted upwards. Xanli had just become a king, and his full-strength attack was extremely powerful. It was as powerful as the attack of a low-level king rank peak. This was mainly due to the abundant spiritual energy in the surroundings, which allowed him to reach this step. You've just achieved a little and you want to kill your master. Ling Xiao murmured with a faint smile. Chapter 855. A king rank expert could be considered as an expert in the Northwest, and he was a figure that any sect would attach importance to. However, martial artists with such strength could be found everywhere in the Central Territory. They could only be considered to have just taken the first step on the path of becoming an expert. They were middle and lower level martial artists in the Central Territory, and they were far from being experts. For a super expert at Ling Xiao's level, a king rank attack was not worth mentioning. Ling Xiao didn't need to resist Xanli's full strength attack at all, and the aura he emitted instantly dispersed the energy blasted by Xanli. However, Xanli's attack didn't stop completely. He didn't know that it was Ling Xiao who was above, and he thought it was an enemy that had come to attack. A high-rank profound weapon appeared in his hand, and with a loud shout, he flew up swiftly like an arrow. He didn't wait to see who the opponent was, and directly used the moon-severing sword technique to slash at Ling Xiao. Streaks of powerful green light shot out from all directions, causing the surrounding air to scatter to the sides. The saber force was quite powerful. When Ling Xiao saw Xanli use the moon-severing sword technique, he noticed that Xanli had grasped a bit of its essence. He knew that Xanli had certainly put in a lot of effort in cultivation, and his satisfaction towards Xanli rose a bit. "Since you're itchy, master will play with you." Ling Xiao suppressed his strength to the state of low-rank king rank, and he raised a finger to meet the saber lights. When the surrounding elders of the Purple Sky sect saw Ling Xiao actually use his finger to meet Xanli's attack, they couldn't help but feel that Ling Xiao was too careless. After all, Xanli was a genuine king rank expert, and even an earthly emperor didn't dare to directly use his physical body to resist the attack of a king-rank profound weapon with a high-rank profound weapon. However, in the next moment they were all dumbstruck. They saw Ling Xiao's expression was very relaxed, and his finger was like a high-rank spirit weapon. He waved it casually, and the saber lights that Xanli blasted were dispersed by him. Xanli was also incomparably shocked. He had already arrived in front of Ling Xiao and was about to slash Ling Xiao horizontally. It was also at this moment that he clearly saw Ling Xiao's face. "Master." Xanli paused and retracted his profound weapon. His eyes widened as he looked at Ling Xiao and exclaimed, "Master." Ling Xiao's appearance hadn't changed at all from 10 years ago. The only thing that had changed was his temperament. Ling Xiao was the most grateful person in Xanli's heart. Without Ling Xiao he was afraid that he would already be dead. How could he have the opportunity to cultivate like a normal martial artist, let alone the position of Purple Heaven sect's chief true disciple? Ling Xiao could be said to be Xanli's master and savior. No matter how much guidance Ling Xiao had given Xanli, it would never change the position of Ling Xiao in Xanli's heart. Suddenly discovering that the person in front of him was his master, it would be strange if Xanli wasn't surprised. "Don't make a fuss. Now that you have just broken through, you have to quickly familiarize yourself with using spirit chi to attack. You use all your strength to attack your master. Let me see if you have put in hard work these years." Ling Xiao said lightly. Then I ask master to take this move." Xanli hesitated for a moment, but then he still listened to Ling Xiao's words. He had long known that his master was extraordinary. Although he was strong, the difference between him and his master was not small. Since his master had the intention to guide him, it was his honor. Xanli used all his strength to make a move, and a sword light swept towards Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao suppressed his realm, his eyes and ears were extraordinary. He could see through Xanli's flaws with a glance. His finger turned into a sword and pointed towards Xanli's flaws. At the same time he shouted, "The upper body attack is not bad, but the lower body defense is wrong." Ling Xiao lowered his body to avoid Xanli's sword light, and his finger pointed at Xanli's thigh. Xanli was not very flustered, and immediately changed his move to seal off Ling Xiao's path. At the same time he also backhanded straight to Ling Xiao's middle. Ling Xiao was quite satisfied with Xanli's quick response. He used his finger to block the sword weapon, and at the same time he leaned towards Xanli's left shoulder. He said, "The left side is out of position and you can't attack and defend at the same time. This is a deficiency." Xanli was a little panicked. When he wanted to defend, Ling Xiao had already patted his left shoulder. Ling Xiao did not use his strength at all, just to let Xanli know that he was lacking. Xanli was a little anxious, and he began to raise his spirit to deal with Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, no matter how he attacked in Ling Xiao's eyes, he still found many shortcomings. Xanli was also ashamed to realize the shortcomings of his previous practice, and many sword moves were perfected. The surrounding elders of the Purple Sky sect all stared at all of this with wide eyes. They were shocked by the strength of Ling Xiao's finger. He was actually able to directly knock on a high-grade profound weapon and nothing happened. Besides that, he'd actually only utilized a single hand to force Xanli, who just attained the king rank, to be in dire straits. Such ability wasn't something that an ordinary person could accomplish. "Xiao, you've improved a lot this time," Mu Huai said with a satisfied smile. Xiao Songlin said from the side, "He has already far surpassed us old men. This Tenbin is really monstrous. I really don't know how he survived these 10 years. He must have suffered a lot." Muin, who had also flown to their side, also exclaimed, "This kid can cause trouble wherever he goes. It seems like the Northwest is no longer in his eyes." On the other side, Yun Xiong, Su Jianfei, Zhao Mingyuan, Wen Haiyan, Nangong Changel, and the others also discussed softly. Their faces were filled with joy, but there was also some reverence. After all, if it were any of them, it would be impossible for them to block that high-grade profound weapon with a single finger. After a few hundred moves, Ling Xiao discovered that Xanli had already fused most of the moves he had practiced before. He immediately pushed him away and said, "All right, next I'll practice a little more and improve on my shortcomings. Then I'll be able to achieve a perfect state of both offense and defense." Xanli withdrew his move and took a few deep breaths. Then he knelt down heavily on the ground and said, "Thank you, Master, for your help." He finally understood why he was able to break through to the king stage in the past 2 days. Who else could the large amount of spiritual energy around him be other than his master? Now that his master had given him pointers on his moves, just these two things were enough to move him endlessly. He hadn't taught him for 10 years, but he had only taught him once, and it had already benefited him greatly. Get up, you're not bad. In 10 years you've reached such a realm. It's not in vain that your grandmaster has taught you. I'm ashamed. Ling Xiao said somewhat embarrassedly. He didn't teach his own disciple anything, but he made him stay in the Purple Heaven sect. In his heart he couldn't accept Xen Li's bow. Greetings, Master Ling. Sun Xiaonan also ran over from the other side and bowed to Ling Xiao. It's Xiaonan, right? You've grown up so much. Your master is here too. I'll take you to see her later. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Then he flashed in front of Xiao Songlin, Mu Huai and Mu En bowed and said, Greetings, Grandmaster, Master and Martial Uncle. Mu Huai laughed loudly and heavily patted Ling Xiao's shoulder. Good boy, it's good that you're back. Xiao Songlin also revealed a rare expression of joy. It seems that you've gained a lot in the past 10 years. Grandmaster is deeply gratified. Mu En also said, Xiao, now that you're back, stay here for a while. Everyone in my sect is thinking of you. Ling Xiao chuckled and said, Thank you for your concern. Xiao, is fine. Mu Huai glanced at Yun Xiong, who was not far away, pulled Ling Xiao's hand and said, Come. How can you not greet the sect leader when you return to the sect? Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, but still followed Mu Huai to Yun Xiong's side. He maintained the basic etiquette and said, Greetings, sect leader Yun. His current power was much stronger than the Purple Heaven sect. With his status, taking the initiative to greet Yun Xiong was already lowering his status. If it wasn't for his master's face and Yun Mingqi's face, he wouldn't have bothered to pay attention to him. Everyone present knew that Ling Xiao had resentment towards the sect leader and many others, and they all felt a little uncomfortable in their hearts. However, Ling Xiao's strength was there, so they didn't dare to say anything. Yun Xiong's first sentence was to ask, Elder Ling, where is Mingqi? He had once thought that Ling Xiao should be together with Yun Mingqi, but now that he only saw Bing Ruoshui and Ji Beixin, and no sign of his daughter, it would be strange if he wasn't worried. Ling Xiao frowned slightly and replied, I haven't been able to find Mingqi all these years and I don't know where she is now. Ever since he had taken over Wind Cloud City, he had started to release news for people to search for Yun Mingqi's whereabouts. Unfortunately, he had only found an unrelated woman with the same name and surname, and was not the Yun Mingqi he was looking for. He was also afraid that something bad had happened to Yun Mingqi. What did you say? You didn't find Mingqi? Yun Xiong asked excitedly. That's right, it's a long story. I've been looking for her for a whole 10 years. Ling Xiao sighed heavily. Yun Xiong's expression turned ugly. Just as he wanted to say something, Mu Huai said from the side, Sect leader, if you have any questions, let's go inside first. Thus, everyone entered the main hall of Wooden Flag Peak. Ji Beixin took the opportunity to ask Mu Huai about her grandfather, Ji Tuesday. It turned out that Ji Tu was not in the mountain for the time being. He had gone out to handle some matters and would be back soon. Only then did Ji Beixin relax. She had thought that something had happened to her grandfather, but he wasn't here. When they arrived at the main hall, Ling Xiao roughly explained Yun Mingqi's situation to Yun Xiong. Of course, he wouldn't tell Yun Xiong that he wanted to use Yun Mingqi as a cultivation furnace. He only said that he couldn't find the two of them at the Dark Water sect. The reason he said this was to calm Yun Xiong down so that he wouldn't suffer a huge blow. Sect leader, it seems like Mingqi is fine. She might be cultivating with her master somewhere. Maybe she will return to the Purple Sky sect to take a look after a while. Mu Huai said to Yun Xiong from the side. Ling Xiao sighed, the central region is vast and boundless. Trying to find a person is like finding a needle in a haystack. I also hope that Mingqi can return to the northwest as soon as possible. Yun Xiong glanced at Ling Xiao. He couldn't determine if what Ling Xiao said was true or false, so he could only think of it this way. Oh right, Xiao, do you still plan on leaving this time? Xiao Songlin cut to the chase and asked. Chapter 856. Most of the people in the Purple Sky sect were still very happy about Ling Xiao's strong return. They all felt that their Purple Sky sect would soar again, and they might even have the opportunity to become a 7th grade sect. However, Xiao Songlin understood very well that since Ling Xiao was already a person who had seen the world, and his strength was already different from the past, could the Purple Sky sect still keep him in the northwest? Therefore he asked this question, hoping to understand Ling Xiao's thoughts, so that everyone present could understand everything. Ling Xiao tapped his fingers on the armrest, looked at Xiao Songlin and Mu Huai, and said seriously, Xiao, came back this time to take Great Master and Master to the Central Territory to enjoy a comfortable life. Everyone present was stunned, and then they all understood what Ling Xiao meant. It turned out that Ling Xiao wanted to take Xiao Songlin and Mu Huai to the Central Territory to live, and he had no intention of staying in the Purple Sky sect. How can this be? Elder Xiao is our Purple Sky sect's supreme elder, and junior brother Mu is the Peak Lord of Wooden Flag Peak. Without them, who will be at the helm of Wooden Flag Peak? Moreover, they still have the responsibility to protect our Purple Sky sect. Su Jianan was the first to disagree. Yes, Elder Xiao and junior brother Mu can't leave so easily. They can understand Elder Ling's intention, but this is their route. Zhao Mingyuan said. The others looked calm, and from their expressions, they also didn't want Xiao Songlin and Mu Huai to leave. If Xiao Songlin and Mu Huai left, it would cause the Purple Sky sect to lose the support of two great earthly kings, which they didn't want to see. Xiao Songlin was silent for a moment and then said with a smile, Xiao, it's rare for you to have such filial piety. I've lived for many years and I'm afraid I don't have many days left. I'd better stay here and retire. If your master is willing to go with you, let him go. It had been more than 600 years since Xiao Songlin entered the Purple Sky sect. He was now a high-level earthly king and he still had a lot of lifespan left. If he could step into the celestial master stage, he would have more days to live. However, he knew that this step was difficult, and he didn't have the confidence to take that step, so he was a little moved by Ling Zhao's proposal, but he wanted to stay in the Purple Sky sect. There must be too many memories and emotions in the Purple Sky sect, making him reluctant to part with it. However, his disciple Mu Huai still had the potential to advance. If he could go to the central region to gain experience and improve his cultivation, it would be a good thing. On this matter, he made it clear that he did not want others to interfere with Mu Huai's decision. With Xiao Songlin's words, the others from the Purple Heaven sect heaved a sigh of relief. Grandmaster, you can still improve. If you stay, you'll only hinder your own growth, said Ling Xiao. With his current strength, he was not afraid of offending the many elders of the Purple Sky sect. In any case, his sense of belonging to the Purple Sky sect was not too strong. The only ones worthy of his nostalgia were the two old men in front of him. Some people start to forget their roots after going out and gaining experience. Su Jianan mocked in dissatisfaction. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked at Su Jianan, saying indifferently, Su Peak Lord is right. Who was right and who was wrong will be judged by the public. If it wasn't for my master being soft-hearted and staying behind, do you think I would still be here? You think too highly of you. After saying that, Ling Zhao's aura spread out. A vast and mighty aura pressed down on the dozen or so elders present, making it hard for them to breathe. Even Xiao Songlin felt suffocated. Sky Sovereign Stage. Xiao Songlin stared at Ling Xiao with wide eyes and exclaimed. In the northwest, there were only a few Sky Sovereign Stage experts, but there was probably no one else like Ling Xiao who was already in Sky Sovereign at such a young age. Xiao Songlin absolutely did not expect that Ling Xiao had already reached this step. Many elders of the Purple Sky sect also did not expect that they could not breathe under the pressure of this aura. Fine beads of sweat were already seeping out of their foreheads, especially Su Jianan, who was under the greatest pressure. In the end, Su Jianan could not withstand Ling Zhao's pressure. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and his entire body was smashed backwards. The expressions of everyone present changed, and it was also at this moment that Ling Xiao dispersed his aura. Who is looking for trouble? You can scold me for being treacherous and forgetting my roots, but whoever dares to stop my master from leaving today will be killed without mercy. Ling Xiao revealed a ferocious side as he shouted. He did not want to show off, but some people in the Purple Sky sect only cared about their own interests and did not think for their fellow sect members, which really made him feel unhappy. No one present dared to make a sound. After all, they were unable to withstand a single blow in front of Ling Xiao. Whoever jumped out to provoke him, Su Jianan's fate was proof. Xiao, you are too excited. Mu Huai could not help but reprimand Ling Xiao. In his heart he did not blame Ling Xiao. Instead he was more happy. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao had already exceeded their expectations? In a short span of 10 years, he had already surpassed every single one of them present. The Northwest could no longer accommodate a soaring dragon like him. Ling Xiao nodded lightly and then said to Yun Xiong, since I, Ling Xiao, have returned, I will also do one last thing for the sect. This is me giving face to my master and Mingqi. I hope you will cherish it. After saying that, he threw a pile of things in front of everyone at the same time. Suddenly, everyone felt their vision blur, and a burst of dazzling light flashed, causing them to almost be unable to open their eyes. In front of them there were a lot of high-level medicinal pills, spirit weapons, spirit herbs, profound skills, and a lot of profound crystals. Ling Xiao said, "These can be considered as some of my compensation to the sect. In the future, my master and I will be even with the Purple Sky sect." The things that Ling Xiao threw out were especially precious and rare in the northwest, but in the central region they could only be considered ordinary goods. Ling Xiao believed that this was already enough for the Purple Sky sect to grow a lot stronger. After all, if they obtained too many good things, they would not have the ability to protect them. Instead, it would only become a source of trouble for them. Even so, for the elders of the Purple Sky sect, this was already a great temptation. All of them stared at this batch of things with their eyes wide open, their eyes filled with greed. Ling Xiao was also too lazy to be entangled in these matters and said to Wen Haiyan, "Pavilion Master Wen, is it convenient right now? I want to go see Meiying." Luo Meiying's death would forever leave a huge shadow in Ling Xiao's heart. This time, the most important thing for him to return to the Purple Sky sect was to bring Luo Meiying back to life. He had to do this, otherwise he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Luo Meiying must have died to save him. When Haiyan came back to her senses and smiled, "It's convenient, what's inconvenient about it? Let's go, I'll take you there now." "Then I'll have to trouble Pavilion Master Wen," Ling Xiao replied politely. In the past, when Haiyan had treated Ling Xiao pretty well in the Purple Sky sect, so it was only right for Ling Xiao to respect her. When Haiyan sighed in her heart, "What a pity. If only Little Butterfly had caught him earlier. I wonder if there would still be a chance now." Ling Xiao followed Wen Haiyan to the Jade Spring Pavilion, and his mood gradually became a little excited. Luo Meiying was sealed in a 1,000-year-old iceberg in the Jade Spring Pavilion, so that her corpse would not melt. Just as they arrived at the Jade Spring Pavilion, a beautiful figure appeared in front of Wen Haiyan and Ling Xiao. This woman was extremely good-looking. Her face was round and pleasant, and her two shallow dimples were mesmerizing and dazzling. Her beautiful hair was tied with a pink bow, making her look pure and lively. She was wearing a blue muslin dress, which outlined her graceful figure perfectly. "Mother, you're back, it's nothing?" This beautiful woman called out to Wen Haiyan, but before she could finish her words, her gaze fell on Ling Xiao, who was beside Wen Haiyan. Her entire body and mind trembled slightly, and her beautiful eyes emitted a look of disbelief. "Junior sister Wen, long time no see." Ling Xiao smiled and greeted the woman. This woman was Wen Haiyan's daughter, Wen Kudai. Wen Kudai had also liked Ling Xiao back then, but Ling Xiao had always treated her as a sister and did not take her in. "Ling Xiao, you're back." Wen Kudai exclaimed in surprise, and she disregarded the presence of her mother and pounced towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't dodge and he was hugged tightly by Wen Kudai. He felt rather embarrassed in his heart, but it wasn't good for him to push Wen Kudai away. Wen Kitty cried. She cried very loudly as if she had suffered countless grievances. It would break the hearts of those who heard it. She liked Ling Xiao, but she knew that Ling Xiao had no feelings for her, and it had always caused her to feel extremely sad. All these years she had thought of forgetting Ling Xiao and finding a companion to spend the rest of her life with. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao's handsome face frequently appeared in her mind, and it was difficult for her to forget. So, she dispelled this thought and spent most of her time cultivating. Fortunately, her Tenbin cultivation wasn't weak, and Wen Haiyan had trained her wholeheartedly. She was now at the low-level king level, and could be considered as an outstanding representative of the younger generation. Ling Xiao lightly caressed Wen Kudai's shoulder and said, all right, if junior sister Wen cries again, you'll become a little kitten and it won't be pretty." Ling Xiao didn't like Wen Kudai not because she wasn't pretty, nor was it because she wasn't a good person, but because he felt that her character didn't match with him. Her naivety made him not want to hurt her. Moreover, he had always liked mature women more, and Wen Kudai was like a child that couldn't grow up. In his eyes, she was only a little sister, and he had no other intentions. Wen Kudai lightly punched Ling Xiao a few times and then pushed Ling Xiao away. She wiped her tears and said, "You're the little kitten, you blind scoundrel. Haha, it's senior brother's fault. Junior sister Wen isn't a little kitten, she's a little kitten that loves to cry." Ling Xiao looked at the cute Wen Kudai and couldn't help but tease her. Wen Kudai raised her fist and said, "If you dare say another word, I'll teach you a lesson." "Alright, Kudai, stop messing around. Your senior brother Ling is here to see your senior sister Luo." Wen Haiyan said from the side. Seeing that the relationship between the two of them was so good, Wen Haiyan still had some hope in her heart. Perhaps it would be a good thing for him to bring Kudai to the central region. When Luo Meiying was mentioned, when Kudai's expression became a bit sad. Let's go, I'll take you to see senior sister Luo. Chapter 857. Within a 1,000-year-old ice mountain, there was a cave entrance that led straight into the belly of the mountain. There was a formation set up here that caused the snow to accumulate all year round, and it had long since formed an ice mountain that would never melt. Walking in the cave, one would only feel a chill and their entire body would turn cold. This was only for some ordinary warriors. For people like Ling Xiao, the temperature below absolute zero did not affect him at all. When Kudai, who was at the king level, felt a chill run down her spine. After all, her physique was far inferior to Ling Xiao's. She shrunk her body and walked in front, looking delicate and charming. Ling Xiao wanted to step forward and hold her hand to give her some warmth, but after hesitating for a moment, he didn't do so. He didn't want Wen Kudai to misunderstand. He definitely didn't have any impure thoughts towards her. In reality, Wen Kudai was not that cold. She cultivated the ice and water attribute, so her resistance to the cold was very strong. Part of her trembling was an act, and she hoped that Ling Xiao would take the initiative to give her some energy to comfort her. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao did not do so, causing Wen Kudai's heart to feel a stabbing pain. At this time, a spacious area appeared in front of the two of them. Wen Kudai calmed herself down and said, "Senior sister Luo is right in front, you can go by yourself, I won't be going over." With that, she turned around and walked out of the cave. Ling Xiao did not notice that when she turned around, her face was already covered in tears. Ling Xiao looked at the jade bed in the middle and there was a huge block of ice. This block of ice was what he had used his own ice attribute to seal Luo Meiying when she was being assassinated. If this ice block was placed anywhere else, it would have melted long ago. However, in this iceberg that was below absolute zero, it could remain unmelted. Ling Xiao walked to the side of the ice block with a perturbed heart. Through the transparent ice block, he looked at Luo Meiying who was sealed inside, and his heart fiercely clenched. Although Luo Meiying was able to keep her body intact, her appearance had aged with the passage of time. Her hair had become sparse, and there was not a single part of her body that had lost its luster. Luo Meiying was indeed dead. Could Ling Xiao really save her from this hopeless situation? Ling Xiao wasn't confident either. Although he had brought back a legendary treasure, he hadn't experienced it before. He didn't know if this treasure could really bring people back from the dead. "Senior sister Luo, don't worry, I will definitely save you." Ling Xiao clenched his fist and encouraged himself. Then a ball of flame appeared in Ling Xiao's hand, and the flame began to burn the ice. Ling Xiao carefully controlled the flame, trying his best not to let it burn Luo Meiying. As the flames burned, the ice gradually melted, and Luo Meiying's body gradually appeared in front of Ling Xiao. However, as Luo Meiying's body gradually appeared, her muscles began to age rapidly. Ling Xiao was shocked. He immediately took out a small coffin without thinking. This small coffin was made of 10,000-year-old jade, and there were layers of rich life energy circulating around it. This energy filled the cave entrance. This small coffin was obtained by Ling Xiao in the secret chamber under Wind Cloud City. With the appearance of this small coffin, Luo Meiying's aging speed gradually slowed down. Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the fine sweat on his forehead. He wasn't sweating because it was strenuous but because he was nervous. He was afraid that a little carelessness would cause Luo Meiying's body to be destroyed. If that happened, even if he had supernatural powers, he wouldn't be able to save her. When the ice around Luo Meiying's body completely melted, Ling Xiao opened the small coffin. This jar of vast and pure spring liquid of life exuded vitality, making Ling Xiao feel refreshed. Among the spring liquid of life, there was a heart-shaped red heart that was emitting thumping sounds. It was like a living creature making people feel strange and abnormal. This was the demon sun's heart, a peerless treasure that could be called a top-notch holy object. It was said that it had the effect of bringing the dead back to life. It could also increase one's lifespan by 10,000 years, and it could perfect one's physique to the extreme. Even sages would go crazy if they saw it. Anyone who saw such a peerless treasure would want to take it for themselves. However, Ling Xiao used it to save a woman. If others knew about this, they would scold him for being an idiot. No matter what others thought, Ling Xiao would still make this choice. If he didn't take revenge, he wouldn't be a gentleman. If he didn't repay kindness, he would be worse than a beast. Ling Xiao didn't think that he was a good person, but he could clearly distinguish between kindness and grudges. Whoever treated him well, he would definitely treat them better. Therefore, now that he could use the demon son's heart to save Luo Meiying, Ling Xiao didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache. Luo Meiying no longer had any vitality left, so she naturally couldn't consume the demon son's heart. Therefore, Ling Xiao could only find another way to let Luo Meiying absorb all the energy of the demon son's heart. Senior sister Luo, I'm sorry. Since you said that you liked me before you died and you died to save me, then you can be my woman for the rest of your life. Ling Xiao murmured. He leaned over to Luo Meiying and took off her clothes piece by piece. When Ling Xiao completely took off Luo Meiying's clothes, he discovered that her originally voluptuous figure had become shriveled and without any elasticity. Ling Xiao didn't have any distracting thoughts. An exquisite dagger appeared in his hand. Without thinking, Ling Xiao raised the dagger in his hand and stabbed it towards Luo Meiying's left chest. Fortunately, there was no one watching. Otherwise, everyone would think that Ling Xiao was stabbing a corpse and cursing him for being a pervert. Luo Meiying's chest was cut open by Ling Xiao. A small amount of blood seeped out of the wound. Ling Xiao waved his hand and sucked the demon son's heart out of the small coffin. The demon son's heart seemed to have a mind of its own. It continuously struggled, wanting to escape from Ling Xiao's hand. It already has a mind of its own. I hope you can bring senior sister Luo back to life. Ling Xiao lightly shouted. He placed the demon son's heart into Luo Meiying's chest. That was where her heart was located. Other than being shaped like a heart, the demon son's heart had another special characteristic. It could fuse with anyone's heart, allowing that person to obtain the energy of the demon son's heart. This was also something that Ling Xiao had confirmed after reading countless ancient books before he returned. It was also because of this that Ling Xiao cut open Luo Meiying's chest and inserted the demon son's heart into her heart. The moment Ling Xiao inserted the demon son's heart into Luo Meiying's chest, a strange scene happened. A powerful force rushed out from the wound. Ling Xiao didn't have time to move his hand away, and he was sent flying by the force. Rumble. Ling Xiao's body directly smashed into the wall of the cave. His body was embedded in the ice. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the recoil was. Ling Xiao didn't suffer much injury. He stared in Luo Meiying's direction without blinking, hoping for a miracle to happen. A pure milky white brilliance bloomed from Luo Meiying's body, illuminating the originally snow-white cave even more brightly. This brilliance became more and more intense, and its power also became stronger. Many pieces of ice actually fell, and the entire iceberg began to shake. Ling Xiao felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly put away the spring of life in the small coffin. Just as he put away the spring of life, the brilliance that bloomed from Luo Meiying's body finally formed an energy storm and exploded. Rumble. The powerful energy explosion blasted the iceberg that hadn't melted for 1,000 years. Chunks of ice were constantly splashed out, scaring the disciples of the Jade Spring Pavilion outside the iceberg and causing them to cry out in alarm. When Kitty had been outside the cave. Although her strength was good, she couldn't react in time to the sudden explosion of the iceberg. A huge piece of ice smashed down towards her. If she was hit, even if she had a king stage cultivation, she would die on the spot. Just as the ice was about to hit her, a powerful suction pulled her away, and then a strong and powerful arm firmly hugged her slender waist. Break for me. A powerful voice rang in her ears, followed by a fist smashing on the huge ice block. Bang! The more than 10 meters large ice was directly smashed into pieces by this punch. When Kitty felt the familiar smell and the feeling of being protected, she felt a little dizzy. She tightly hugged the waist that made her feel infatuated, as if she didn't want to leave this embrace for even a moment. The one who saved Winkidi was naturally Ling Xiao, who had come out of the iceberg. He rushed out with Winkidi in his arms, and at the same time he waved his other hand and pulled the few Jade Spring Pavilion disciples who hadn't escaped away from the danger zone. With such a big shock, Wen Haiyan rushed over as soon as possible. She looked at the destroyed iceberg with her own eyes, and her heart was filled with countless doubts. Could it be that Ling Xiao wants to bury Meiying here forever? Ling Xiao brought Winkidi to Wen Haiyan's side. Junior sister, Wen is fine. Junior sister. What happened to you? Ling Xiao found that Winkidi was hugging him tightly, and there was no sign of her loosening up. He thought that she was frightened. Kitty, what happened to you? Wen Haiyan asked worriedly. At this time, Winkidi jumped out of Ling Xiao's embrace like a frightened rabbit, and with a drunken red face she replied, I'm fine. It's good that you're fine. Ling Xiao was relieved and then looked at the half-destroyed iceberg. His dragon eyes revealed a look of melancholy and he murmured, "Could it be that this is the will of the heavens?" When Qidi looked at the iceberg and then looked at Ling Xiao and said with distress, "Ling. Senior brother Ling, forget it, let senior sister Luo rest here forever. With me and mother accompanying her, she won't die." Just as Ling Xiao was thinking the same thing, the destruction of the iceberg suddenly changed again. Chapter 858. Above the Jade Spring Pavilion, the 1,000-year-old iceberg crashed. The elders who were originally on the wooden flag peak were all shocked, and they all hurriedly flew over. They all wanted to see what was going on. "It's the Jade Spring Pavilion, I don't know what happened. Could it be that someone provoked Elder Ling again? This shouldn't be the case. Let's go over and take a look. Maybe Elder Ling is doing something big again." When they arrived at the Jade Spring Pavilion, they found that the 100-meter-tall iceberg had already collapsed more than half. They didn't understand what was going on. However, just as they were about to land beside Ling Xiao and Wen Haiyan to ask for an explanation, the iceberg shook again. Everyone looked at the iceberg that had already been destroyed more than half in surprise. The original iceberg had already been destroyed more than half, and now it began to sink again. Countless pieces of ice splashed in all directions, and many of them were shaken into splashes of water. At the same time, the sky and earth suddenly changed color, and dark clouds instantly filled the air. Following the roar of thunder and lightning, bean-sized raindrops kept falling. Whoosh whoosh. The strangest thing was that the lightning water only fell toward the Jade Spring Pavilion, and no raindrops fell in other places of the purple sky sect. At the same time, the surrounding water element spirit chi seemed to be sucked in by something, and it kept rushing toward the iceberg. For a moment, everyone's mouths were wide open. They couldn't understand what was going on with this strange phenomenon. Ling Xiao looked at the collapsed iceberg with a face full of surprise, and he couldn't help but say, "Could it be, it really succeeded?" He could clearly feel that there was an aura gradually spreading out from the iceberg. However, this aura was a bit strange. Back then, Luo Meiying only had the strength of a high spirit master, and Ling Xiao thought that it would be good if she could come back from the dead and recover her original strength. However, the aura had already surpassed the ordinary king level, and it was constantly growing toward a higher level. Could it be that the demon child's heart has other uses? Ling Xiao thought with a somewhat worried expression. The current situation was beyond his expectations. He didn't know if Luo Meiying was really resurrected. As the aura grew stronger and stronger, Ling Xiao shouted with a calm face, "Make everyone leave this place." "Elder Ling, what exactly happened?" Wen Haiyan asked hurriedly. "There are some things that can't be explained clearly in a short time. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. In short, let all the disciples on the peak leave first." Ling Xiao replied quite seriously. At the same time, his aura had already spread out. Wen Haiyan realized the seriousness of the matter and immediately sent Wen Kudai to order all the disciples to scatter while she flew up into the sky to persuade Yun Xiong and the others to leave. No one knew what had happened, but seeing that even Ling Xiao had to take it seriously, they didn't dare to be careless and retreated far away. "Master, why don't we go over and help?" Mu Huai said to Xiao Songlin. He had broken through to the Earth Emperor stage and felt that his strength was no longer the same as before. Now that something like this had happened, he naturally wanted to lend his disciple a hand. Xiao Songlin shook his head and said, "If we go, we will only add to his burden. Let's take a look first. Maybe the result won't be too bad." The people of the Purple Heaven sect were all nervous. They didn't understand what was going on with this phenomenon, and who was the one who had recovered. "Ruoshui, you stay here. I'll go take a look." Ji Beixin said to Bing Ruoshui as she turned into a ball of wind and flew towards Ling Xiao's location. "Xiao, what happened?" Ji Beixin landed lightly beside Ling Xiao and asked. Ling Xiao frowned and said, "Something might have happened. I'm not sure about the specifics, but I believe it won't be long before we find out." For some reason, Ling Xiao felt that something was amiss. This aura should be Luo Meiying's, but there was something inside that made him feel afraid. He was wondering, was the resurrected Luo Meiying still the real Luo Meiying? Rumble, rumble, rumble. After an unknown period of time, several bolts of lightning smashed down from the ice mountain. Countless pieces of ice were blasted into smithereens, and many parts of the Jade Spring Peak were also damaged. In the place where the aura was, a huge amount of water attribute energy gathered and did not dissipate. The aura was also getting stronger and stronger. It's already the strength of an Empyrean. Could it be that it can continue to grow? Ling Xiao's expression became more and more serious as he said. All of the spiritual qi within a radius of 10,000 kilometers was sucked dry, and all of it was absorbed into the ice mountain. This was much larger than the amount of spiritual energy Ling Xiao had gathered 2 days ago. In the end, the aura stopped at the peak of the Sky Sovereign Realm. It had finally stabilized. Just as Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief, the dark clouds in the sky descended from the sky and enveloped the place where the aura was. Ling Xiao's mind kept jumping. He could feel that this dark cloud had a very strange and obscure aura. Not good, it's the descent of a saint's divine sense. Ling Xiao's eyelids twitched as he cried out in alarm. A golden dragon spear immediately appeared in his hand. Without thinking, he immediately blasted it towards the black mass. Brr! A peerless golden dragon roared and smashed towards the black mass. Ling Xiao's mind power also surged out like a tide, forming a powerful golden dragon spear that blasted towards the black mass. He planned to attack from 2 directions at the same time. He must completely destroy this mass of black mass. Rumble. Under the attack of a visible and an invisible attack, the mass of black mass finally suffered some damage. A hoarse old woman's voice rang out. Brat, you were actually able to detect the descent of my divinity clone. But your time of death has come. You actually dared to break my formation and take out the demon heart. Now you still dare to use it? You must be tired of living. Dragon Lady, come out. Ling Xiao knew how terrifying this person was. Without thinking, he immediately summoned the Dragon Lady. The Dragon Lady appeared in the form of a human. Her body was in the golden ratio. She was protruding and slender. Coupled with her beautiful face, she could completely astonish everyone. Any man who saw her would be infatuated. The Dragon Lady's figure flashed as she rushed towards the black mass. Her seemingly petite fist smashed towards the black mass with the energy to tear the sky apart. The jet-black figure transformed into a surprised face. It actually dodged the attack and quickly rushed towards the completely destroyed iceberg. The Dragon Lady chased after it like a shadow, both of her fists continuously smashing towards it. The Jade Spring Pavilion immediately shook, and large pieces of the mountain were smashed down. What is going on? Elder Ling is attacking the black mass. What a terrifying attack. This is not something that an ordinary celestial venerable can do. Could Elder Ling already be the mystic the Arch? That's absolutely impossible. What are you all still standing there for? We can't interfere in this matter. Quickly get all the disciples of the sect to leave this place so that they won't be affected by the energy. That's right, fast. It's too terrifying. Even a natural disaster is only SOSO. I'm afraid that the foundation of our Purple Sky sect will be shaken. Not good, she wants to control Senior Sister Luo. Ling Xiao guessed the intentions of the saint's divine will and shouted in alarm. He raised his speed to the extreme and pulled out all of his mental strength, hoping to save her in time. Ling Xiao's mental strength was comparable to a top grade 8 alchemist, or even an ordinary grade 9 alchemist. If he attacked with all his might, he should be able to stop the saint's divine will. In addition, under the Dragon Lady's full strength attack, the saint's divine will also have some reservations. Damn it, I must kill all of you. The saint's divine will shouted anxiously. It was obvious that she had also suffered a lot of interference, making it difficult for her to achieve her goal. Bang! Suddenly, a trembling sound was heard from beneath the block of ice. Then, a human figure shot out from it. This figure was none other than Luo Meiying. However, the current her had changed drastically. She no longer had the lifeless, old and shriveled appearance from before. Right now, her entire body was filled with a strong life force, as if she was standing there, giving off a feeling of vitality. Although her appearance was only above average, her temperament had risen by who knew how many times. No matter how one looked at her, she was a rare beauty. In addition to her extremely full figure, her entire body gave off a feeling that made people want to conquer her. Right now, she could only use one word to describe her, and that was sexy. Her strength was actually already at the peak of the Empyrean realm, and her aura was still fluctuating, as if she had not adapted to this ability yet. Her face was filled with a blank expression, and her upper chest had split open. That pair of plump jade peaks were completely white, stimulating Ling Xiao's eyes. Fortunately, the people of the Purple Sky sect had already gone far away. Otherwise, it would have been a feast for their eyes. Senior Sister Luo, come over quickly. Don't let that thing entangle you. Ling Xiao didn't have time to think too much as he called out to Luo Meiying. His mind power turned into balls of energy and protected Luo Ming, not wanting the saint's divine will to approach her. When Luo Ming heard Ling Xiao's call, her gaze fell on Ling Xiao as memories that she had lost for a long time flashed through her mind. The saint's divine will was entangled by the dragon lady. It seemed that it was impossible to occupy Luo Ming's body, so it simply turned into a human figure. It was an old woman with wrinkles on her face that were as rough as tree bark. Her palms were so thin that they looked like skin and bones. She looked extremely hideous and disgusting. "Brat, you have some tricks up your sleeve. No wonder you were able to break my demon child formation. Now I'll make you pay the price," the old woman said with a sinister smile. Immediately after, countless black gas surged, and demonic faces let out mournful cries as they swept towards Ling Xiao, the dragon lady, Luo Ming, and Ji Beixin. This world had almost become a land of demons and ghosts in the human world. Chapter 859. Demons ran amok, ghosts screamed mournfully, and the surroundings were in a mess. Ling Xiao could clearly feel that this energy had surpassed the energy of an ordinary saint, making him feel powerless to resist. "Dragon Lady, it's all up to you." Ling Xiao roared at the dragon lady with all his might. If the dragon lady couldn't fight this old monster, he was really done for. Who would have thought that using the demon child's heart would attract such a terrifying thing? "Don't worry, boss, these things can't do anything to me," the dragon lady replied to Ling Xiao confidently, then opened her delicate lips slightly. Brr. A dragon's roar soared into the sky, causing the whole area to shake continuously. The phantoms of demons and ghosts in the vicinity were instantly shattered by this terrifying sound wave. At the same time, the dragon lady's figure flashed and smashed towards the phantom of the old woman. The old woman's expression darkened, and she let out an ear-piercing voice. "I don't care who you are, go to hell." After saying that, her old palms kept forming complicated hand seals, and a ball of faint black light condensed in the middle of her hand seals. "Go!" she shouted, and the ball of faint black light smashed towards the dragon lady. The black light energy looked small, but it contained extremely terrifying energy. Everywhere it passed, the air was swept clean, and the area within a radius of 1,000 miles became a vacuum. The ball of faint black light also became infinitely large. It was like a demon trying to devour the dragon lady. The dragon lady had a solemn look on her face, and she waved her hands in all directions. Countless water columns kept revolving around her, and she pushed her palms forward, and the river-like water waves rushed towards the black light. Rumble. The old woman and the dragon lady were entangled in battle, and Ling Xiao took the opportunity to say to Ji Beixin, "Exit, leave quickly. I'm afraid the dragon lady can't handle this old monster." From the old woman's words, Ling Xiao had already guessed that the person with the divine sense was the owner of the ghost mother demon child formation. Back then, when he obtained the small coffin, this old woman's voice had also appeared. However, after the formation was broken, she also disappeared. Who would have thought that she would appear again? Although it was just a strand of spiritual sense, she was able to fight so intensely with the Type 8 mid-stage dragon lady. He was afraid that the dragoness was no match for him, and that would be troublesome. Jaibahin knew that the situation was urgent, and she didn't want to drag Ling Xiao down. She said to Ling Xiao, "Xiao, be careful." Then she immediately left this place. Ling Xiao flew towards Luo Ming, who was still in a daze. "Senior sister Luo, quickly leave with me." Ling Xiao grabbed Luo Ming's hand and was about to take her away from here. Unexpectedly, Luo Ming forcefully retracted her hand, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion and doubt as she asked, You are junior brother Ling?" When Ling Xiao heard Luo Ming's call, he was overjoyed and quickly replied, "That's right, it's me. Senior sister, let's hurry up and leave. There are peerless experts fighting above. If we don't leave now, we will be accidentally injured." Following that, Luo Ming's words made Ling Xiao a little speechless. Aren't we in the heaven-suppressing sect's secret realm? Could it be that they still have many experts? Hearing this, Ling Xiao knew that Luo Ming's memories were still at the time when she entered the heaven-suppressing sect with him more than 10 years ago. This couldn't be blamed on her. After all, after she was killed, she had died once. Now that she was resurrected, it was enough for her to remember the past. "I'll explain these things to you later. Leave this place with me first." Ling Xiao grabbed Luo Ming's hand once again, and she flew far away as fast as she could. In the sky above the Purple Heaven sect, the old woman was constantly fighting with the dragoness. Although this old woman was a divine will clone, she could last longer than the black demon of the black demon sect, and her fighting strength was even more terrifying. The more the dragoness fought, the more she fell into a disadvantageous position. She was repeatedly smashed by the opponent. Fortunately, her body was abnormal enough to withstand such a beating. Otherwise, she would have been seriously injured. The more the dragoness fought, the angrier she became. Just as she was about to change back to her real body, the old woman's figure became blurred. Damn it, if it weren't for the distance I would definitely kill all of you. I hope you don't meet me in the future. The old woman let out a very unwilling voice, and her divine will gradually disappeared. The dragoness also shouted unwillingly, "Damn old thing, do you think this princess is afraid of you? The next time I see you I will swallow you alive." The old woman's aura disappeared, and the Purple Heaven sect also returned to peace. However, the Jade Spring Pavilion had been completely destroyed, and many mountains in the Purple Heaven sect had also been wiped out. Looking at the mess in front of them, the elders of the Purple Heaven sect all had depressed and uncomfortable expressions. The foundation they had established for thousands of years had actually been destroyed more than half. How could this not make them sad? Fortunately, they had just received a lot of treasures from Ling Xiao. Compared to the destruction in front of them, it seemed a little insignificant. What level of experts is this battle? It's too scary. Yun Xiong said with a face full of worry. He was now a low-level earthly sovereign. Originally, he felt that he had gained quite a reputation in the northwest, and his means had also been greatly improved. However, when he saw his sect being destroyed to such a state, he realized how insignificant his strength was. The other elders of the Purple Heaven sect also showed a look of lingering fear. One had to know that the destruction here was only caused by the residual energy. If they had fought on the ground, it was likely that tens of thousands of miles would have been turned into ruins. Could it be a powerful enemy attracted by Elder Ling? Zhao Mingyuan couldn't help but guess. When Haiyan immediately explained for Ling Xiao, "I don't think so. Perhaps Elder Ling took out some amazing treasure to attract that person." "Don't guess, it's already over. I will ask Xiao about this matter. Hurry up and let people come back to repair the damage of each peak," Xiao Songlin said. No matter what happened, as the Grand Master, he was definitely on Ling Xiao's side. In another direction, Ling Xiao had already used a set of clothes to completely cover Luo Meiying's figure. Luo Meiying had really come back from the dead. This made Ling Xiao feel that the big stone in his heart had been lifted, and his mood suddenly became much better. "Boss, she escaped." The dragon lady landed next to Ling Xiao and said with a look of indignation. Her chest rose and fell, making people gasp in amazement. "Yes, this is just a trick of the other party. His real body isn't here. It's good that you're fine." Ling Xiao replied softly. Not far from Ling Xiao, Luo Meiying's gaze fell on the dragon lady, and an uncomfortable feeling ignited in her heart. Now that her memories had returned, the blank space of more than 10 years still made her feel like she was in the past, and she couldn't change it in an instant. "Junior brother Ling, what exactly is going on? Can you tell me?" Luo Meiying asked Ling Xiao with a somewhat confused expression. Ling Xiao nodded his head lightly and said, "This is exactly what I want to explain to you. Once you hear it, you will understand what exactly happened." Thus, Ling Xiao told Luo Meiying about what had happened in the heaven-suppressing sect back then and the situation that had happened more than 10 years ago. He just wanted Luo Meiying to know that this was no longer the time of the past. After listening, Luo Meiying's expression changed a few times. In the end, she revealed a bright smile and said, "No wonder I feel like my life has started anew. My entire body is filled with energy, making me feel like I can do anything. So this isn't a dream, but I've already died once and come back to life. And no matter what, you're already alive now. I don't have to feel guilty anymore," Ling Xiao replied. Luo Meiying suddenly looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Did you save me because you didn't feel guilty?" Ling Xiao was at a loss for words. Back then Luo Meiying had died to save him. Before she died, she had confessed to him, which was something that he could not forget. It was just that at that time he really did not have any feelings for Luo Meiying. However, in these past 10 years he had thought of all sorts of ways to save Luo Meiying. In his heart, he had long regarded Luo Meiying as his own woman, regardless of whether she was alive or dead. Now that Luo Meiying asked him like this, he did not know how to answer. Luo Meiying revealed a bitter smile and said, "I know you only have junior sister Meng Qi in your heart. I won't make things difficult for you." After saying that, she turned around and left. To be honest, back then she had fallen in love with Ling Xiao because Ling Xiao had shown enough strength to lead the Purple Sky Sect's people to victory in the heaven-suppressing sect. Moreover, Ling Xiao himself was extraordinarily handsome, so it was naturally easy for her to have a good impression of him. Now that she heard that Ling Xiao had brought her back to life just to have a clear conscience, she felt very hurt. She thought to herself, I'd rather be dead. Perhaps there would be a place for me in his heart. Just at the moment when Luo Meiying was about to leave, Ling Xiao did not seem to think about it and quickly grabbed her hand. At the same time he forcefully pulled her into his arms. Then Ling Xiao unceremoniously kissed Luo Meiying's jade lips. Luo Meiying's beautiful eyes widened, and her expression became incomparably shocked. Senior sister, why are you so stupid? So, can I call you that? I really regret knowing you too late. If I could know you a few years earlier, I would definitely become your woman. Don't waste it for me. Shall you? Can you kiss me? No, I can't let you die. Didn't you say that you still want to be my woman? Meiying, hold on for me. The scene of life and death parting 10 years ago appeared in their minds at the same time. Their hearts became incomparably fervent. They had already been separated by life and death once. Now that the two of them were fine, could it be that they had to be separated again? The answer was, of course, no. Meiying, from now on you will be my Ling Xiao's woman. Ling Xiao held Luo Meiying's face and said very seriously, one kiss for love. Chapter 860. That was Luo Meiying's last wish before she died. Now she finally had a taste of what it felt like to be kissed. Luo Meiying felt her face burning, but her heart was warm and sweet. She would never forget that feeling for the rest of her life. She blushed as she hit Ling Xiao's chest and said, You're so domineering. There are people watching. She didn't forget to glance at the dragon lady at the side. Her face became even more embarrassed as she buried her face in Ling Xiao's chest. She had already expressed her attitude. She was willing to be Ling Xiao's woman. Haha, the dragon lady is not an outsider. From now on you will follow me. I will not let you suffer any harm. Ling Xiao laughed happily. Luo Meiying showed a happy smile and nodded. Then she asked Ling Xiao, you let me absorb the demon child's heart. What kind of treasure is it? It can actually bring me back from the dead and let my strength advance so much. I feel that my strength has already surpassed my master. From the moment Luo Meiying came back to life, she only knew that her body seemed to have an endless supply of energy. She knew that her body and strength were not the same as before. She wanted to know how Ling Xiao obtained such a treasure. Although she had not seen much of the world, she had read many ancient books since she was a child. She knew that these treasures were accompanied by great danger. She was very touched by what Ling Xiao had done for her. To be honest, the power of the demon child's heart has also exceeded my expectations. I originally thought that it would be good enough to bring you back from the dead, but it has already advanced your strength to that of a peak heavenly venerable. This can be considered a kind of compensation for you. However, although your power is powerful, you still don't know how to use the world's energy. Right now you only have strength but you are unable to use it. In the future I will personally teach you. I believe that it won't be long before you can use this power, replied Ling Xiao. He now suspected that the demon son's heart had not only accumulated a large amount of life force, but it had also absorbed the life force of the cultivators whose life force had been unintentionally absorbed. Otherwise, how could it have allowed Luo Meiying to advance so quickly? Regardless of whether this was true or not, Ling Xiao did not want to investigate further. He knew that this demon son's heart had not been used in vain. Ling Xiao brought Luo Meiying back to the Jade Spring Pavilion. When Haiyan and when Kitty saw Luo Meiying come back to life, they couldn't help but sigh. Ling Xiao was also very tactful and allowed them to have a good gathering with their fellow disciples. He took advantage of this time to find Wuxia, who was cultivating in the Jade Spring Pavilion. After the baptism of 10 years, Wuxia had become much more mature, but her appearance was still beautiful and lovable. She had made a promise with Hua Xiaogui, but Hua Xiaogui had gone to the Central Territory with Ling Xiao, so she could only stay in the sect by herself. After 10 years of cultivation, her cultivation was only at the High Spirit Master level, and she had not taken a step into the King level. Her Tenbin could only be considered average and she did not have the help of many resources. It was not very realistic for her to step into the King level. When she saw Ling Xiao again, she had an impulse to feel inferior. She wanted to escape from the sect and not see Ling Xiao. It wasn't because she liked or hated Ling Xiao, and it was because she felt that the gap between her and Ling Xiao was too great. Moreover, if Hua Xiaogui was by Ling Xiao's side, then how could Hua Xiaogui's strength be weak? Moreover, Hua Xiaogui had a noble identity as an alchemist. Would he still remember her existence? After 10 years of yearning, she had no choice but to reflect on whether there was still a possibility between her and Hua Xiaogui. Now that Ling Xiao had come looking for her, it caused her to feel extremely perturbed, and she became slightly worried about personal gains and losses. Ling Xiao didn't become arrogant and overbearing just because his strength had become formidable. He smiled lightly at Wu Xixue and said, "Little Shui, long time no see." Elder Ling, long time no see. Wu Xixue replied with a slightly nervous expression. "Little Shui, you're really treating me like an outsider. Could it be that you don't treat me as a big brother after not seeing me for a while? If Little Turtle knew about this, he would definitely scold you." Ling Xiao could more or less guess Wu Xixue's thoughts, so he immediately said very amiably. His attitude made Wu Xixue instantly become natural. She thought, Ling Xiao is still the same Ling Xiao, he hasn't changed. "Senior brother Ling, how is Xiaogui? Why haven't I seen him come back?" Wu Xixue also relaxed her state of mind and asked. She was thinking that regardless of whether Hua Xiaogui still planned to ask her about it or not, she would also be able to make a decision in her heart. "To be honest, I don't know whether he is good or bad," Ling Xiao replied. Wu Xixue's expression tensed up and she asked worriedly, "Did something happen to him?" Looking at Wu Xixue's worried expression, Ling Xiao knew that Wu Xixue's feelings for Hua Xiaogui should not have changed. According to his understanding of Hua Xiaogui was not a person who liked the new and got tired of the old. Since this was the case, Ling Xiao made a decision in his heart. He should be fine. This time I don't plan to stay for long. Since you still have Little Turtle in your heart, then come with me to the central region. It won't be long before you two can reunite. Ling Xiao replied. Back then, when Hua Xiaogui made up her mind to follow Ling Xiao to the central region, Ling Xiao felt that he owed Hua Xiaogui. At that time he should have brought Wu Xixue with him. However, it was not too late now. After Hua Xiaogui returned from his studies, he would definitely be very happy to find that Wu Xixue had also arrived in the central region. Can I do it? Wu Xixue could not help but feel a little nervous. She did not expect Ling Xiao to make such a request this time. In her heart, she naturally wanted to immediately agree. However, she knew that if she went with Ling Xiao with her strength, would she be a burden to him? If I say you can do it, then you can do it. There is nothing to worry about, Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Then my master. Wu Xixue was worried. She was afraid that her master would not let her leave. Don't worry, I will go and talk to your master. If you have any unfinished business, do it as soon as possible. I don't know when you will come back next time, Ling Xiao said. Wu Xixue's nervousness was swept away. Her face turned into a spring breeze-like smile. She nodded at Ling Xiao, then turned and left. She wanted to clear up her unfinished business and wait for Ling Xiao to take her to the central region to see that shy guy. She wondered if he still remembered her. Ling Xiao returned to the wooden flag peak and talked to his master, Mu Huai and Xiao Songlin in detail. In the end, it was confirmed that Xiao Songlin would not leave the Purple Sky sect. However, Xiao Songlin asked Ling Xiao to not only bring Mu Huai away, but also his martial uncle Mu En. Ling Xiao would not refuse this favor. After all, he had always had a good impression of his martial uncle. Letting him go to the central region with him, his master would also have a companion. At the same time, Ling Xiao asked his master to find Ji Beixin's grandfather, Ji2, as soon as possible. Ji2 had to leave with them. After settling all of this, Ling Xiao returned to the Purple Sky City alone and brought the people who stayed in the Purple Sky City back to the Meteor City. Ji Beixin and Luo Meiying did not follow. One of them had to stay behind to wait for someone, while the other had to stay behind to complete her unfinished wish. When Ling Xiao returned to the central region, he would pass by the Purple Sky sect and pick them up at that time. On the way, Feng Lingtian sat on Ling Xiao's mount, Xiaojin, and exclaimed in joy, I can finally see my grandparents again. Misses them so much. Ever since Ling Xiao and Feng Xianyun brought Feng Lingtian back to the Meteor City 10 years ago, Feng Lingtian could not forget his grandparents. This was because his grandparents were the same as his grandfather. They were extremely good to him, especially his grandmother, who wanted to hold him in her mouth and dote on him. At that time he was young, but he had a deep impression of them. Ling Xiao patted the back of his head and said, When you see Grandpa and Grandma, you have to behave yourself. Don't fish out a bunch of poisonous things for Lousy. Your grandma is not scared, do you know? During the month that Ling Xiao had captured his son to gain experience, Ling Xiao had seen this brat summon all the poisonous creatures within a radius of thousands of miles. Even he felt disgusted when he saw that scene. If his mother saw it, she would probably faint from fright. Therefore Ling Xiao had no choice but to remind this brat first in case something went wrong. Feng Ling Tian said with a wronged expression, "Father, if you hit my head again, if I become stupid, no one will be filial to you in the future." He was changing the topic, but in his heart he was thinking, could it be that great-grandfather told father? How did he know that I could summon little darling? That's little Kanzi's delicious food, there's nothing to be afraid of. Hearing his son's words, Ling Xiao was a little angry and said, "Just don't cause trouble for Laozi." At the side, Kai Shiyue smiled beautifully and said, "Tian, you're right. In the future, just be filial to your mothers and don't need a stinky father like you." Alright. Yunyang, if you don't treat my father well and only treat Tian well, then I will only be filial to you. Feng Ling Tian said with a serious expression. As soon as he said this, Ling Xiao, Feng Xianyun, Kai Shiyue, Bing Ruoshui, and Bayushi all burst into laughter. You already know how to sow discord at such a young age. Are you itching for a beating? Ling Xiao revealed an angry expression and threatened his son. Mother, Daddy is going to hit someone again. Feng Ling Tian immediately asked Feng Xianyun, who was behind him, for help. Feng Xianyun rolled her eyes at Ling Xiao and said, "Laugh, you don't even know how to care about Tian. Don't always beat and scold him, he's still young." Ling Xiao said, "He's already 13 years old, how can he still be young? This brat is very smart, if I don't discipline him now, I'm afraid that when he grows up, he will even beat me up." Husband, you're exaggerating too much. Tian'er is so sensible and obedient, he will only be filial to you, how could he go against you? Kai Shiyue helped Feng Ling Tian. Bayushi also echoed, "That's right, young master. Young master is very obedient, don't scold him." Chapter 861. Northwest Meteor City was a remote and backward city. However, such a city was next to the famous desolate mountain range in the northwest. There were many resources in the desolate mountain range, but spirit beasts roamed freely. Even Empyrean powerhouses didn't dare to go too deep. This also caused Meteor City to be unable to excavate the resources. Thus, this predicament couldn't be changed for the time being. However, this situation was only relative to 10 years ago. Nowadays, the Ling family was the most powerful family in Meteorite City. The Ling family had produced several king-level martial artists, which made Meteorite City famous. Moreover, the Ling family also had a connection with the Purple Sky sect. Every time the Purple Sky sect selected disciples, the Ling family would be sent to participate in the selection. With the Ling family's strong rise, the Ling family had also excavated a lot of resources from the desolate mountain range. Those 3rd and 4th grade spirit herbs and spirit beasts would be auctioned from time to time, attracting the attention of some of the major clans in the surrounding cities. With the constant flow of outsiders, Meteor City changed and became one of the wealthiest cities under the jurisdiction of the Purple Sky sect. The Ling family also became the #1 family under the jurisdiction of the Purple Sky sect. Regardless of whether others were convinced or not, just the fact that the Ling family had the youngest elder in the Purple Sky sect was enough for the Ling family to look down on the other cities. Now the Ling family didn't only have one king stage expert, the Supreme Elder. Apart from the Supreme Elder who was out traveling, the #1 expert of the Ling family was Ling Zhan. He was the cousin of the current patriarch, Ling Yuan. 10 years ago he'd suddenly leaped from the spirit rank to the mid-rank king rank, and it took him less than 3 years to reach the high-rank king rank. 4 years ago he'd even reached the peak rank king rank. In recent years not many people had seen him move around. It was said that he had already reached Earth's sovereign stage. In the northwest, Earth's sovereign stage was already a peak existence. If Ling Zhan really reached this step, then the Purple Sky sect's #1 family was well deserved. As for the second expert, it was Ling Zhan's wife, Meng Xiun. However, she had never made a move, so no one would have thought that she was already a peak king stage expert. Outsiders only knew that the second strongest person in the Ling family was Ling Zhan's father, the Ling family's old patriarch, Ling Tsang, who had the strength of an intermediate king. After him was the previous generation's elder Ling Qin, who had the strength of a low king, and the current patriarch Ling Yuan, who had the strength of a low king. Now, excluding the supreme elder Ling He and Ling Xiao, the Ling clan had a total of 5 experts at the king rank and above. With such strength, it was indeed enough to show disdain for a region. No one dared to offend the Ling family outside of Meteor City's jurisdiction, and the Ling family also managed Meteor City in an orderly manner, becoming more and more prosperous. As the Ling family became more powerful, the land they occupied also became more spacious. In an elegant and quiet courtyard in the Ling family's courtyard, a charming and beautiful woman was throwing a few pieces of fresh meat at a 3-meter-tall black bear. "Little Black, eat some meat to fill your stomach first. Your appetite is getting bigger and bigger. If this continues, you'll have to find your own food," the woman said with a loving expression. She looked at the sturdy black bear as if she was looking at her own family, but there was an indescribable worry and longing in her eyes. This charming woman who looked to be in her 30s was none other than Ling Xiao's mother, Meng Xiun. The big black bear in front of them was the little black bear that Ling Xiao had personally given birth to a female bear when he was training in the desolate mountain range. The little black of the past was now a big guy. It was only an ordinary spirit beast. Even with the beast core to feed it, it was still a low rank 4 spirit beast. If it wanted to break through the rank 5 bottleneck, it wouldn't be easy. After all, its bloodline was too ordinary. Little Black swallowed the few pieces of meat and swayed its huge body in front of Meng Xiun. Its big tongue licked Meng Xiun's hand as if it was incomparably affectionate. Meng Xiun gently caressed Little Black's forehead and sighed, "Sigh, only a big stupid bear like you would stay here with me all day." Her husband went out to cultivate, her son went to the central region, and she didn't know what was going on. Her grandson wasn't raised by her, so she was often alone in the courtyard. Aside from cultivating, she would deal with Little Black. This made her life abnormally boring. With her strength, Ling Yuan had invited her to join the Elders' Council, but she didn't want to show her face in public, so she could only live like this. At this time, the sound of wind breaking could be heard from afar. Then a loud voice echoed, "Madam, I'm back." A figure shining with golden light swept over from the horizon. His speed and aura were extraordinary. As soon as the voice fell, the golden figure landed next to Meng Xiun. This person looked to be in his 30s. He had sharp edges and strong lines, and his eyes were filled with a strong light. His martial clothes were tattered in many places, but none of them were fatal. He carried a golden spear on his back and had an excited expression on his face. It was obvious that he had encountered something happy. Wasn't this person Ling Xiao's father, Ling Zhan? His aura had already reached the peak of a low-level Earth Emperor, and his blood energy was especially strong. It seemed like he had gained a lot in these 10 years. Meng Xiun only glanced at her husband and replied in a bored manner, "If you're back, then you're back. Why are you shouting? Aren't you afraid that big brother and third brother will rush over to ask for something from you?" After saying that, she turned around and walked towards the hall. Ling Zhan saw Meng Xiun's situation and naturally knew that his wife was angry. Who told him to spend more than half a year to train? It would be strange if his wife wasn't angry. Ling Zhan hurriedly caught up with her and said with a smile, "Xiun, look what I brought back for you. This is a mid-tier 4th order green star flower and high-tier 4th order coiled lotus vine that I found with great difficulty. It will be very useful for your cultivation." Ling Zhan didn't forget to bring back good things for his wife every time he went out. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sleep with his wife at night. In the past, Meng Xiun would take the things and forgive Ling Zhan, but she didn't do so this time. She didn't take the spirit grass from Ling Zhan. What else is there in life besides cultivation? It's fine if my son isn't by my side, but even my husband is a cultivation maniac. What's the point of living alone? Meng Xiun sighed. She didn't know why, but she especially missed her son and grandchildren today. She wished that she had a house full of children and grandchildren and a happy family. She would rather spend a short 100 years with her loved ones by her side. She didn't want to have a few 100 years of lifespan without her husband or children by her side. She wanted to live alone in an empty house. Ling Zhan was very anxious. He was a man who was afraid of his wife, so he quickly put away the spirit grass and followed behind Meng Xiun. After entering the hall, he signaled the servants to leave. He hugged Meng Xiun tightly and said, "Xiun, why don't we have another child? This way you won't be lonely anymore." In fact, Ling Zhan already had this idea. He understood his wife's personality. If there was no one by her side, she wouldn't be happy. She didn't have many close friends in the clan, and his father didn't need her to serve him. Thus, he thought that it would be better to have another child for his wife. Perhaps this would make his wife truly happy. Hearing her husband's words, Meng Xiun's beautiful eyes lit up, but they immediately dimmed down. She said, "This won't do. We already have a grandson like Tian. If we have another child, then everything will be a mess. No, absolutely not. They aren't together, right? It shouldn't be a problem. Ling Zhan didn't consider this point and became a bit embarrassed. If they had another child and their grandson was older than their child, then their relationship would be a mess. What nonsense are you talking about? When Xiao comes back, we will definitely live together. I still hope that Xiao can find a few more wives and give me more grandchildren. Meng Xiyun rolled her eyes at Ling Zhan. That's right. In truth, Ling Zhan's suggestion made her a bit tempted, but she was more rational in restraining her thoughts. Alright, I'll listen to you. I don't know when that stinky brat will come back. Could it be that something happened? Ling Zhan helplessly replied. Before he could finish, Meng Xiyun turned around and punched him in the chest. She said, if you say anything more, then don't even think about getting on my bed. My Xiao is strong and smart. She'll definitely be safe and sound. At this point, Ling Zhan also revealed a bit of regret. He thought to himself, this stinky brat, when he comes back, I'll teach you a good lesson for being unfilial. It's a pity that all parents care about their children. Which parent doesn't want their children to live a safe and happy life when they're away from home? At this time, the maid's voice came from outside. Master, the patriarch and elder Tao are here. I already said that once you came back they will definitely follow. Meng Xiyun rolled her eyes at Ling Zhan. Ling Zhan laughed dryly. Tell big brother and third brother to wait here. I'll go wash up and change my clothes before coming out to see them. Ling Yuan and Ling Tao were Ling Zhan's big brother and third brother respectively. The three of them had always had a good relationship, and after Ling Zhan's son was born, they became even closer. Their current strength was all thanks to his nephew. Otherwise they wouldn't have the prestige they had today. They rushed over to see Ling Zhan because they knew that Ling Zhan had returned from his training. He must have found a lot of good things, so they came to rob them. Big brother, third brother, you guys came really quickly. Meng Xiyun greeted the two with a smile. The two of them could tell that Meng Xiyun was teasing them, but they didn't get angry. Ling Yuan smiled faintly. Don't blame me, second sister. Who asked second brother to be so strong? I only came for the development of the clan, so I had to thicken my skin and ask for some benefits. Sister-in-law, third brother wants to break through to the king realm as soon as possible. I can only rely on second brother's help. Ling Tao laughed shamelessly. Chapter 862. As the head of the Ling family, Ling Yuan naturally had to wholeheartedly seek benefits for the Ling family. However, the Ling family's foundation was limited. If they wanted to become stronger, they needed all sorts of high-level resources. They could use them as a collection, auction them, or as a reward. However, high-level resources weren't that easy to obtain. In the entire Ling family, Ling Zhan was the strongest. He often went to the desolate mountains to train and often found high-level spirit herbs and beasts. These were all good resources. Thus, when Ling Yuan knew that Ling Zhan was back, he had no choice but to rush over. Even if he could get a few high-level fourth-rank spirit beast corpses, he could sell them in his family's auction and earn a lot of mysterious crystals. As for Ling Tao, he wanted to find Ling Zhan to ask if there were any suitable spirit herbs for him so that he could quickly break through to the king level. Ling Zhan had always been generous and didn't care too much about these worldly possessions. Thus, he would always give some good things to Ling Yuan and leave some for Ling Tao, who asked them to be blood brothers. After bathing, Ling Zhan looked even more handsome and extraordinary. As his strength continued to rise, his temperament was also different from the past. Big brother, third brother, you're here. Your things have already been prepared. There's no need to rush, let's drink a few cups first. Ling Zhan smiled. Ever since his son had passed on a mysterious cultivation method to him, not only had his strength recovered, but it had also continued to advance, allowing him to become the #1 person in the Ling family. This made him sigh in his heart, and at the same time, he especially treasured everything that he had so hard to come by. Ling Yuan and Ling Tao didn't stand on ceremony and sat down. Meng Xiyun didn't want to be angry at Ling Zhan and immediately ordered the kitchen to prepare some dishes to go with the wine. However, at this time, a rumbling sound came from outside. Bang bang. What's going on? Ling Tao asked in confusion. Meng Xiyun revealed a worried expression and said, It's Blackie. What happened to it? Why is it running so fast? With that, she immediately ran out of the hall. Ling Zhan's eyes twitched and he said nervously, So many powerful auras. Quick. Big brother, third brother, follow me out to take a look. Ling Zhan's senses were outstanding and he immediately rushed out of the hall. Ling Yuan and Ling Tao also hurriedly ran out. To be able to cause Ling Zhan to panic, what kind of character had descended? Like a truck, Black Bear rushed out of the courtyard and headed straight for the main gate of the Ling residence. Along the way, the Ling family members were so frightened that they hurriedly avoided them. They all knew that this was a fourth-rank spirit beast raised by the sect protector elder. How would they dare to stop it? Moreover, they didn't have the ability to stop it. The guards at the door scattered like birds. If they were hit by such a big black bear, they would probably die on the spot. Meng Xiun chased after him and shouted, "Little Black, come back." Everyone looked at the flying Meng Xiun in shock. They didn't know that Meng Xiun was an expert, and one that had already broken through to the king rank. Am I seeing things? Madame Xiun can actually fly? I don't think so. So Madame Xiun is also a king-level expert. Doesn't that mean our Ling family has another king-level expert? How amazing. I knew it. If the sect protector elder is so powerful, how could his wife be weak? Our Ling family's current achievements are all thanks to the legendary 14th elder. He is also Madame Xian's son, so it's not surprising that she has such strength. Exactly, the 14th elder is also a high-grade alchemist. His position in the family isn't any weaker than the supreme elder. After Meng Xiun came out, Ling Zhan quickly caught up to her. Behind them, Ling Yuan and Ling Tao also came out. The members of the Ling family were even more confused. They were all wondering, could it be that the Black Bear has gone mad? We haven't even reached home yet, and Little Black has already come out to greet us. Not bad, not bad. A carefree voice echoed from outside the Ling residence. Little Black has grown taller again. A tender laughter rang out. Meng Xiun and Ling Zhan, who were already at the door, looked at the person playing with Little Black and were pleasantly surprised. Xiao. Meng Xiun couldn't help but cry out first. The group in front of Little Black was Ling Zhao's group, who had just returned from the Purple Sky sect. Ling Xiao took a few steps forward and happily replied, "Father, Mother, I'm back." Looking at his father and mother, who were becoming younger and younger, Ling Xiao was very happy. Meng Xiun was emotional and her beautiful eyes were filled with tears. She covered her mouth and scolded, "You stinking brat, you still remember to come back. Are you ready to abandon this family and your mother? Don't you know how worried I was for you?" Meng Xiun immediately scolded Ling Chen with a smile as if she had an endless amount of grievances to vent. Ling Xiao was like a child who had done something wrong. He walked in front of Meng Xiun and sincerely said, "Mother, this child is in the wrong. I've made Mother worry." He was scolded, but his heart was warm. No matter how strong he was still his mother's son. It was natural for a mother to care for her son. At this time, Feng Lingtian walked over and said to Meng Xiun, Grandma, don't scold Father. Father should know his wrongs. I promise on his behalf that he won't let you worry in the future, okay?" Meng Xiun's gaze fell on Feng Lingtian. She couldn't connect him to the little pudding from 10 years ago. However, he looked somewhat similar to her son and he called her Grandma. Who else could it be other than her grandson, Feng Lingtian? Meng Xiun smiled and said, "You're Tian'er, my darling grandson?" "Of course I'm Tian'er. Grandma, don't you recognize Tian'er?" Feng Lingtian replied with a serious expression. Meng Xiun hugged Feng Lingtian and used her hand to caress Feng Lingtian's head. She happily smiled and said, Good grandson is still the best. In the future you can stay by Grandma's side, okay?" This time, not only did her son come back, but even her grandson came back. Meng Xiun was extremely happy. "Okay, don't just stay here. Let's go home first." Ling Zhan also revealed a happy expression. "Father is right, let's go inside first." Ling Xiao replied. He looked at his son and was dissatisfied. "This stinking brat really knows how to coax people. My position in the future will be in danger." Just as the group was about to return to the Ling family, Ling Yuan and Ling Tao arrived. "So it's Xiao. Aha, no wonder Little Black ran so fast." Ling Yuan couldn't help but laugh. "Come, stinking brat, quickly give third uncle a king entering pill. Otherwise, don't even think about entering the house." Ling Tao blocked Ling Xiao's path and shouted. Last time, when Ling Xiao returned, he left behind many good things for Ling Zhan to distribute to the Ling family. Ling Qin, Ling Tsang, Ling Yuan, and the others were able to break through to the king realm with the help of the king entering pill. Ling Tao also knew about this. He was now a peak spirit master and couldn't wait to break through with the king entering pill. "Ling Xiao, you're quite capable. You actually dared to threaten Xiao." A voice that wasn't very loud rang out from behind Ling Xiao. Ling Zhan, Ling Yuan, and Ling Tao looked in the direction of the voice and saw Bayushi walking over with Ling He. Grand Elder. Ling Tao cried out in surprise. The Grand Elder always had enough deterrence in the Ling family. When Ling Tao saw the Grand Elder, his expression immediately became respectful. Ling Tao greets the Grand Elder. Ling Zhan and Ling Yuan immediately went up to greet him. Meng Xiyun also followed closely behind, paying her respects to the most authoritative elder in the Ling family. Grand Elder, you're finally back. I didn't expect you to be with Xiao. The first to speak was Ling Yuan. He was already the head of the family, but when facing the Grand Elder, he still had to show enough respect. Ling Zhan, who was at the side, saw Ling He's abnormal state and immediately asked in surprise, Grand Elder, your cultivation? Most people only hid their cultivation aura and others could only see the depth of their cultivation. However, if a person's dantian was destroyed, then it could be sensed from all aspects. Ling Zhan, especially when he saw Ling He's unsteady gait, was confused. Ling He sighed and said, I'm fine, I won't die yet. Xiao has a way to cure me. Then he glared at Ling Tao and said, You're acting shamelessly even though you're my uncle. Hurry up and make way. Are you looking down on me? Ling He said. Ling Tao didn't dare to block the way and quickly jumped to the side. Grand Elder, what are you talking about? I was just joking with Xiao, just joking. Ling Xiao and the others returned home. The news of their return instantly caused a commotion in the Ling family. The entire Ling family became incomparably lively. The Grand Elder and the 14th Elder have returned. Immediately gather all the elders and pay their respects. Hurry up and inform the elders that the Grand Elder and the 14th Elder have returned. What? The Grand Elder and the 14th Elder have returned at the same time. Hurry up and pay our respects. This is great. With the return of these two elders, the Ling family strength is going to rise to another level. Everyone in the Ling family hurriedly rushed to the small courtyard that Ling Zhan had been assigned to. If it wasn't for someone holding them back, the small courtyard would have been bursting with people. As the Grand Elder of the Ling family, Ling He was like the stabilizing force of the Ling family. As long as he was there, the Ling family wouldn't slack off. Ling Zhao's sudden rise and his various tenbin made him the idol of everyone in the Ling family. With him around, the Ling family would move towards a more glorious era. Wasn't everything that the Ling family had now brought about by him? Ling Yuan, tell them to disperse. Let them gather in the meeting hall tomorrow. Ling He had just landed and immediately ordered Ling Yuan. Yes, Grand Elder. Ling Yuan replied. At this time Ling Chen and Ling Tsang, as well as a few of the Ling family's previous elders, all came in. With their status, they were naturally treated differently from the other elders. Greetings, Grand Elder. A few of them saw Ling He and immediately bowed respectfully. Chapter 863. Ling He and Ling Zhao's return caused the Ling family to be in an uproar. In addition to the elders and deacons of the Ling family, who were constantly circling around, wanting to see the two of them, the leaders of the various families in Meteorite City also moved out after hearing the news. Now that the Ling family had become the #1 family in Meteorite City, and it was also the #1 family in the Purple Sky Sect's territory, they were in awe of the Ling family. They all knew that the Ling family's current situation was related to Ling Xiao. After all, the news that Ling Xiao had become the youngest elder of the Purple Sky Sect had spread throughout the cities of the Purple Sky Sect. He was also a high-rank alchemist. This identity was enough for many people to look up to and respect him. They all took the opportunity to visit the Ling family. Of course, they wanted to establish a relationship with this alchemist. If they could obtain a high-quality pill that would allow their family to produce a king-rank powerhouse, then they would make a fortune. Although their thoughts were very good, the reality was very cruel. Apart from receiving the elders of the Ling family, Ling Xiao and the others let Ling Yuan, the patriarch, deal with the outsiders. In the courtyard of Ling Zhao's house, it was full of laughter. These days Meng Xiyun was very happy. Her son came back, her grandson came back, and her son even brought back 3 beautiful wives. Adding on by Yushi, her adopted daughter, her son had 4 wives. According to this situation, her wish of having a house full of grandchildren was not far away. However, she also learned from Bayushi that her son had several other women. Now she was both happy and worried about her son. Happy because he had many wives. Would he be afraid of not having grandchildren in the future? Worried because he had many wives. How could her son not be able to control them? If he caused trouble, she was afraid that it would be difficult to handle. No, as a mother, I have to help my son. Meng Xian made up her mind. Thus, she began to call Feng Xianyun, Kai Shiyue, and Bing Ruoxue over and began to display her power as a mother-in-law. However, before she could use her strength, she found that the three women were getting along with each other like guests. Moreover, they all called each other sisters. Their relationship was very good. Only now did she realize that she had worried too much. She thought to herself, this brat is really good at dealing with girls. In the hall, Ling Tsang's voice was filled with excitement. He said, Xiao, you said you've established a sect and you want to bring us to the Central Territory? Ling Xiao nodded and said, Grandpa, I've already discussed this matter with the Patriarch. I'll listen to your opinion. If you don't want to go, I won't force you. All of a sudden Ling Tsang, Ling Chen, Ling Yuan, and the elders of the Ling family all fell into deep thought. The highest elder, Ling He, said, the central region is more prosperous than you think, but it is also full of danger and danger. Xiao has already found a safe place for us. If our Ling family can go there, we will definitely become a famous family in the future. I support Xiao in this matter. Ling He made his position clear. He had followed Ling Xiao all the way back and learned from Bayushi about Ling Zhao's experiences over the years. He was shocked to the extreme. He was a junior who dared to stand up to the Black Demon sect, the Gu clan, the Heaven-shaming organization, and many other powerful forces. No one would dare to provoke him in the central region. The Ling clan would definitely be more beneficial than harmful if they followed him to the central region. Since the highest elder had made his position clear, the other people present were also moved. The central region was a martial artist's paradise, so of course they all wanted to go there. However, they also knew that it wasn't a joke. Bloodshed could happen at any time. With their strength, it wasn't enough. Take the Supreme Elder for example. Now that his strength had been crippled, they were quite worried in their hearts. Ling Xiao didn't care about what they were thinking. He gave them a few days to think about it, while he found a place to refine pills for the Patriarch to restore his Dantian. Ever since Ling Xiao obtained the inheritance of the divine alchemist in the obsidian cauldron, he knew all the pill formulas below the 8th rank like the back of his hand. In the central region, if he said he was the best in the pill formulas, no one would dare to say they were second. After all, the divine alchemist had already reached the top position among alchemists. Moreover, he was the most primitive kind of divine alchemist, so he had unparalleled knowledge about pills. In Ling Zhao's inherited memory, there was a top 7th rank pill called Reconstruction Pill. As the name suggested, Reconstruction could remodel a martial artist's Dantian, so that the originally destroyed Dantian could be condensed again. If a commoner obtained this pill, his Dantian could be expanded again so that he could become a martial artist who could cultivate again. Ling Xiao wanted to refine this pill for the Patriarch so that he could cultivate again. For several days, Ling Xiao did not come out of seclusion. In his designated stone room, from time to time, the smell of spirit herbs wafted out, making everyone in the Ling family extremely excited. They all knew that the 14th elder was concocting pills. In the eyes of the Ling family, the 14th elder was a legendary existence. Not only was he powerful, he was also a high-rank alchemist, and in the Purple Sky sect he was even an esteemed elder. No matter which aspect, it was enough to make them feel incomparably proud. Suddenly, the sky was densely covered with multicolored clouds, and rays of golden light began to flicker like auspicious clouds, illuminating the Ling family and Meteorite City. When the people of the Ling family in Meteorite City saw the strange phenomenon in the sky, they all widened their eyes and cried out in surprise. What a strange light! It doesn't look like sunlight, nor does it look like the attribute light of an expert. When it shines on people's bodies, it feels warm and comfortable. That is coming from the 14th Elder's alchemy room. Could it be that this is the legendary heavenly phenomenon that will only appear when a 7th grade pill is refined? No, it can't be. 7th grade pills are only recorded in ancient books, and only in the prosperous Central Territory where experts gather, can people refine them, right? Then how do you explain it? The 14th Elder is a rare genius in our Ling family, and he has long been a 4th grade alchemist. After such a long time, it is not impossible for him to become a 7th grade alchemist. Auspicious clouds fill the sky. The Ling family is blessed this time. It seems that their position in Meteorite City will not be shaken for the next 1,000 years. The heavenly phenomenon naturally meant that a 7th grade pill was refined. In the alchemy room, Ling Xiao carefully put a few translucent and fragrant perfect pills into a bottle. He said to himself with satisfaction, "Not bad, I can refine 6 pills at once. I'm not rusty yet." From the inherited memories of the alchemist god, Ling Xiao knew that for pills below the 7th grade, he could at most refine 10 pills at once. That was the most perfect success rate. Now that Ling Xiao could refine 6 pills at once, it was indeed not easy for him to refine a 7th grade alchemist. When he became a saint alchemist, he might be able to refine a 7th grade pill with a higher success rate. When Ling Xiao came out of the stone room, he found that the great elder Ling He Ling Tsang and his father were already waiting for him. "Old master, grandfather, father, what are you doing?" Ling Xiao asked in surprise. Ling He impatiently stepped forward and asked, "Xiao, you said that the pill is done?" When Ling Xiao heard the old master's question, he knew that the old master could not sit still any longer. Although the old master had always been very open-minded, now that he had the opportunity to reconstruct his dantian and cultivate, he was more anxious than anyone else. Ling Xiao touched his nose and said, "Old master, when have I ever not fulfilled my promises?" After he finished speaking, he handed a reconstruction pill that he had prepared earlier to Ling He. Ling Xiao then said, "Old master, if you take it, your dantian will definitely recover within 3 days." Ling He took the pill with a nervous expression. "I hope that Grand Elder can regain his former glory and bring glory to the Ling family." Ling Tsang said to Ling He. "I wish the Great Elder the glory of the Ling family." Ling Zhan, Ling Yuan, and the others also expressed their congratulations. "All right, Xiao, I won't say anything more." Ling He's eyes were filled with gratitude. After saying this, he turned around and left. He couldn't wait to find a place to consume the medicinal pill in his hand. Ling Tsang walked in front of Ling Xiao and heavily patted Ling Zhao's shoulder. He smiled and said, "Xiao, good job. Now that you've become powerful, you still don't forget about your family. It's really commendable." Thinking back to the past, his grandson was almost crippled. Fortunately, everything was fine now and he was even more promising. As a grandfather, he was also proud of himself. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Grandfather, what do uncle and the others think? Are they willing to follow me to the central region?" Ling Tsang sighed and said, "Let your uncle do the talking." Ling Yuan said with some dissatisfaction, "Xiao, they all want to live a peaceful life." Ling Xiao knew the result of Ling Yuan's words. It must be that many of them were used to being kings here and didn't want to improve. They just wanted to live a peaceful life here and were satisfied. They didn't want to go to the central region. Ling Xiao could understand them. After all, it took a lot of courage to travel such a long distance to a strange place to start a new life. Ling Xiao didn't force the issue. When he came back, he had already thought about this result. "Uncle, can you count the people who are willing to leave with us? Be ready to gather at any time and we will leave. This is the root of the Ling family. I believe that you and grandfather have feelings for this place. If the others want to stay, let them take care of it. In the future, when you have time, you can come back often," Ling Xiao said. Hearing Ling Zhao's words, Ling Tsang and the others all looked satisfied. They were afraid that Ling Xiao would be angry and ignore the rest of the Ling family. "Xiao is right. This is the root of the Ling family. It belongs to our homeland. If they want to stay, let them enjoy life here. My old bones still want to see me," Ling Tsang said with a smile. Ling Xiao didn't want to dwell on this issue, so he changed the subject and said, "Grandfather, I want to see the 2nd and 5th elders. Maybe they will be in charge of the Ling family in the future." Chapter 864. The 2nd elder Ling Imo and the 5th elder Ling Yen had colluded with outsiders in an attempt to usurp Ling Tsang's position as the head of the family. Not only had their plot failed, but it had also allowed the Li family, one of the 3 major families, to take advantage of the situation and almost destroy the Ling family. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Ling Imo knew how to make a choice. He knew how to protect the interests of the Ling family. He took the spirit-burning pill and raised his strength to the king stage, blocking the Li family's army and giving the Ling family a chance to counterattack. However, Ling Mo's cultivation had stagnated, and his lifespan had been reduced by 10 years. As for his younger brother Ling Yen, he was an accomplice of the rebellion. Like him, he was punished to face the wall and reflect on his mistakes for 10 years. He was also expelled from the Ling family. It could be said that Ling Imo, Ling Yen, and the others who had caused chaos in the past had been completely marginalized. As Ling Tsang, Ling Yuan, Ling Zhan, and the others grew stronger, the Ling family had gained more development, and they were almost forgotten. Now that Ling Xiao had suddenly brought up this matter, Ling Tsang was a little surprised. What was even more surprising was that from Ling Zhao's tone, it seemed that he wanted the second elder and the others to take over the Ling family. Xiao, are you really going to do this? Ling Tsang asked Ling Xiao with a look of surprise. The people behind him also looked at Ling Xiao in confusion. Ling Xiao explained, the second elder and the fifth elder are also members of the Ling family. Although they have made mistakes, I'm sure they have repented and turned over a new leaf. Since we are leaving, why not let them take over the reins of the Ling family? I'm sure the other elders won't object. The reason why Ling Xiao had done this was not because he was too soft-hearted, but because he had taken the spirit-burning pill in order to preserve the Ling family's foundation. From this decision, it could be seen that he still had deep feelings for the Ling family. Now that Ling Xiao was leaving with his family, and the other elders would definitely want to take over the position of the family head, there would definitely be internal strife. Thus, it was better for Ling Xiao to use Ling Yimo to fulfill his dream of becoming the family head. After all, Ling Yimo still had some means to make the Ling family prosperous. Ling Tsang showed a gratified smile and said, Xiao heir, it seems that you have matured. Some things are more thoughtful than us old men. Alright, let's go to the second elder's house. They have suffered enough these years. Back then Ling Tsang and Ling Yimo were good brothers, but they became enemies because of the position of clan head. Ling Tsang had always been grateful to the previous clan leader for giving him the position of clan leader. However, as the son of the previous clan leader, Ling Yimo did not become the clan leader. Ling Tsang still felt a little guilty towards Ling Yimo. Now that Ling Xiao had taken the initiative to ask Ling Yimo, Ling Yan, and the others to put them in an important position, Ling Tsang wouldn't object. Instead, he felt that it was a good idea, and the guilt in his heart also disappeared with the wind. In the northernmost part of Meteor City, there were several simple and crude thatched cottages. This place was sparsely populated, and there was no sign of life to speak of. In front of the thatched cottage, two old men who looked to be in their 60s or 70s were sitting there chatting. The oldest of the two coughed from time to time, and his face was always pale and sickly. The other old man beside him frowned from time to time, and he looked indescribably lonely. These two old men were the two brothers who had been abandoned by the Ling family, Ling Yimo and Ling Yan. Apart from them, their children and grandchildren had also been sent to live here, and they could no longer return to the inner courtyard of the Ling family. Their children were all somewhat capable, and they didn't want to stay here with the two of them and be ridiculed for the rest of their lives. Thus, many of them left the two old men and left Meteor City to live in other places. Only a few of them still stayed by their side. Second brother, I heard from Ling Xing that the highest elder and Ling Xiao have returned. Ling Yan said to Ling Yimo. Ling Yimo coughed twice, and his old eyes emitted a bit of sadness as he said, yes, the Ling family can be where it is today because of them. We, cough, should be happy. Thinking back to everything he had done back then, a strong sense of regret surged in his heart. If he hadn't done that back then, the Ling family today would also have a part of their glory. However, there was no turning back now that they had missed it, and they could only let it go with the wind. Back then, father temporarily entrusted big brother Ling Tsang to be the clan leader. We misunderstood father, Ling Yan said lightly, and his expression was indescribably complicated. Ling Yimo said, yes, if we missed it then we missed it. Our sins can't be washed away. Just let us watch the Ling family grow stronger and I will also feel very gratified. However, it's a pity for that child Ling Xing. Ling Xing was the only one of Ling Mo's grandsons who was willing to stay. Yi Tenbin was not weak. Although he had left the Ling family's support over the years, he still relied on his own strength to break through to the low-rank spirit master realm. However, at this stage, without the nurturing of the family, without good opportunities, it would be quite difficult to advance in the future by relying on his own cultivation. As Ling Xing's grandfather, Ling Yimo naturally did not want Ling Xing to be buried like this. In his heart, he hoped that Ling Xing could return to the Ling family. Ling Xing has a firm heart. He has his own ambitions. Big brother, you don't have to worry. Ling Yan comforted. Just as Ling Yimo wanted to say something, he coughed a few times. This time he actually coughed up blood. Ling Yan was shocked. Big brother, I'd better help you back to your room to rest. Don't talk too much. No, it's not a big deal. I've lived for almost all these years. The only thing I can't let go of is Ling Xing. I want to make a trip back to the clan. Even if I have to beg Ling Tsang, I have to let Ling Xing return to the Ling family. Ling Yimo wiped his mouth and waved his hand. Big brother, why don't I go? Your body isn't good. Ling Yan said. Ling Yan knew that his big brother was originally a person who cared about his face. Although he had become like this, he had never asked the Ling family for anything all these years. Now that he was willing to give up his face for his grandson, it was truly difficult for him. No, there's no need to say more. Anyway, I'm also a person who's half in the coffin. My face is nothing. Ling Emo seemed to have already accepted it. At this time, a man in his 30s rushed over with large strides. Grandpas, you don't have to beg them. I think I'm very good now. This man with a calm expression was Ling Mo's grandson, Ling Xing. On his shoulder he was carrying an advanced second-stage wild boar. The current Ling Xing was very different from the one from more than 10 years ago. His arrogance was gone, and there was only a steady and resolute look. He had gone from a high and mighty young master of the Ling family to an abandoned and destitute young master. At first he couldn't accept the reality. However, with the passage of time, his thinking had undergone a great change. The ups and downs of life were often times when people saw their true nature. It turned out that he hated Ling Tsong and the current Ling family. However, every time he heard his two grandpas talk about that matter, he also understood that the Ling family did not mistreat them. Instead, they were in the wrong first. If they were in the wrong, they would have to bear the responsibility and consequences. Therefore, Ling Xing no longer hoped to return to the Ling family. Instead, he hoped that through cultivation one day he could change his current situation so that his two grandpas could enjoy their old age. Ling Xing threw the wild boar down and walked in front of Ling Mo. He took out an early third-stage spirit herb. This was a crow ginseng king, which had the effect of prolonging one's life. Grandpa, your body isn't good. Take it first. You don't have to worry about my matters, Ling Xing said. It could be seen that he was very filial now. Both Ling Mo and Ling Yan showed satisfaction in their eyes. At the same time there was a strong sense of pity. Child, it's Grandpa's fault for dragging you down. Ling Mo said with some sadness. The better Ling Xing performed, the more uncomfortable he felt. With Ling Xing's tenbin, the clan would definitely focus on training him. In the future, it wouldn't be a problem for him to become a peak spiritual master. With the help of elixirs, he could even step into the king's stage and leap through the dragon's gate. Grandpa, don't say anything. I'm living quite well now, Ling Xing replied. In reality, there was some indescribable worry in his eyes. At this time, someone came to their simple and crude place. Ling Xing looked at the people who came. His eyes jumped and a wave of anger rose. Brothers Ling, old Huang is here to see you. Before those people arrived, an old voice rang out first. There were 6 people in total. The leader was an old man who was about the same age as Ling Mo, Ling Yan, and the others. His name was Huang Hanxing, and he was the old patriarch of an old family in Meteorite City. He had the strength of a high-level spiritual master. Behind him were 2 spiritual masters and 3 mystic realm martial artists. There were 5 men and 1 woman in this group. The woman was the youngest and prettiest of them all. She stood behind Huang Hanxing and appeared a little timid. She looked at Ling Xing with affection in her eyes, but there was also an indescribable grievance in them. Why are you here? Since you don't care about old bones like us, why are you here to show off? Do you think that old bones like us don't have the ability to eat people? Ling Mo looked at Huang Hanxing angrily. He couldn't help but cough up a few mouthfuls of blood. Brother Mo, don't be angry. I came today to tell you 2 things. Huang Hanxing looked at Ling Mo and Ling Yan with disdain. He paused for a moment and said, First, I hope that Ling Xing won't harass my family Xiao Yan in the future. She's not worthy of you abandoned people. Second, we're already connected by marriage with the Qin family. Please go and have a few drinks when you're free. However, I think that Brother Mo isn't feeling well, so you shouldn't go. Let Ling Xing go on your behalf. Huang Hanxing and Ling Mo used to be friends. When Ling Mo held a high position in the Ling family, Huang Hanxing often came to curry favor with Ling Mo and even planned to marry his granddaughter Huang Lianyun to Ling Xing. However, after something happened to Ling Mo and the others, Huang Hanxing immediately drew a clear line between them. However, Ling Xing and Huang Lian seemed to be fated to fall in love. They actually met in the desolate mountains and the sparks of love were ignited. The 2 of them were in love with each other. After Ling Xing became a spirit master, he thought that with his strength, it was enough for him to propose to the Huang clan. However, he attracted the humiliation of the Huang clan's cultivators, and they stopped Huang Lian from interacting with him. Chapter 865. This matter couldn't be blamed on Huang Hanxing for being so ruthless. If Ling Yimo and the others were still part of the Ling family, Huang Hanxing would have immediately married his granddaughter to them. However, Ling Yimo and the others were the sinners of the Ling family and were sent to the edge of the Ling family. If the Huang family married Ling Yimo and the others, wouldn't they offend the Ling family that was like the sun in the sky? This matter couldn't be done. Although the Ling family didn't do anything to Ling Yimo and the others now, if they really remembered them one day, wouldn't they implicate the Huang family? With this thought, Huang Hanxing told his granddaughter to sever all ties with Ling Xing. However, although Huang Hanxing's original intention was like this, it was a bit too much for him to add insult to injury in front of Ling Yimo and the others. Don't go too far. Even if your Huang family despises us for being sinners, don't come here to strut around. Our old bones can still move. Ling Yin was so angry that he slammed the table and stood up. In the past decade, because of the matters of his family, there was always a hurdle in his heart that he couldn't get over. His strength had stopped improving, but he was still an intermediate spirit master. His strength couldn't be underestimated. Ling Yimo was originally a high-level spirit master, but because he used the burning spirit pill, there was a huge side effect that caused his strength to fall back to an intermediate-level spirit master. Ling Xing was also a low-level spirit master. With 3 spirit masters here, they had some confidence that they wouldn't be afraid of Huang Hanxing and the others. Hee, Brother Yan's words are too serious. I only came with good intentions to remind you. Huang Hanxing wasn't angry. He smiled faintly and continued, the message has been passed down. You guys are on your own. Ling Xing, be smart. My family Xiao Lian isn't someone you can touch. Huang Hanxing said with disdain and turned to leave with his people. However, at this time Huang Lian knelt down to Huang Hanxing and cried, Grandfather, please let me be with Brother Xing. We truly love each other. I don't want to marry into the Qin family. Huang Hanxing's expression changed and he shouted, Nonsense, get up. No, Grandfather, I won't get up. I just want to be with Brother Xing. Please grant us our wish. Huang Lian cried. Ling Xing's eyes were red with anger as he clenched his fists tightly. He looked at his beloved woman and called out. Moreover, he didn't want to be with her, but the Huang family didn't like him, so what could he do? This is outrageous. Bring them back. My Huang family has lost all face because of you. They are only the sinners of the Ling family. What's the point of you liking them? Are you going to live with them in this kind of toilet? Don't be naive. Huang Hanxing scolded his granddaughter with a look of exasperation. Ling Yimo, Ling Yan and Ling Xing were infuriated by Huang Hanxing's words, but they felt that they could not refute him. Yes, they were the sinners of the Ling clan and had no status in Meteorite City. Even if they were spirit masters, no one would respect them. Just as Huang Lian was about to be dragged away by the Huang family, Ling Xing blocked their path and shouted, Let go of Liana. Ling Xing couldn't take it anymore. He really couldn't stand the woman he loved becoming someone else's woman. Who do you think you are? Don't be so shameless. Huang Hanxing looked at Ling Xing with disdain. To be honest, he was quite satisfied with Ling Xing. If Ling Xing was still a member of the Ling clan, then everything would be easy. After all, Ling Xing's cultivation of Tenbin wasn't bad and was much better than that kid from the Qin clan. However, the two of them couldn't be together. I said, you can't take Lianer away unless you step over my dead body. Ling Xing revealed an unprecedented look of determination. Huang Lian looked at Ling Xing, her beautiful eyes filled with tears of gratitude. You're courting death. Huang Hanxing shouted in a low voice. Immediately after, another intermediate spirit master beside him attacked Ling Xing. Ling Yan reacted quickly and wanted to attack the intermediate spirit master, but Huang Hanxing blocked in front of him. Brother Yan, your grandson doesn't know any better. I'll have someone teach him a lesson for you so he doesn't know what's good for him in the future. Ling Xing was only a low-level spirit master, so how could he be a match for the intermediate spirit master? After a few moves he was sent flying. Ling Mo really wanted to help, but he was already a fuel-efficient lamp and couldn't do much. He could only watch unwillingly as he regretted it all. This was truly a case of a tiger being bullied by a dog when it fell to the plains. All of this was his fault, so why did he have to let his grandson suffer all of this injustice? Ling Xing was injured, but he was still like an unyielding wolf and continued to resist. Unfortunately, all he got in return was merciless attacks again and again. The injuries on his body became more and more severe. Ling Yan was blocked by Huang Hanxing and couldn't help him. Huang Lian was already covered in tears. She kept shouting, Don't hit me! Don't hit me! Ling Mo was so angry that he shouted, Huang Hanxing, don't go too far. Quickly tell them to stop. Otherwise, even if I go back to the Ling clan to ask for help, you guys won't have it easy either. He finished speaking in one breath and coughed up a few more mouthfuls of blood. It could be seen that he was only holding on with his will. Hearing this, Huang Hanxing had no choice but to order his men to stop. As the saying goes, a cornered dog will jump over a wall. If Ling Mo was forced into a corner, he might really do as he said and go back to the Ling clan to beg for mercy. Perhaps the Ling clan would really help him. After all, the Ling clan didn't kill Ling Mo and the others. From this, it could be seen that the Ling clan still had some old feelings for Ling Mo and the others. Brother Mo, don't get angry. Be careful not to hurt your body. I'm just teaching a junior a lesson on your behalf. There's no need to take it too seriously. Huang Hanxing said. Then he said to his men, "Let's go." Immediately after, he turned around and was about to leave with his men. Ling Yan went over and carried the heavily injured Ling Xing back. He prepared to feed the Crow Ginseng King to him to treat his injuries. You want to leave after bullying a member of our Ling clan? This doesn't seem right. A few figures broke through the air and arrived, and a dissatisfied voice sounded faintly. A powerful aura enveloped Huang Hanxing and the others. They felt suffocated and their hearts were in turmoil. King stage powerhouses? In Meteorite City, only the Ling clan had a king stage powerhouse. From the other party's tone, it was obvious that they were from the Ling clan. Huang Hanxing couldn't understand for a moment. Weren't Ling Mo and the others punished? Could it be that the Ling clan still cared a lot about these people? A few figures descended from the sky. They were Ling Tsang, Ling Yuan, Ling Zhan and Ling Xiao. In fact, they had arrived a long time ago. It was just that they were observing Ling Mo and Ling Yan from high up in the sky. They wanted to know what they were thinking. If they regretted their actions and still had their clan in their hearts, then it was fine to bring them back to their clan. However, if they didn't repent, then sorry, they would never be able to step into their clan again in their lifetime. They didn't expect that after observing for a while, such a good show would actually play out. Ling Tsang originally wanted to send Huang Hanxing and the others away, but Ling Xiao stopped Ling Tsang from doing so. Because it was often in the most dangerous times that one's true nature could be seen. At that time, people would be most grateful if they extended a helping hand. Clan leader. Ling Mo and Ling Yan's throats were a little dry. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. They didn't expect Ling Tsang to come at this time. After hearing Ling Tsang's words, their hearts were filled with mixed feelings. When Huang Hanxing and the others saw who had come, they were all sweating profusely. Both the previous and current clan leaders of the Ling clan had come in person. Their hearts sank. If they were to pursue the matter, would the Huang clan still have a way out? Ling Tsang glared at Huang Hanxing and the others and shouted, "How dare you? How dare you bully the people of the Ling clan?" His voice contained the power of a king stage powerhouse. It shook the eardrums of Huang Hanxing and the others. The two mystic warriors couldn't take it anymore. They spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the ground. Old clan leader Ling, please forgive us. We didn't mean it. Huang Hanxing didn't know how to explain. He looked extremely panicked. With their strength, it would be a piece of cake for Ling Tsang to kill them. He really regretted coming here today to warn Ling Xing and the others. I know you didn't mean it. Ling Tsang glared at Huang Hanxing, and a wave of king stage power pressed down on them. Apart from Huang Lian, everyone from the Huang clan was sent flying. They vomited blood. Ling Tsang ignored them and walked to Ling Mo and Ling Yan. With a complicated look in his eyes, he said, "I've made you suffer. Let's go back to the clan together." No matter what, they were brothers of the same root. Ling Tsang was a bit more soft-hearted. Seeing Ling Mo and Ling Yan's situation, he felt that the clan's decision was wrong. Hearing this, Ling Mo and Ling Yan's eyes flashed with excitement. However, the two of them were still able to control their emotions. They knelt to Ling Tsang and said, "Thank you for your forgiveness, clan leader. However, we are sinners of the clan. How can we return to the clan?" "You don't need to say anything else. Back then, when the old patriarch gave me the position, it was my greatest honor. You are the brothers of the old patriarch and you are also my brothers. Let all the grudges and grievances of the past go with the wind. That place is your home." Ling Tsang said with a sigh. After hearing Ling Tsang's words, Ling Mo and Ling Yan almost cried. They also wanted to return to the clan one day. However, they had committed great crimes. How could they go back? The arrival of Ling Tsang and his group as well as his words, were like charcoal in the middle of a snowstorm, allowing them to see the moon and the clouds depart. Instantly they felt much happier. Thank you, clan leader. Ling Imo was so emotional that he vomited another mouthful of blood and fainted. From the looks of it he was most likely dead. Grandfather? Ling Xing crawled up and exclaimed. Just as Ling Yen was about to catch his big brother, someone else caught his big brother faster than him. Ling Xiao immediately caught Ling Mo's body and said, Second elder, the Ling clan still needs you to return to the clan. You can't die like this. After saying that, he took out a high-grade pill and stuffed it into Ling Mo's mouth. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.